We got more on Thursday. Everything sold out Thursday. And we made a special trip Friday, and everything then proceeded to sell out.
Yeah, I guess we grabbed the last few things off the shelves at the grocery store last night. And yeah, we have chili in the crock pot. So we're all set. We should have some leftovers for tomorrow, and we'll probably make some stew.
Of course, the main message being spread is to stay off the road, salt your personal roads and sidewalks, and if you cannot find anything, grab some kitty litter. And if you must go out on the roads, have an extra blanket, gloves, and water in your car.
And straight ahead, we are going to continue our team coverage on today's winter alert. We're expected to see several inches all across the region. That and a look at your 7 News sports right after the break.
And now, the Toyota Sports Desk, sponsored by your Toyota dealers.
Conference Championship Sunday is here. Good morning, Washington. I'm Natalie Spalla. Entering the weekend, Super Bowl dreams were very much alive for the 4 remaining teams. But by the end of today, we will have our Super Bowl matchup. In the AFC, the top-seeded Denver Broncos will look to defend their home field against an equally impressive New England Patriots squad. Following an injury to QB Bo Nix, the Broncos will start backup Jarrett Stidham. And in the NFC, the LA Rams head north to Seattle to take on the top-seeded Seahawks. 4 teams, 1 ultimate mission to punch their tickets to Super Bowl 60.
The AFC Championship, chance to go to the Super Bowl. I mean, that'd be huge. You know, another road environment. I know it's going to be a tough challenge.
Just fired up for the opportunity for these guys in this locker room, and
On I-95, you can see the crews up there. We just saw a bunch of snowplows, an armada of snowplows making their way down I-95. That's something we were seeing as we were driving up here, but obviously these conditions will continue monitoring as the morning continues. Reporting live in Lorton, Christian Flores, 7 News.
Well, we're also seeing a wide range of closures all across the DMV. So right now, the Smithsonian says all museums, research centers, and the National Zoo will be closed today and Monday because of this weather. Daycares, churches, schools, courts, and so many others closing this weekend as well. 7 News has you covered with the latest closures as they come in. You can find them all on our website right now. Just go to the weather tab.
And here's a reminder for you. Make sure you charge up your phones and you download the free 7 News app. We are on your side with complete storm coverage here on air, on WJLA.com, on our social media pages. We will be bringing you special live coverage today right here on 7 News. So stay with us throughout the morning. And we want to see how you're spending your snow day. Scan the QR code on your screen right now. You can see it right there on the right-hand side. And that's going to take you to the chime-in page of our website, WJLA.com. We'll be sharing the photos and videos from our 7 News viewers on air and online throughout the weekend.
All right, 7:16 your time on this Sunday morning. Let's toss it over to Eileen Whalen and Jordan Evans in our Weather Center for an update.
All right, we are starting off with, here's a look at the radar. As you can see, the cameras behind us, the snow still coming down. There's Germantown, Maryland, just north of Gaithersburg. That's I-270. We've got Laurel as well. Then the snow that continues to fill in. And of course, we've got snow-covered roads still across much of the area. So far, these are the latest totals from the National Weather Service. Clarksburg at 4.7 inches, Potomac at 4. Baltimore also up to 4 inches. So the National Weather Service, they will continue to put these out as we go throughout the morning. Now keep in mind, as we talk about this changeover to sleet, which Eileen will focus on here shortly, that's where we'll start to see easily some of the snow totals start to get compact, because sleet, of course, is heavier and it's going to help compact the fluffy snow. There's the mix already starting to show up. I know it's blue still, but we are seeing some sleet pellets, at least on different products of the radar. Something, again, we are watching this morning. And, of course, temperatures still, wind chill values. It was worse the last couple of days, but still quite cold, anywhere from 0 to 10 at this time. So it's going to stay quite chilly out there for the afternoon. There's snow-covered parking lots from Rockville, Maryland. Prince George's County up there toward College Park down to Upper Marlboro and Temple Hills and District Heights. We are watching all of these snow-covered roads. And here's the Dulles Tow Road. You can see how slow going it is right now. In fact, we have seen snow plows out here, so give them extra space if you are on the roads. Plenty of room to dump the salt and the treatment they are putting on the roads, and also clearing things out as we go throughout today. So through tonight, winter alert. Precipitation looks to be done by 8 to 9 o'clock. It will end as a wintry mix. So the snow right now changing over to sleet, eventually some freezing rain for areas south of D.C. And of course, that could add a glaze of ice. So Eileen, we are definitely looking at some impacts still as we go throughout the rest of today.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, we're going to be dealing with impacts from this system for several days, because we are going to be just in this deep freeze. So again, as Jordan mentioned, we'll remain under this winter alert through tonight. And again, we would love to see some of your snowfall totals. It's always so helpful. So if you want to go out, you know, just a very flat surface, maybe you have a table outside, a deck, and you can just put your ruler in. But as Jordan was showing you, we definitely have snowfall totals, you know, in the 3 to 5 inch range. And, you know, if you've been watching us all week, our, you know, snowfall totals have been changing significantly as we're just tracking a lot of precipitation with this weather maker. And of course, we have the cold air. So take a look as we go through the next several hours. What you're looking at here are temperatures at the surface and aloft. I've had a lot of people ask, why are we going to see sleet and freezing rain and not all snow? It doesn't have to do with just the temperature at the surface, but aloft. And you'll notice that most of that precipitation is with us here through about 9 o'clock tonight. As for additional snow and sleet totals, you'll see maybe another 4 inches here in D.C. Higher snowfall totals north and west. But this, I think, is what we're most concerned with, is how much frozen precipitation, that sleet and freezing rain, comes on top of this snow. Again, as Jordan mentioned, that
that sleet, a little denser. Sleet has a beat, and that would be compacting some of that snow, but also freezing rain is just a glaze of ice. But look at these wind chills as we're continuing, the next few days kind of cleaning out. Wind chills will be in the single digits and teens. I think Monday night into Tuesday morning we'll have cold weather advisories issued once again. We're going to be in this deep freeze with temperatures staying below freezing through at least the first half of next weekend. So it is going to be very, very cold. And I know parents, if you have kids that want to be out and sledding, now's the time really to be out and doing that, because as we start to see that wintry mix, things might get a little bit icy. But our team going to pour over some more information, and we'll be with you back in just a little bit. Kelly.
All right, thanks so much, Eileen. Coming up next, we're checking in on the roads and finding out what VDOT is doing in the middle of this storm. We'll be right back.
Well, for the last few days, crews around the area have been working hard to prepare for this winter storm, and 7 News was able to go get a behind-the-scenes look at how road crews in the district gear up to battle against icy roads. The D.C. snow fighters have been preparing for this moment long before the weather alerts. They began training in the summer, a dry run in October, and now they say they're prepared for what's reported to be one of the worst storms in D.C. Warnique West is the citywide snow coordinator.
They come over to our check-in and check-out process. These ladies here make sure that everyone that's coming into work, that they're signed in and that they have their IDs, their driver's license, and DOTs. And then once they leave here, they'll go over to a gentleman, how you see over there in a white shirt, who's one of our frontline supervisors. The anxiety is always high, right? When you're getting into one of these storms, the anxiety is high. Am I going to really be able to do this? Am I going to accomplish this?
Well, West says their top priority is getting the city back open so that people can get back to work and kids can get back to school. To make that happen, West says her teams will keep pushing throughout the storm.
And it won't just be the plows working to clear the roads. A volunteer group known as the Snow Team Heroes will also be putting in some time to get the city open again. They are neighbors helping other neighbors in need. Seniors or those with mobility challenges can simply call 311 and they will be connected with a volunteer who can come out and shovel them out, but you have to live in a single family home.
We're looking for DC residents across all 8 wards who want to help out their neighbors. We're trying to avoid them having the opportunity to slip and fall on ice. They're not strong enough maybe to be shoveling snow.
And you can find more information about the program on our website. Just go to WJLA.com.
Right now, the winter alert that we've been telling you about for days has blanketed the region. We cannot stress the importance of staying off the road so crews can clear the snow. So here to talk about this is Alex Liggett with VDOT and a former 7 News employee. It's great to see you again, Alex. Thanks for joining us. Let me ask you this.
All you guys.
Yes. When did VDOT begin their preparations for this storm?
Really last weekend. You know, we're monitoring the forecast. We're already starting discussions, not only district-wide, but statewide. And then, you know, as we got into Thursday, Friday time period, we started pre-treating all the roads. That was all finished up by Friday afternoon. As we got towards yesterday, we started loading and staging all the vehicles on all of our area roads. And they were set up and ready to rock overnight. And now we have just approximately 3,500, so 3,500 pieces of equipment out there pushing snow. And of course, it's going to be in priority order. So interstates and primaries are those first ones that will be hitting.
Okay, so from the crews that are out there this morning, what are you hearing in terms of those neighborhood streets? That was my concern this morning, is getting out of the neighborhood. I know y'all take care of the main roads, but those back roads, side roads, my cul-de-sac, what are you hearing from crews?
Well, there hasn't been much talk on that yet because we're still seeing snowfall rates of, you know, 1 inch to 2 inches per hour. So we're not necessarily getting into some of those secondaries, and it's going to take some time to get into the neighborhood streets. We probably won't do that foreseeable future, maybe tomorrow. You can always check, though. We do have a new plow tracker, which is pretty cool. I was checking it out this morning. It's plows.vdot.virginia.gov. You can go, there's a little icon on top right, little push pin, turn off the cameras, makes it a little easier to see. You can zoom into your neighborhood, click on the truck, and that will show you where that truck's been over the past 6 hours. So I've been tracking it near my neighborhood, and I can see it going up and down the primary that's right outside my neighborhood, but nothing in just yet because, you know, we got to get those, you know, priority routes and the emergency routes established first to make sure people, once they get out to those, can freely travel. So it's going to take some time to get into the neighborhoods with this much snow.
Understood. Okay, last question here for you. I know some people get excited when they see that the plows are coming through the neighborhoods, you know, that they've been on the main roads. Those roads might look clear, but we're going to have precipitation throughout the day. So what is your advice? What are your recommendations for anyone who must, like, we have to leave, there's no other way we can stay here, we have to pick up something important or take somebody somewhere important? What would your advice be for people who might think those roads are fully clear, but we know it's cold?
Yeah, you know, for those essential workers, or, you know, for someone that has to make an appointment or something of the such, someone that must be on the roads, for the most part, try to stay off if you can. But if you must, make sure you're giving way to not only our VDOT plows, but also first responders. We even had our safety service patrol. One of them was sideswiped earlier this morning as they were helping a disabled vehicle. I'd say a couple of those vehicles probably shouldn't have been on the road in the first place, but, you know, it's just one of those things. You want to be very safe, use extra caution, allow plenty of extra time, take it very slow, but also, you know, if you get stuck, there's no saying that, you know, the first responders are really going to be able to reach you. So it's one of those things to take it very, very cautious out there because, yeah, once this changes over to sleet, you can have that compaction of that iciness on top of the snow. So, yeah, conditions may get a little bit worse before they improve later on tonight and into tomorrow.
All right, Alex, always great talking to you. Glad you're inside and warm this morning. We'll be checking in with you throughout the day.
Sounds good. Thanks.
And Alex, such a great weather watcher for us as well in Northern Virginia, just shy of 4 inches. But we continue to track this massive winter storm. Again, the snow is falling. It looks like a winter wonderland. One of our live cameras in Germantown, Maryland, will show you more cameras, more snowfall totals, and the rest of your Sunday forecast coming up on this Sunday morning.
You're watching WJLA 24/7 News. On your side at 7 a.m.
All right, 7:32 your time right now. The snow is still falling on this Winter Alert Sunday. Thanks for sticking with us this morning. I'm Adriana Hopkins.
And I'm Kelly Lynn. This morning, 7 News is on your side with team coverage of this huge winter event. We've got Felicia Ashley and Christian Flores. They are out there checking on the road conditions as the emergency crews work to clear the roads.
But we begin with the First Alert weather teams, Jordan Evans and Eileen Whalen, who are tracking this storm and have been doing so for the past several days.
Yes, we have. We have been talking about this system for a while, and there's so much precipitation with it. I mean, it's wild. I mean, expanding over 2,000 miles across the country.
Yeah, I mean, we're both looking at that. I mean, we're talking about a very just stretched out storm. I mean, from Texas to Maine, there's a lot of meteorology that goes into this. I mean, we've seen it before, Eileen, but still, I mean, it's definitely one that we haven't seen in a while with snow totals. We've got ice, and not just us. We're talking about states down to the south, potentially historic ice storm conditions from Mississippi to Alabama. I lived in Texas at the time during the deep freeze of 2021. I've been seeing reports that this round of winter weather may give a rival to that system from 5 years ago, because the cold air will continue to push south into the Lone Star State again as we go throughout today. And for us, the cold air is here to stay. We're watching that transition line as we go throughout this morning into the afternoon. Here's the timeline once again. Eileen will give you a better idea of the radar and some cameras here shortly. But by 9 to 3 o'clock, that's when that transition over to sleet occurs. Then it's some freezing rain on the backside. So Eileen, that's what we're concerned about, 6 to 9 p.m. Maybe a glaze to 2/10 of an inch of ice once we get into late tonight.
Yeah, you know, I'm just really concerned about folks that are going to be, you know, going out, maybe getting out right now, trying to get in some shoveling, trying to get ahead of this system. We're still tracking some pretty moderate snow, still some of those snowfall rates 1 to 2 inches an hour, especially right now, northern Maryland. But you're starting to see a little of that purple right now, central Virginia. And I've seen some other reports on other radars around Fredericksburg through southern Maryland, some of those ice pellets mixing in. Also, and we'll see that transition lifting from north to south. I mean, this really does look absolutely beautiful, but from this vantage point, imagine if you were in a car right now, that snowfall coming down, those really big flakes, making it very hard to see. This is our view right now from our station in Roslyn, looking west, but look at these temperatures outside right now. So it is exceptionally cold, and as we've been telling you all week, when we have temperatures that are below 20 degrees, the solutions that the crews put on the roads to treat them sometimes a little bit less efficient. And as Alex Liggett had mentioned as well, if you're in your car and you get trapped, this is very, very cold air. So make sure that you have that emergency kit in your car. We'll walk you through the rest of the day and the upcoming work and school week, guys, coming up in a bit.
All right. Thank you, Eileen. Well, of course, we continue our team coverage in Fairfax County. That's where we find Christian Flores this morning.
Yeah, Eileen had mentioned the big flakes, but it's not.
Okay, we will get back to Christian.
Yeah, Eileen had mentioned those big flakes, but it's not just big flakes. It's the fact that they've been falling continuously. We're right next to a big snow mound. I'd mentioned about 10 or 15 minutes ago where we've seen a bulldozer in this office park parking lot just bulldoze all of this snow off to the side, and they've been doing it continuously. But I still want to show you just how much the snow has been falling, because even with all of that clearance, you still see a lot of accumulation out here. I mean, just take a look at how deep that is, and that's with continuous treatment. Now, luckily, there's a parking lot. You don't expect too many people in an office park on a Sunday, but I do want to show you what it looks like out on the roads. We're just off I-95, and that's a service road out there, and it looks more like it's a road in Siberia than in Fairfax County. That's something we've been monitoring. Luckily, we haven't seen too many cars coming out here. We've seen a lot more snow plows than regular vehicles kind of coming out here. But we're also seeing I-95. We've seen a lot of snow plows coming through, clearing that major highway. And that's something that we're going to continue monitoring as the day continues, especially as the snow keeps falling. Reporting live in Lorton, Christian Flores, 7 News.
Okay, Christian, thanks a lot for that. And now we are going to move on to Felicia Ashley, who is in the district right now, where crews have also been working hard to clear the area roads. Very snow covered when I got on the roads early this morning, Felicia.
Yes, good morning, team. And it still is. One thing I can point out, we have seen crews nonstop on these roads. Even since driving the last couple minutes, we've seen at least 3 pass by. We're on Rhode Island Avenue now, headed south. So I want to give you a view of what we're looking at. You can see that a lot of the road is still packed on with some snow. One thing we noticed that crews did already give us a heads up about yesterday, those side streets as well as those neighborhood streets, those will be plowed once these main streets get cleared and get their rounds of snow off. Now, something I also noticed is we told you yesterday about transportation, how that will be impacted by the snow. The snow is still coming down. We told you about the 3 main concerns of the district: the snow, the cold temperature, the freezing temperature, and then the impacts that we'll have with the ice. So we're almost through round 1 with the snow, as we all mentioned earlier. Now we're seeing those temperatures and some of the roads getting a little slick. Now I have seen some people waiting for the buses, and one thing we pointed out yesterday is that some of these routes will be suspended, and I want people to be aware because we don't want you waiting outside in this temperature and your bus is not coming. We have not seen any metro buses pass through here on Rhode Island Avenue. I checked the site and I'm seeing routes. Most of the A routes are temporarily suspended. C11 is on regular service. So before you head out to wait at your bus stop, please make sure you check to see if your bus will be running this morning. So we'll continue to keep you updated. The next time you'll see me, I'll be out on the street showing you some of the differences in snow and the roads. But for now, reporting live from Northeast DC, Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
All right, Felicia, thank you. Meantime, we have already seen a significant amount of closures across the DMV. You can check WJLA.com and our 7 News app every day to see how schools, community centers, churches, and other organizations are operating day to day. Keep in mind, several school districts were already scheduled to be closed on Monday.
And with this kind of winter weather, there is always a threat of power outages, especially when you factor in the ice. And 7 News is on your side. We caught up with Pepco officials to see how they're preparing for this storm.
There's a lot of prep work that comes into it, right? We've had a number of different forecasts over the last couple days, but our focus is really on the men and women that work at these service centers and making sure that they are ultimately prepared. We're putting the men and women up in hotels and making sure that we have our resources close proximity to the service center. But what we're trying to do is make sure that we respond accordingly, appropriately, and have everything done safely as fast as possible for our customers.
And we've got a heads up for pet owners. Outdoor animals need to have places where they can get out of the snow or at least be shielded from it. So you want to consider a garage or maybe an outdoor shelter for your pet. Reduce walks during the snowstorm to have potty breaks for your animal, or you can just skip going outside altogether and keep maybe a few pee pads inside your house. Also, keep an eye out for signs of discomfort, stress, or frostbite, like walking with a limp or trying not to put their paws on the ground. That's a sign of distress. A jacket and booties are recommended if you really do have to go outside. And make sure that when you get back home that you wipe the animal's paws once they're inside, because that ice and the salt and the chemicals can definitely irritate them.
And a friendly reminder, make sure to download the free 7 News app so you're getting the latest about this winter storm. We're on your side with complete coverage here on air on WJLA.com and on our social media pages. We'll also bring you special live coverage tomorrow morning.
But right now we want to go over to Jordan.
Just a couple more hours with all snow. That change over to sleet. You can see some of the purples down here. I-64, that will start to push in our direction, so expect some sleet later on this morning. We'll give you the full forecast with meteorologist Eileen Whalen coming up.
This morning, 7 News is continuing our team coverage of the winter storm. We've got Felicia Ashley outside, as well as Christian Flores in Virginia. They are checking on the road conditions.
Felicia's in D.C. right now, where Mayor Muriel Bowser spoke on staying off the roads. Felicia, how are the roads looking this morning?
Well, they are slick. We actually just passed one driver who is stuck. We're circling back to get back to them to make sure they're okay and see if they were sliding, because it appeared that they were sliding back. We are on Rhode Island Avenue. Right now we're headed southbound. We're going to turn around to go back northbound towards that car that we saw. But that is something that we want to make sure we point out. So some of these roads appear to be okay from the surface, but if you don't have the right traction on your vehicle, as you've seen a couple cars get stuck straight in the middle of the street. So we're turning around now to head north on Rhode Island Avenue. Even as I turn, take a look at that. This neighborhood street still packed with snow, so some crews haven't been able to make their way to some of these neighborhood streets. If you look on the side to the right of the camera, you can see some of these alleys still packed with snow, drivers trying to drive on top of it. We, of course, are inching slowly on Rhode Island Avenue, but we have seen at least 2 cars this morning that appear to either be stuck, stranded, or sliding on this main road on Rhode Island Avenue. Now, in addition to that, we are seeing some people outside at bus stops. Many of these stops are temporarily suspended, so we'll keep you updated on what we're seeing out here. By the next time you see me, hopefully we'll make it back to that driver and keep you updated on their condition as well. But for now, reporting live from Northeast D.C., Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
All right, Felicia, thank you so much for that update. And we're moving on now to Christian Flores, who is in Fairfax County. Christian, exactly where are you right now?
Yeah, we're in Lorton, just off I-95 at some sort of business park, and you can see that crews are out here trying to keep this parking lot somewhat cleared. Obviously, no one's going to come to work today, but in case for the upcoming week, you have people trying to make this somewhat drivable, and it's just a lot of snow out here. I mean, the snow has been just falling all night long, really, all this morning, and you can see where the snow plow pushes the snow. You can see these big snow mounds here. We've been showing you this all morning long, and it's just so tightly packed that it could actually support my weight. It's a lot of snow out here, and this is just from a whole night and a whole early morning of just accumulation of the snow. Now, we also are monitoring road conditions. So we've had snow plows out here, even in this parking lot, smaller versions of the VDOT crews, just plowing continuously through this morning. And you can still see that this road is still covered in snow. It's not too far off what I-95 and what the service roads look like. And we've been seeing those VDOT crews all morning long. In fact, when we were driving down here from Arlington, there were times where our vehicle was starting to skid a little bit, where we had to slow it down. So just a warning for people, try to stay home, enjoy a cup of hot cocoa, and try to avoid these roads out here. Reporting live in Lorton, Christian Flores, 7 News.
That's the best advice. Enjoy some hot cocoa and stay off the roads. Well, exposure to extreme cold can be dangerous, even deadly, and those at highest risk include the elderly, young children, and those without a warm place to stay. In 2023, more than 1,000 people died in the U.S. due to excessive cold or hypothermia, with the highest percentage of deaths happening in January. A doctor with the Cleveland Clinic says if you have to go out in extreme cold, dress properly. When the body loses heat faster than it can produce it, that's when hypothermia can happen. Those symptoms include exhaustion, confusion, memory loss. In babies, signs could be bright red, cold skin, or very low energy. You'll want to call 911 immediately in that case.
As the coldness progresses and the frostbite increases, you could have things like numbness. Your extremities could get very pale, and then can get hardened as well as you continue to progress through that.
Dr. Olumbi says in extreme cold, there's also an increased risk of slipping or falling, especially when the ground freezes. There's also often a rise in car accidents, so he says it's important to have clothing and protective gear in your vehicle in case you do get stuck on the road.
And the massive storm that we're experiencing right now has 140 million people under warnings all across the nation. Right now, you're looking at video of those cars trying to get through the snow. It's extending from New Mexico to New England, captured by a NOAA satellite as well. More than 100,000 power outages have already been reported.
All right, 7:47 your time right now, and let's toss it over to Jordan Evans, Eileen Whalen. They have both been watching the storm over the past week, giving us updates. Like we said all week, especially Eileen on the morning show, it didn't really matter how much snow, whether it was 7 inches or 10 inches. It's just a mess outside.
Yeah, I will say though, from a little bit of like an ego standpoint, there is a little bit of a hard time when it comes to forecasting because you wanna get it right, but these systems are so complex, especially with the different types of precipitation, but still definitely impactful.
Yeah, and it was all week long. The weather app was saying 12, 18, 20 inches of snow. I'm getting hundreds of texts from friends and family, and I have to say, just wait.
Yeah.
This is our job. We tell you what the model data does. It comes in, and it gets better, obviously, as we get closer to time. High resolution catches up. So overall, no, the weather app, sorry, it's wrong again, but we are seeing at least some good snow totals so far.
Yeah, we are, and I was noticing, especially right now in Montgomery, Frederick counties in Maryland, seeing some of those heavier snowfall rates. So again, Montgomery County and Laytonsville about 5 inches, and again, I did these probably about 45 minutes ago. So if you have more snowfall totals, keep them coming in. But we're seeing it on the radar right now, and that mix is working into.
Right, good way to do that is if you have a flat surface outside, a meter stick, a yardstick, take 3 observations in a similar spot and you can average that. That's a good way to get at least an accurate snow total. Don't go to a snow drift because the wind will make that higher than reality. So, Eileen, let's talk about now. So a lot of dark blue, that's snow coming down, but we heard on Christian's live shot, there are some sleet pellets falling. So the radar is starting to pick up on that here toward Orange to Madison County, Spotsylvania. They'll get it first, and that transition line is going to slowly push farther to the north.
Yeah, so those bigger snowflakes that we're seeing are farther north in Maryland. And again, sleet has a beat. So those are those ice pellets that kind of hurt a little bit. Freezing rain is just plain old rain that's falling. Oh my gosh, debris tracker correlation coefficient. What are we looking at, Jordan?
No, we're not tracking tornadoes on the ground. This is a product we do that, but it also allows us to see where some of that mixing is starting to occur. So the brighter oranges and the yellows, that's indication that warm layer starting to expand. So the radar will eventually start to catch up with that as we go through time. Lots of moisture. I mean, we're talking about all the way down to the Mississippi River. Still a lot of precipitation to get through.
Yeah, and we have to mention, if all of this precipitation had been just plain snow, we would have easily seen those double-digit, foot plus snowfall totals. But again, having the different types of precipitation kind of makes it a little bit more challenging. But I will say it does look beautiful, but so many of these roads are snow covered. And I don't know about you, but I'm just concerned seeing the temperatures so low right now on the side of your screen in the teens.
Yeah, I mean, the parking lots out there toward Frederick, Maryland. So good indication schools will be closed, not just tomorrow, but potentially days to come. So,
well, especially with such cold weather as well, if nothing else, I mean, certainly delays. But yeah, parents, hopefully you got yourself stocked with lots of things to keep the kiddos occupied with.
All right, temperatures will slowly come up. We'll see 20s. We might get close to 30 by this afternoon. Wind chill factor, of course, not too far off of that. So here's your timeline. We'll track the changeover to sleet. Probably a couple of hours. We're already seeing it now, as you saw from Christian. And then some freezing rain. Eileen, that's what we're most concerned about now as we go through late this afternoon. Here's that changeover line pushing farther north all the way to Cumberland, Hagerstown. Not expecting a lot in the way of ice accumulation there, but still could have a glaze as far north as Hagerstown. Maybe 1/10 to 2/10 for D.C. There's the back edge by 9 to 10 o'clock. Additional snow to sleet, so already 4 to 5 inches. Might add another 3 to 4 on top of that, which is what we were in line with the last couple days.
No, I think, our team really, giving all of the information. I will say, I've been saying this as well on air, that sometimes some of the ice guidance is a little bit overdone, which I am hopeful because, again, ice really is, especially freezing rain when you see that glaze on the power lines and whatnot. But this is wild.
This is the story.
We do not
Arctic
get this
blast.
often.
We're not getting above freezing for the next, really the rest of the month, early February. So all the refreeze at night, Eileen, we have to watch that for slick spots each morning.
Yeah, exactly. So bundle up if you're going out to do some shoveling right now.
Thank you so much. Straight ahead, we continue our team coverage on today's winter alert as 7 News keeps you on top of the forecast and the road conditions all across our region.
You're watching WJLA 24/7 News, on your side at 7 a.m.
Today, a DC tradition is taking place. The one snowball after another is set to take place on the north lawn of the Washington Monument. You're looking right now at video of last year's giant snowball fight. And this is an event that is going to mark the 20th one that's been hosted by the DC Snowball Fight Association. And the first one was during Snowmageddon back in 2010.
Well, the snow will likely take a while to melt, so even if you don't go out this weekend, you'll have plenty of time to have some fun. Montgomery County officials shared a list of the best local parks to find good hills for sledding. We have got that full list for you right now on WJLA.com.
And we're tracking winter alert through the rest of today. This winter storm continues with snow. We're tracking eventually a change over to sleet, some freezing rain as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. Lots of moisture still to get through. Here's that timeline once again, 3 o'clock. Everyone is at sleet. Then we'll see some freezing rain by late afternoon, early evening, an extra 2/10 of an inch up to 1/4 of an inch of ice, especially south of DC. That's where we'll have a longer period for that changeover to a wintry mix. So that's what we're expecting here as we go throughout the day. Temperature is going to stay below freezing, but a few thousand feet up, the atmosphere is going to do this with warm air expanding. So as the warm air expands, that's where we'll see the sleet eventually change over to freezing rain. Even a cold rain could be possible for extreme southern Maryland. Temperature there may get up to 34 for a few hours, but then it's down to the 20s again by tomorrow morning. Rebound high of 30 degrees. We are below freezing. The rest of January, we have wake-up temperatures anywhere from 5 to 15 degrees, so very cold week ahead. It'll be a slow progress with slow melt and road conditions.
Thank you, Jordan, and we will continue our team coverage of this winter.
From 7 News on your side, this is a First Alert Weather Winter Alert.
Right now on 7 News, we are under a winter alert as heavy snow continues to fall across the DMV. A live look right now from our first alert weather storm tracker, which is currently on the Capitol Beltway in Prince George's County. You can see it looks like the plows have done at least one pass, but the snow is still falling from the sky. So you can see those roads are snow covered, but our storm tracker making it through. Luckily, what we're not seeing on the road, a bunch of cars.
You've been listening, and we appreciate that. Definitely an improvement there on the roads from what I saw this morning when I was coming in. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kelly Lynn.
And I'm Adriana Hopkins. So let's toss it over now to our meteorologists right now who are covering winter weather conditions across the DMV. They've been doing so for the past week. We have Jordan Evans and Eileen Whalen in this morning. Snow's been falling for a while now. The D.C. region is under a winter storm warning until 4 a.m. tomorrow. This morning, 7 News is on your side. We do have team coverage helping you prepare. Reporters Christian Flores and Felicia Ashley, they're out checking in on conditions in Virginia and D.C. But we begin now with our first alert weather team.
That's right. We've got Eileen and Jordan standing by right now to give us the latest on the forecast.
The storm finally here. I feel like we've been talking about it for quite some
Busy
time.
morning, and you know, we were going to bed last night. People were like, is it going to snow? Is it going to happen? Or what are we going to see?
Yeah.
I said, just wait. And by midnight, the flakes started flying. So Eileen, come on over here. We'll do this together. As you can see, those live cameras, dark blues. We are still mainly snow, but we are starting to hear a few sleet pellets out there. So that changeover slowly but surely happening.
Yeah, those little ice pellets. And also, let's just talk about these temperatures, how low they are.
12. 15.
Yeah, 14 in Reston, 16 right now at Nationals Park. So definitely cold. We want to thank our viewers who have been getting up early, getting those measurements. Right now, Montgomery County is where I'm seeing some of the higher amounts. Actually, Fairfax as well, Centerville at 5 inches.
Yeah, some of that heavier precipitation coming in from the south. But as we go throughout the day, I think the higher snow totals will start to be I-66 north because that changeover happens much faster to the south. That's going to help curb down some of the snow totals.
Yeah, and again, that's what we're pretty much watching right now. And again, the snow, the sleet, the freezing rain. We'll do some explainers here, myself and Jordan, to kind of maybe help give you a better idea or visual of the different types of precipitation, but a really colorful radar.
Boston all the way, I mean, it's off the map here. Still Arkansas, even into Texas, we still have plenty of snow, frozen precipitation, that changeover right now in Nashville. So, I mean, we're talking about ice really to the south of us.
Yeah, and sleet, you know, are those little ice pellets, but freezing rain, that's really the most concerning because that's when you get that glaze of ice on top of everything. And think about, you know, we have the snow, the crews are doing a great job of clearing things out, but the one other thing that crews have to kind of battle is the temperature. Since they're so low, those road treatment solutions sometimes aren't quite as effective. But Frederick, Maryland, you can see those big flakes still falling.
And that's one of the middle school parking lots. So good indication things are closed tomorrow because, as you mentioned, with temperatures so cold, I mean, even if the plows get in there, it's still going to be slick. There's the Dulles Toll Road. I mean, yeah, we've seen some progress. It's slow, but keep in mind, as we get that sleet, that freezing rain, that's going to add a little bit of glaze on top of everything.
Yeah, exactly. All right, but we're going to be dealing with the precipitation until about 9 p.m. tonight. Our team is on your side, and we'll continue to help you plan the rest of your Sunday and week ahead coming up, guys.
All right. Thank you, Eileen and Jordan. So as the snow continues to fall, we are already seeing a wide range of closures across the DMV. The latest is the Smithsonian. It tells us all museums, research centers, and the National Zoo, they are closed today and Monday due to the weather. Some local school districts have already canceled classes for tomorrow as well. Some of the biggest ones include Alexandria City Public Schools and Fauquier County Schools in Virginia. D.C. Public Schools and Montgomery County Public Schools are already planned closures for students on Monday. Now D.C.'s teacher development will be virtual on Monday. So be sure to make sure that to keep up with all of the closures as the day goes on. And 7 News does have you covered. Just head to our homepage and click the weather tab at the top of your screen.
And we are also keeping you on top of power outages across the area. In Maryland, the Department of Emergency Management says that the majority of people are in the green right now. So far, less than 200 customers affected all across the state. Virginia was hit first by the stormy weather. They're experiencing more issues than anyone right now. Dominion reporting around 360 customers without power. In D.C., these are the latest numbers from Pepco. Some minor damage there, just a few people people who are experiencing outages. You can see it on your screen right now. Pepco says that it prepared for the storm by increasing staffing. A spokesperson for the utility company says that you can help them restore power faster by staying off the roads.
If more people are out there, we're going to see events like pole hits, right? If people get into car accidents, that takes our resources away from outages caused by weather and diverts them to putting poles up. And so, stay home if you can.
And at Dominion Energy, they are mobilizing hundreds of crews in Virginia. They have called on out-of-state crews to help them as well.
We do want to go live to reporter Christian Flores, who's live for us in Fairfax County this morning. So, Christian, where are you and how are things looking?
Yeah, we're in Lorton, just off I-95, and since we've gotten here, since we were driving down here, it's been nonstop snow. You're hearing maybe some ice pellets. You might be able to hear it bounce off my mic right now. Some of the snow feeling a little icy right now. Now, I did this in the last hour. I want to show you again for our audience that is just joining us right now for the 8 o'clock. We don't really have a measuring stick out here, so we want to get a little creative and show you just how deep this snow goes down. I'm going to get down here, do a quick little snow angel here. And then you can see, if we have a zoom in right here, you can just see just how deep this snow gets. But we want to show you also what it looks like on the roads. We're just off I-95, and we just got a fresh plow from one of those VDOT crews out here. This is a service road. It might be a VDOT. It was one of those snow plow crews. It's looking a little bit more clear, but it still looks more appropriate for an ice rink for the Washington Capitals to play on than a car driving on. And thankfully, we haven't seen too many cars out here because it's really tough to tell the difference between the sidewalk and the road at times, especially after a plow and when the snow keeps falling. Off I-95, we've seen quite a few snow plows come through. And luckily, again, I think people are heeding the warning, staying at home, because some of these conditions can be tricky to drive on. In fact, we were having a little bit of trouble driving down here from Arlington. We were feeling a little skidding at times, but again, luckily, not a lot of cars out here. Something that we just recommend you stay inside, maybe enjoy a hot cup of coffee, but we'll keep our eyes out on all these snow conditions. In the meantime, reporting live out in Lorton, Christian Flores, 7 News.
This car doing behind you, are they doing donuts? Turn around.
Oh yeah, it looks like a car's doing donuts right now. Look, I guess one of the drivers is not really heeding our warnings right now, but it's pretty slick out here.
Well, why don't you get out of the way? I need you to get out of the way, Christian.
Here.
Yeah. Okay, things not to do. Things not to do, and I can hear that engine revving.
Let's not do that when the roads are as iced up. You shouldn't really do that when the roads aren't iced up like that, but clearly someone trying to show off for the cameras, but you want to keep the skidding to a minimum. Definitely don't do that, but try to stay at home and don't drive if at all possible.
Yeah, and you be safe out there, please, all right? So if you are out in the suburbs where Christian is, you're wondering when snow plows will come to your neighborhood, you can actually track them. A live look at all the snow plows out on Virginia's roadways. All those orange icons, those are trucks. There are separate websites for Maryland and D.C. too. We've posted all of them on our website.
And after that, our team coverage continues with a look at the district. That is where we find reporter Felicia Ashley. Felicia, I know last time we talked, you said that you were checking in on a driver who might have been stuck out there. What did you learn? And hopefully we'll find out a little later from Felicia, but wherever you are right now, if you are enjoying this snow, we want to see your photos. So go ahead and take out your phone right now, scan that QR code on your screen, and that's going to take you to the Chime In page of our website. It's WJLA.com. We are going to be sharing your photos and your videos with all of our viewers all morning long. So send them as soon as you can. Also stay connected during the snowstorm by downloading the free 7 News app. That is where you can find current temperatures, a live interactive radar there, as well as the very latest on the forecast.
Okay, so we're just getting started this Sunday morning. Our special live coverage continues after the break with another check on your...
Stay with us.
Metro Bus says it's keeping 33 of its routes open today to help people get around in an emergency. They're listed here on your screen. Metro says its drivers will do their best to get around without disruption, but it's always a good idea to check the Metro app for updates before you head out. And we just checked, and so far, no issues on Metro trains. WMATA officials say they canceled all the track repairs for this weekend, and they're ready to use their de-icer trains. You can see in this video the wheels spraying anti-icing fluid onto the tracks. Metro Rail says it can operate a normal schedule in 4 to 6 inches of snow, but the key here is when snowfall approaches 8 inches, that causes a mess. The electrified third rail can be impacted. Above ground tracks may ice over, and rail yards can become impassable.
From trains to planes, officials at all 3 major airports in our area have been preparing for the winter storm. We want you to check out some video right now of specialized machinery used to clear runways at Reagan National Airport. And if you had plans to fly anywhere this weekend, several airlines are allowing passengers to rebook or cancel flights ahead of this winter storm or in the middle of it. American, Delta, Southwest, and United have all released travel advisories. They are offering options for customers to change their plans if they were scheduled to travel over the next few days. The airlines are also waiving rebooking fees as long as the rescheduled travel takes place within a specific amount of days.
All right, so let's check in now on that FlightAware Misery map. You can see the massive storm system blanketed much of the East Coast, and all the flight delays and cancellations are because of it. D.C. airports are already reporting more than 200 flight cancellations. New York and Atlanta both reporting about 200 cancellations each.
And let's check back in on the forecast right now with meteorologist Eileen Whalen and Jordan Evans. We've also got our first alert weather storm tracker out surveying the conditions in Maryland. Such a pretty scene.
Isn't it? I know, and I hope a lot of people, since it is Sunday,
I was going to say, a weekend.
Just at home, sitting maybe by the fire with a hot cup of coffee, send in some of your snowfall reports, your pictures as well. We'd love to see them, especially once the kids and the pups get out there.
Yeah, all my friends said, hey, today's a snow day, and I said, enjoy. I'll be in the office.
Exactly.
But here we are. Of course, we want to keep you and your family safe as we get through this winter storm. And yeah, we've had snow the last couple of seasons, but I mean, this one's got a lot of layers to it.
It really does. I mean, if it had been all snow, we would be talking double-digit snowfall totals. But of course, as we've been talking about, we've been noticing the mix. But we're going to remain under our winter storm warning, Jordan, here through about 4 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah, they might drop it early for a few counties, especially as we go west to east overnight. But still, that's where the winter storm conditions continue.
Yeah, so definitely, gloves, hat, scarf, all the layers if you're about to go out, maybe, clear off the car, shovel a little bit. I mean, wind chills right now are in the lower single digits. It feels like 0.
One. I mean, it was below 0 yesterday. Kelly and I were showing the numbers. I mean, at least it's not that cold, but still very chilly.
Exactly. And, make sure that you're taking breaks, not exerting yourself too much. But we're going to be dealing with precipitation, even though it might not be snow, sleet and freezing rain through at least sunset, and then later tonight our precipitation chances diminish. But get outside, maybe do some sledding. That's always fun.
I mean, bundle up, of course. Temperature climbs, and we're going to show you this here in the next minute or so, how that's going to play into precipitation. In fact, here's an explainer for that. I mean, think of the atmosphere. It's a column of air, but as time goes on, the atmosphere right now, it's 32 or lower, but as time goes on, 5,000 feet, this little warm layer is going to expand. So the atmosphere warm layer is going to do this over time.
It's going to get bigger.
Yes.
And if you love snow, you don't like that warm layer because, then you get more of, especially once we get more of that column of air warmer than 32 degrees, that's when we have to deal with freezing rain that kind of coats everything like a glazed donut, which sometimes can look really pretty, but can be really dangerous.
I mean, this is honestly a worst case scenario with precipitation. Snow is better than ice. Ice is not good for anything. I mean, and at least rain, we're not going to have any rain because the temperature here looks to stay below 32 at the surface. But a few thousand feet up, that's where it warms up.
Yeah, exactly. So we could be dealing with some freezing rain, so conditions I don't think are really going to be getting much better throughout the day. If anything, maybe getting worse with the freezing rain. And again, these temperatures, even though we may get slightly to around 30 late, this afternoon, early this evening, still going to be plenty cold. But here's our Futurecast doing a good job, I think, of showing that changeover.
Yeah, so changeover line pushes north throughout the morning. So here's 10 o'clock to noon. 2 p.m., I think it's mostly sleet, maybe some snowflakes still trying to mix in. And then by 6 p.m., notice the green. That's even a cold rain. Southern Maryland, so we may even get cold rain showers for a couple of hours. And that's really going to bring down snow totals. Additional snow to come, maybe an inch there. 2 to 3 up to 4 DC Metro, and then still maybe another 9 inches closer to Pennsylvania. So that's where you can see that changeover line. Less of an effect on snow farther north, but a larger effect farther south.
Yeah, so we could see some of that sleet accumulation, and also, as we mentioned, some of that freezing rain that you would see kind of encasing some of the tree limbs and whatnot. So we could see a tenth, maybe a quarter of an inch. And again, hopefully on the lower side of these totals, because
and it doesn't take
rain.
much for road conditions. And then, of course, south of us, I mean, central to southwest Virginia, some of the total projections for ice accumulation, 1/2 inch, 3/4 of an inch. I mean, that could be historic with power outages. I mean, we're talking about long-term effects, especially south of us.
Yeah, and it's just going to be so incredibly cold. I mean, I guess maybe feeling better this afternoon, wind chills in the lower 20s, but, you know, tomorrow's going to be plenty cold. And with it being so cold, you know, and road crews, you know, working against, you know, some of the road solutions not being quite as effective since it is so cold, make sure if you have to be on the roads, you have emergency kit. You don't want to be stuck.
Especially these morning, it's down to 8, 9. I mean, treatment can't keep up when it's that cold. So refreeze each night, but at least it is dry for the rest of the week. We'll be back right after this.
Well, before you head outside this morning and start digging out, it's important to remember that it can be shoveling snow that can be very dangerous if you have underlying health conditions. 7 News on your side this morning with tips to make sure that you're staying safe. So first, stretch before you begin. Only shovel fresh, powdery snow since it's a lot lighter, and push the snow rather than lift it. Lift with your legs if you have to lift, and not with your back. And of course, know the signs of a heart attack.
And 7 News also caught up with a volunteer group in D.C. calling themselves Snow Team Heroes. This is a group that travels to different homes all across the city and shovels snow for seniors who need help. Now, all seniors have to do to get that help is call 311.
We're looking for D.C. residents across all 8 wards who want to help out their neighbors. We're trying to avoid them having the opportunity to slip and fall on ice. They're not strong enough maybe to be shoveling snow.
And one of D.C.'s biggest nonprofits, D.C. Central Kitchen, also helped out by handing out 1,400 extra meals across all 8 wards yesterday, in addition to their daily 17,000. And when it comes to your house during the winter storm, D.C. Water says that you should let the faucets trickle to prevent them from freezing. Open your cabinets under the sink to let in some warmth. Wrap the exposed pipes outside. And if you're not at home, you need to set the thermostat to at least 55 degrees. Also know where your shutoff valve is in case of a break.
All right, still a lot more to come with our special live coverage of this winter weather storm.
Our First Alert weather team is working hard tracking the conditions to keep you safe. Eileen?
That's right. Myself and meteorologist Jordan Evan will continue to update you on the radar, the snow, and where we're starting to see that changeover to sleet across the area. You're waking up on Sunday morning to a little snow and wintry weather, and we'll help you plan the rest of the day and the week ahead. Coming up after this quick break.
All right, back on Winter Alert here from the First Alert Weather Team. Eileen, we've been talking about this all week, and today's the day. We are busy today.
Yes, we are. It's like it's finally here. I feel a little exhausted. We've been talking about it for so long, but I'm just happy that we are, yes, seeing the snow and low visibility right now from that camera at Dulles International.
Yeah, that's off the ground by probably a few hundred feet, but look at 395. This is the National Landing. Busy part of the freeway there. Snow covered. You can see how slow the vehicles are moving. So that's indication. You don't have to get out, play it safe, let the road crews work their magic. The less cars on the road, the better the roads will be as we go through time.
All right. Well, I know one thing is for sure. DC gets so excited for snow and gets so excited for snowball fights.
Yes.
But I hate to break it to you guys. This is like the worst snow-making conditions, because we had that really fine powdery snow in the beginning, so it was really fluffy. And now we're seeing some of those ice pellets work their way in, so it's kind of icy and not that great. And you've got some updates, right?
Yes. I mean, if you like to ski or snowboard, this is the snow you want. The ski resorts in Maryland will like this stuff, but for snowballs, unfortunately, not good news. I just wanted to list off a couple of fresh snow totals. Prince George's County Emergency Management, 4.25 inches now for parts of the county there. About 5 inches around the Baltimore area, and it looks like we're up to 4 inches now. Hunt Valley, of course, our Weather Service office covers D.C. and Baltimore, so we're going to see snow totals come in from much of Maryland, Northern Virginia, even Shenandoah Valley as well.
Yeah, speaking of Winchester and Frederick, I did just see 5-inch snowfall totals reported there. But it's interesting, once we see that sleet, you can still get accumulation, but unfortunately, it sometimes compacts it, makes it look, and it's just maybe not quite as fresh and fluffy as just plain snow.
So the Weather Service is going to be doing some math later today as they figure out the ratio, the snow to liquid ratio from the amount of snow we saw, then the sleet on top, freezing rain. They'll tally all that up to give us a good total by once this is all said and done.
Yeah, exactly. And we remain under this winter storm warning until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, although they may actually cancel that a little bit early. We think most of the precipitation, Jordan, probably out of here between about
8 to 9 o'clock.
Yeah,
so I think the warning will come down early west, but winter storm conditions still DC to the east, potentially up to midnight.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to be, yes, we keep talking about the winter storm, but I think the Arctic air, the prolonged deep freeze that we're going to have kind of is the next big weather story. So yes, we're on your side, tracking the kind of wintry weather for the duration of your Sunday, but what follows is the Arctic cold. So we'll get a little bit of snow.
We'll dive into that. But it's a great day. Get out, enjoy the snow. And, I know we have that sleet coming in, but still could get some good sledding, I think.
Yeah.
We've got plenty of powder on the ground to do that.
Fingers crossed.
So,
just make sure you send us some pictures when you're doing that.
WJLA.com/chime in. We'll show those pictures on the air. We'll send it back to break. We'll be right back right after this.
From 7 News on your side, this is a First Alert Weather Winter Alert.
And right now on 7 News, we are starting the day under heavy snowfall and slick conditions across the DMV. Take a live look right now from our 7 News First Alert Storm Tracker, which is driving around the Montgomery County area. You're seeing a lot of vehicles on the road right now. The request has been for you to remain off of the roads if possible, but we do realize that some people have to get out. We appreciate you staying with us today. I'm Kelly Lynn.
And I'm Adriana Hopkins. So the message for this morning from local leaders and officials: stay home, stay off the roads. As you just mentioned, that's what some of you are not doing. But then again, we were on the roads this morning coming into work to tell you to stay off the roads. So here we are.
I thought about that when I was driving this morning. I was like, well, sorry, I've got to be on the roads. Anyway, 7 News is on your side this morning. We've got special live team coverage for you today. Reporters Christian Flores and Felicia Ashley are out in Virginia as well as in D.C., but we're going to start this morning with our First Alert weather team. Meteorologist Eileen Whalen and Jordan Evans are leading us off with a look at the current conditions.
Yeah, good morning. Definitely busy morning for us, Eileen. We've seen plenty of snow. We're starting to see that change over to sleet. So show us what's going on right now.
Yeah, exactly. So walk with me here. We're continuing to see the snow and also a little bit of that mix that's happening. In fact, I'm seeing that right now in some of our cameras. Speaking of some of the cameras, I mean, I am so proud that 7 News, we're the exclusive station that has access to all of these cameras all across the DMV, and it always gives us a really good view of what's going on. But look in Leesburg, you can see all these roads here are snow covered, and we're now seeing more of that sleet. Look how beautiful Rehoboth Beach, Delaware looks, and you can see a little bit of some water droplets there, right there on the lens. The National Harbor looks gorgeous as well. Look at the Potomac, though. You can see so many of those layers of ice, and I know you know, but a reminder, anything that looks, you know, like it might be kind of a skating rink, it's such a thin layer of ice. So we're going to be dealing with that for some time. But again, it does look like everything is falling as snow, Jordan, but as we've been talking about, especially kind of along and south of 66 and Route 50, we're seeing a little bit of some of that sleet, and sleet has a beat, so it kind of hurts sometimes, the little ice pellets when they're coming down. But this is such a massive system, so much moisture associated with it. I keep thinking, you know, if this had been all snow, you know, how much we would be dealing with. But definitely for us forecasters, a little challenging, but that's what makes the job fun, right?
Yeah, at this point today, it's just pinpointing exactly where that changeover line sets up. It is moving in our direction. It's already starting to occur. If this was an all snow event, then your weather app would have won this forecast with 18+ snow totals, but we're not going to be there because that warm layer that's going to start to expand up aloft. So snow transition to sleet by 9 to 3 o'clock, and then some freezing rain on the back side. That's going to add a glaze to maybe 1/10 of an inch of ice on top of everything that's on the ground. So the roads that do get cleared out from the snow plows, we're going to add about a glaze of ice to that, or maybe up to 1/10 of an inch by this evening. So we'll have to see more road treatment go down. The problem is once we get to tonight, temperatures drop down to the upper teens to low 20s, and that's going to be hard for some of that treatment to keep up when temperatures get that low. Here's the changeover occurring by 10 o'clock to 11 a.m. You can see the pink, that is snow mixing with sleet pellets, but as the pink expands, then we'll see it all change over to sleet. And then where you see the green, of course, that could be some cold rain, extreme southern Maryland's, but this is also the opportunity for some of that freezing rain. Again, the atmosphere is going to do this with the warm layer throughout the day. We're going to see that temperature rise above 32, about 3,000 feet up, all the way to 10 or 12,000 feet. So if that's the case, that could be the recipe again for some freezing rain on the backside. Now the back edge is out of here by 8 o'clock. So precipitation done this evening. Temperatures after that, they'll start to drop once again, 25 degrees by 9 o'clock. So that wintry mix takes over soon, eventually freezing rain, and it's out of here by later this evening. We'll be back with a look at your extended forecast coming up.
Okay, and as the snow continues to fall, we are already seeing a whole lot of closures all across the region. The very latest one is happening at the Smithsonian. It tells us that all of the museums, the research centers, the National Zoo will be closed today and on Monday because of the weather. And some local school districts have already canceled classes for tomorrow as well. Some of the biggest ones include Alexandria City Public Schools, Fauquier County Public Schools in Virginia as well. D.C. Public Schools and Montgomery County Public Schools had already planned closures for students on Monday, and now DC's Teacher Development Day will be held virtually. There are sure to be many more closures as the day goes on, and 7 News will keep you on top of them. Just head over to our homepage right now, click the weather tab that is at the top of your screen.
So we're also keeping an eye on power outages across the area. In Maryland, the Department of Emergency Management says the majority of people are in the green right now. So far, less than 200 customers are affected across the state. In D.C., these are the latest numbers from Pepco. There's some minor damage there. Just a few people, as you can see there, are experiencing outages. And Virginia was hit first by this storm, so they're experiencing more issues right now than anybody. Dominion's reporting around 360 customers are currently without power.
And right now we want to go live outside to reporter Christian Flores. He is in Fairfax County this morning. Christian, hopefully you're not seeing anything as crazy as we saw last hour, that driver doing donuts.
No, we haven't seen that in the last half hour. We actually gave ourselves a little bit more distance. You see snowplow coming through that same road where we saw that driver doing donuts. Just to give you an idea, the fact that you're seeing these snowplows pretty frequently gives you a good idea. You shouldn't really be driving out here, let alone doing donuts. So fortunately, and at risk of jinxing ourselves, because we did say we weren't seeing a lot of cars over that last half hour until that donut happened, we haven't seen anything like that. But I also want to show you just kind of the accumulation we're seeing. Right now we're at a parking lot for a business park, and throughout the morning we've seen a bulldozer just kind of try to pave this parking lot a little bit, or plow this parking lot so we wouldn't get too much accumulation, but they're pushing it into these big mounds right here, and that's just from all the snow we've seen all last night, early this morning. It's pretty thick that I can almost climb it. It's not exactly Mount Everest, but you can tell it's just, this is a pretty tall snow mound from everything that we've been seeing. We're also getting a good bit of wind out here, so we mentioned some of the road conditions out here. We're right by I-90, so the wind with the snow and this mix of ice certainly going to make things a lot more treacherous out here for drivers. So obviously it's something that we want to monitor to make sure that not a lot of folks are out here, but we'll keep our eyes on these conditions as the snow continues. But for now, reporting live in Lorton, Christian Flores, 7 News.
All right, Christian, thanks so much for that update.
Well, the last time we really got significant snow like this was 4 years ago. So take a look at this scene from January of 2022. That was a nightmare. It was along I-95 in Virginia. Hundreds of drivers were stranded, some for roughly 24 hours after the interstate was buried in snow and ice. Well, 7 News is on your side. We're getting answers from Governor Abigail Spanberger on what she's doing to make sure that we don't see that happen again. Her office sent us a statement which reads in part, the Virginia Department of Transportation is pre-treating roads across Virginia, including I-95, and pre-positioning resources across Virginia to clear snow, ice, and roadways as soon as possible. Spanberger, along with other local leaders, have been urging people to stay off the roads for several days now.
Our plea to the people of this state is, if you can, stay off the roads.
And every Virginian should stay off the road as of this evening, all day Sunday, and at least into the morning on Monday.
Don't crowd the plows. In fact, stay out of their way, stay off the roads, and only use the roads if you need to.
All right, so if you have to be out on the roads during the storm, 7 News is on your side. Chief Meteorologist Veronica Johnson now with the crucial survival kit items you need to have in your car before you head out.
Let's talk about the must-haves, the items that could save your life in freezing conditions. Have water and non-perishable snacks because hydration and energy matter. Listen, you never know how long you're going to be stuck. And you'll want to have some warm clothes, boots, socks, blanket, and gloves if your car runs out of heat. This will keep you warm and keep you from getting hypothermia. And of course, you'll want to have a phone charger. This is your lifeline for calling for help. A dead phone in a snowstorm is dangerous. And it's also good to have a first aid kit for minor injuries. And you'll want to have a flashlight and or flares. Visibility is critical. This will help rescuers find you in low light or heavy snow. Most of us have one of these, the ice scraper and the brush for getting the snow, but also helpful to have de-icer for those bad ice storms that we can get, and have some washer fluid ready to go to fill up your car's reservoir throughout the winter. And of course, jumper cables. Cold kills batteries fast. This will get you moving again.
These basics fit easily in your trunk and can make the difference between discomfort and danger. Reporting for 7 News, I'm Chief Meteorologist Veronica Johnson.
And our team coverage continues right now with a look at conditions in D.C. That's where we find reporter Felicia Ashley. So, Felicia, I was asking last time, you couldn't hear me. I was asking about that driver. Last time we saw you, you were turning around to go assist a driver. Tell us a little bit more about how that person's doing.
Yes, they are doing okay. What happened was they just couldn't get the traction on the area. That was when we were on Rhode Island Avenue. And even after that, there were 5 other cars that ended up in the same situation as that person. Their cars just couldn't get the traction. Even though we've seen plows go through there multiple times, at least 6 times in the nearly 2 hours that we were on Rhode Island Avenue. Right now, we moved a little bit further down. We are right at the intersection of New York Ave and Florida Avenue. We're about to make a U-turn right here so you can see the conditions at this. Oh, look ahead. You saw that car just swerved and slid. They got caught right at that corner. That is what we're seeing. See, this turn right here seems to be a little slick for some drivers, if you can see, but it's when these cars are coming off some of these local roads onto these main roads. The local roads aren't as clear as the main roads, so drivers are coming off. There's a change in pattern, change in thickness on the road, and we're seeing a lot of cars have a little bit of that whiplash effect when they make that turn and start to slide on the street. Now I'm gonna have my photographer inch up just a little bit so you can see some of these intersections up ahead. And we're gonna continue to keep you updated. We're headed towards Union Market, so you can see the conditions here, because one thing we noticed is that some of those side streets, a lot of people are trying to drive, they're getting stuck. I'm gonna give you, oh, another car up ahead stuck on the side of the road. If you can look on the right side, we see a driver out trying to get themselves out of that situation. But for now, reporting live from Northeast DC, back to you, Kelly.
Okay, thank you, Felicia. And it's not just us experiencing this winter weather right now. 140 million people are under winter storm warnings all across the country. Here's the massive storm bringing extreme weather from New Mexico to New England this weekend, captured by NOAA satellite. And to give you an idea of just how widespread the storm is, from left to right on your screen right now, a live look at New Jersey, Kansas City, Atlanta, and Philadelphia. All cities that are waking up with heavy snow, ice, or both. At least 14 states have declared a state of emergency.
Yeah, the storm stretching over 2,000 miles and almost 200 million Americans being affected by that. Here's your hourly forecast. We'll see that change over to sleet happening very soon, then eventually some freezing rain on the edge of this weather maker. So 5 to 6 o'clock, a glaze of ice is possible. We'll time out temperatures in the upcoming week with cold air coming up.
Back right now at 8:46 with a live look outside as the DMV is waking up to its first major snowfall in years. If you don't have to be outside on the roads today, just stay home. Local leaders and officials are urging everyone to stay off the road so those plow trucks can clear off the snow.
And we've seen a lot of people following those instructions. But right now we want to check back in with our meteorologist. That is Jordan Evans as well as Eileen Whalen. They are giving us the latest on the forecast. Hi, guys.
Hey, yeah, we are definitely tracking the system. There's our latest snow total, Eileen. Frederick, Maryland, this storm is really panning out with what we expected.
Yeah, it really is. You know, especially I know all week we were kind of like lowering our snowfall totals as we knew we were going to be seeing this mix of sleet and ice, 5.5 inches there in Colesville, over 4 inches in Hyattsville, Maryland, and Haymarket, Virginia. But what's interesting, shout out to one of our photographers, Brian Hopkins in Silver Spring. Haven't replied to you yet, but I will in just a moment. But thank you for your report. Brian was saying that he's hearing sleet, those little ice pellets on his window. And I just wanted a quick, explainer for folks on the difference. When we talk about ice, sleet, freezing rain, what's the difference? So sleet, I always think, let's talk about, correlations to food. Why not? Donut. So the little sprinkles, when they come down, you can still see them accumulate, but they definitely you can hear it, the little ice pellet. Sleet has a beat. And then freezing rain is just kind of like a glazed donut.
Glaze of ice. So out of everything, the glaze of ice is the worst one when it comes to winter weather. I mean, that is, it's basically a sheet of ice. Four-wheel drive, nothing's going to give you any defense against that.
Yeah, and just, speaking of ice, I know so many people are probably going out and, doing the shoveling on the hour or whatever your plan is. Definitely dress warmly and notice we've got precipitation all day long.
So these are wind chills. Okay, so these are wind chill values, still upper teens, low 20s, but the temperature itself, even still below freezing for most of us.
Yeah, so it looks like we're really starting to see that transition to that sleet and freezing rain now, and we're going to have precipitation with us through the rest of the day, probably not ending until about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight.
12 hours to go. Maybe 11 hours, depending on where you are.
It's a lot of precipitation,
Yeah,
Jordan.
I mean, a lot of moisture. Again, we were talking earlier. I mean, if this was all snow, the weather app would have won the forecast because it was saying 18 plus inches. But because we have that warm layer aloft, that is going to bring down the snow totals throughout today.
Yeah, so Loudoun County right now, this is Leesburg, Virginia. We're not really seeing, the big snowflakes anymore. What I'm seeing here, it looks like probably some sleet beginning to mix in. Snowy scene at the beach.
Right. So the snow to liquid ratio, that's how we kind of look at the size of snowflake. That is starting to decrease. And as that decreases, that's when some warmer air is starting to get into the upper levels.
Yeah, so we'll continue to see, a little snowfall accumulation, but I don't think we're going to be dealing with a whole lot more.
Right, in terms of snow, that's because that changeover line, I know we've got futurecast coming up here shortly, but moisture all the way back to Texas. But once it's out of here, very fast cutoff. I mean, it's going to be out of here. We'll see the winds pick up slightly. So that is the cold front itself pushing through. We've already had an Arctic front, but now another front will push the moisture out of here. So yeah, for sledding, you can still do some of that, but you will have a little bit of the sleet pellets out there. So maybe it's almost like a thin, crunchy layer on top of the snow once we get into the afternoon.
And then I worry about the ice.
Yeah.
And sometimes, as a kid, you're like, yeah, I can go so fast, but it can be really dangerous. So
definitely be careful out there.
I know, but I will say I was kind of bummed to hear that annual snowball fight, that was canceled. They had to cancel because of sleet.
Sleet's already starting. All right, where's the snow going? Nowhere. The next 10 days, we're below freezing through next weekend. We might get close by. Is February starting by next Monday and Tuesday? Somewhere in there, right?
It's still January.
Still January, but at least the rest of this month we are staying Arctic cold. We'll have some melting in the afternoon. As you'll see on the 7-day forecast, we'll have some melting with the sunshine. Eileen, that radiation from the sun will help out, but at night, everything refreezes. So black ice for a lot of spots, slick spots for Tuesday to Wednesday, temperatures themselves down to the single digits.
Yeah, so this is going to be hard for schools, with the parking lots, the sidewalks. So parents, plan ahead. We'll probably have those little ones at home for a while.
All right, we appreciate it, and we want you to stay connected during the snowstorm by downloading that free 7 News app. It is where you can find current temperatures, a live interactive radar, and the very latest on the forecast.
A beloved D.C. tradition will not happen this morning after all. We have just learned that big snowball fight set to take place on the north lawn of the Washington Monument has been canceled. This is video from last year's giant snowball fight. This morning's snowball fight was supposed to start at 9 o'clock in about 10 minutes, but the D.C. Snowball Fight Association called it off because sleet is already falling, which doesn't make for very good snowballs.
Yeah, but I was really looking forward to that. Oh, well, let's check back in right now with reporter Felicia Ashley. She is live in D.C. for us, and she's outside of her vehicle. How are things looking out there, Ashley?
It's coming down. The snow is hitting. I was just thinking the one thing I didn't pack is goggles, and I wish I had that because it is truly hitting. These snowflakes are thicker than a biscuit. You can hear them probably on my microphone. Now, we did hop out the car. We are near Union Market, if you're familiar with that area. And we are taking a look at all these cars that are on the side, and bad news for anyone parked here. You all have tickets. As we mentioned yesterday that the DPW, all the crews mentioned that you have to be out of the way of the plows. These cars were not. They all have those pink slips on them. Now, I want to give you a look at how deep the snow is. This is also something we warned you all about yesterday. If your car is not moved from the streets before the snow hits and before these temperatures drop, you may get stuck. You can see the snow already packing up in inches and getting inches high on these tires. So I already know this driver's going to have a hard time getting out once this ice is over. To give you a quick look at the streets, slush, not the best conditions, a few cars still sliding. We'll keep you updated. Felicia Ashley reporting live from Northeast DC.
All right, Felicia, we really appreciate your reporting.
I want to know, how thick were those snowflakes?
As thick as a biscuit. Come on now.
Okay,
we saw donuts, now it's the biscuits. I'm getting real hungry around here.
Exactly. Our special live coverage continues after the break with another check of our forecast.
Stay with us. 7 News This Morning is back in less than 3 minutes.
Let's get a final check of your forecast right now.
Let's go to meteorologist Eileen Whalen and Jordan Evans. They are here with everything you need to know.
Yeah, busy morning. Still got snow falling, but that change over to sleet, it's happening now. So if you are out on the roads, still don't recommend it. But if you are, you're going to hear sort of that kind of noise on your windshield with sleet pellets.
Pinging.
Yeah. So sleet has a beat, as you like to say. There goes a snowplow, so that's 395 at the National Landing. Of course, less cars on the road. That is better news. Let road crews work their magic. Of course, things will be better tomorrow, the less cars we have today. Impressive snow totals so far, Eileen. So again, we'll be tracking this for the next hour to hour and a half. We're online at WJLA.com as well as our social media. And we want to see your photos at Chime In. So you might see those right here on the air as well as online. But there's the next 7 days. Eileen, the cold's here to stay.
Yeah, it really is. And a reminder, First Alert weather app. Definitely go to that because you can upload the photo right there, see our blogs, our videos, and all of our maps.
I want to remind people that wherever you are enjoying the snow, we want you to send us your pictures. Just take out your phone, scan that QR code that you see on your screen right now. That's going to take you to the Chime In page of our website, WJLA.com. And we will share your photos and your videos all morning long on our website. So send them as soon as you can.
Thanks so much for joining us.
I'm Kelly Lynn, and our special coverage continues in just a few minutes.
All right, remember, we'll be streaming all day on our website as well.
Where's the third one?
2 minutes of team coverage boxes. What's up?
Where's the third one?
Just kind of over there to show the road and stuff like that, show I-95.
From 7 News on your side, this is a First Alert Weather Winter Alert.
Right now on 7 News, we are under a winter alert as heavy snow continues to fall across the DMV. A live look right now from our First Alert Weather Storm Tracker, which is currently in Silver Spring. Looks like wherever they are, the plows have not made it through yet. Good Sunday morning to you, Washington. I'm Adriana Hopkins.
And I'm Kelly Lynn. We thank you so much for joining us on our special live coverage of this winter storm. 7 News is on your side all morning long. We will be covering winter weather conditions all across the DMV for the next few hours. hours. And our First Alert weather team will be streaming all day long on our website, WJLA.com.
The D.C. region is under this winter storm warning until 4 a.m. tomorrow. This morning, 7 News is on your side with team coverage helping you get ready. Reporters Christian Flores and Felicia Ashley, they're out checking on conditions in Virginia and D.C. But we begin this morning with our First Alert weather team. Meteorologists Eileen Whalen and Jordan Evans lead us off with a look at the current conditions.
It's snowing. Good morning, everybody. It's like finally here.
Yeah.
I feel like we've been talking about this system for quite some time.
Yeah, it took us until late January, which, you know, is typical. Sometimes we go a whole winter without any snow. But here we are, winter storm number 1. Maybe it'll be the last. I don't know. It's still up to get through February.
Time will tell.
And the groundhog still has to make a decision by next week.
We'll wait to see what the rodent has to say. But your trusted First Alert weather team is here. And kind of the big things that we're tracking, you know, some of that moderate to heavy snow fell while you were sleeping, but especially here in D.C., sleet is definitely mixing in. And we're going to be now dealing with this wintry mix that's going to be with us for the rest of the day, tapering off after 8 p.m. But the sub-freezing temperatures that we have now are going to be with us for the rest of the week. Let's look at some current conditions. Leesburg, Virginia, right now still snow, 14 degrees. These are air temperatures. 16 right now in D.C. with that sleet reported. Look at that wind. So we definitely have lower wind chills. And in Gaithersburg, still a good bit of snow, but the snowflakes aren't quite as big and fat as they were before. So maybe even seeing this camera, a little bit of that mix working in. I will say sometimes the radar has a hard time determining the specific precipitation type, but where you're seeing the blue predominantly snow and more of that mix. But even though central Virginia right now showing a good bit of snow on our radar, it for the most part is that sleet that is beginning to work its way in. And I know a lot of people are like, how could it be, you know, doing anything but snowing when temperatures are so low? But as we've been talking about, you know, kind of explaining, I think people are starting to remember it's like, oh, wow, weather doesn't just happen here, you know, at the surface, but it happens all the way up through the sky. You know what it's like if you've been on an airplane. But wind chills will go from the single digits into the lower teens this afternoon. But as for additional snowfall totals, Jordan, I think we've seen kind of the bulk of our accumulation. I do think we'll see a little bit more, but any of that sleet accumulation may actually kind of compact our current snow depths right now.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of this is because of what's going on upstairs, 2,000 to 3,000 feet up. That's where the temperature starts to expand. Above 32, and that's what's going to happen today as we go from snow to sleet to freezing rain. The atmosphere warm layer is going to do this. It's going to expand, and the more it expands, that's where you get the opportunity for freezing rain, because the freezing layer at the surface really starts to be quite thin, only maybe 1,000 feet tall. So that's the opportunity for rain to fall, then it freezes on contact. Now, we're not expecting a widespread blockbuster ice storm, at least not for us. There are parts of the country that are unfortunately dealing with that, but still, we're going to track this throughout today, and that thin glazing of ice will be enough for at least some extra issues late tonight. So here's what we're talking about. There's the warm layer at 10,000 feet, 33 degrees, and notice that expands to 5,000 feet. So we're above freezing from 10 to 5,000 feet by this afternoon. So that's the recipe here for sleet and freezing rain. The surface, we're still just barely below freezing. There may be some spots, especially southeast of D.C., that get slightly above freezing, and if that happens, then a cold rain may occur just on the back side of this weather maker, and that's 8 o'clock tonight. As you can see, precipitation will be out of here. We've already seen 4 to 5 up to 6 inches. We'll add another 2 to 3 for D.C. More snow to the north because we won't see that changeover to a wintry mix later today. This is mainly all snow closer to the Pennsylvania state line, so that's where we'll see the highest snow totals up to 12 inches or more as we go through today, and the additional ice accumulation up to 0.2 of an inch is possible. We'll have a look at the rest of the week coming up in just minutes.
Well, as the snow continues to fall, we're already seeing a wide range of closures across the DMV. The latest is the Smithsonian. It tells us all museums, research centers, and the National Zoo will be closed today and Monday due to this weather. Some local school districts have already canceled classes for tomorrow as well. Some of the biggest ones include Alexandria City Public Schools and Fauquier County Schools in Virginia. D.C. Public Schools and Montgomery County Public Schools already had planned closures for students tomorrow. Well, now D.C.'s Teacher Development Day will be virtual Monday. There are sure to be a lot more closures as the day goes on. 7 News does have you covered. Just head to our homepage and click the weather tab at the top of your screen.
And we're also keeping an eye on power outages all across the area. In Maryland, the Department of Emergency Management says the majority of people are in the green right now. We're glad to report that. So far, less than 200 customers are affected across the state. Virginia was hit first by this storm. They're experiencing more issues than anyone right now. Dominion reporting around 2,200 customers without power in D.C. These are the very latest numbers for you from Pepco. Some minor damage there, around 80 households experiencing outages right now. And Pepco says that it did prepare for this storm by increasing staffing. A spokesperson for the utility company saying that you can help them restore the power faster by staying off the roads.
If more people are out there, we're going to see events like pole hits, right? If people get into car accidents, that takes our resources away from outages caused by weather and diverts them to putting poles up. And so, stay home if you can.
At Dominion Energy, they are mobilizing hundreds of crews in Virginia, and they've called on out-of-state crews to help them as well.
Well, let's go live now to reporter Christian Flores, who's live for us in Fairfax County this morning.
Christian, tell us what things are looking like. Actually, we're going to give you another view of the city. As you can see, that the roads are still very much snow covered. And fortunately, from this vantage point, not a lot of people on the roads out there. There's Christian in Virginia to tell us what conditions are like there.
Yeah, hey, good morning, everyone. And we're starting to get a little bit of sunlight, but I don't anticipate a melt coming anytime soon. We're hearing and certainly feeling some of this snow turn to ice a little bit. And I want to show you something that we've been seeing all morning. We've been seeing people plowing this parking lot of this business park here in Lorton, and yet it's pretty constant, and we're still seeing a buildup of snow like this. What's happening is this is getting plowed, and just new snow and new ice, fresh snow is starting to cover it to the point where this is the mound where that plow is pushing and bulldozing some of that snow. You can see it's just about as tall as I am. And we also want to show you what it's looking like over here with the roads. I mean, because we're just off of I-95. There's a service road right here. And we've seen plows periodically all morning long where you just have a fresh snow covering what the snowplow is moving out. Now, we showed you a little bit ago, we saw a car doing donuts out here. Keep the donuts in the Krispy Kreme. Let's stay inside. Let's not drive on these roads, and let alone doing donuts out here. We also have I-95 right here. Starting to see a lot of VDOT crews, but luckily not too many vehicles. So these are obviously road conditions that we're going to be paying attention to for the rest of this morning. And as soon as we see anything more and new updates, we'll be sure to keep you updated. Reporting live in Lorton, Christian Flores, 7 News.
All right, Christian, thank you. So if you are out there in the suburbs where Christian is and you're wondering when the snow plows will come to your neighborhood, you can actually track them. Here's a live look right now at all the snow plows on Virginia roadways. All of those orange icons, those are trucks. There are separate websites for Maryland and D.C. too. We have a link on our website. And just a note, we spoke with Alex Liggett from Virginia Department of Transportation last hour, actually 2 hours ago in a 7 o'clock hour. He said that those plows will hit the main roads first. Those are the primary roads before they get to the neighborhoods and the back roads.
And our team coverage continues now with a look at the conditions in D.C. That is where we find reporter Felicia Ashley. She's been all over the city all morning long. So tell us where you are now, Felicia, back in your vehicle, and tell us what you're seeing.
Good morning, team. Yes, we are back in the vehicle. We are in Southeast now. I'm going to flip the camera around so you can get a view of these streets. This is 4th Street Southeast. We're just about to get on the highway because we're also headed towards the National Monument. But take a look at the size. Take a look at this road right here. You can see, obviously, they all have been plowed and paved, but the snow just keeps coming down. So these layers just keep coming up. Now, look ahead because you see a ramp on our right that I believe we're about to enter. So it's these spots that we're starting to see some issues with when it comes to drivers, some sliding back a little bit, some having to especially slow down when they get on these roads. If you remember earlier, we were on Rhode Island Avenue, saw at least 5 cars slide back, their wheels turning and rolling, and the same thing around some of the areas near Union Market. Now take a look at the highway. It's honestly, you can't see the separation lines here. So this is where we're telling drivers to please take it slow, take it safe. You can still see some of the snow is kind of getting chunky in the middle of the road. So you know when you feel those ridges as you're driving. So that is when you have to take it slow and drive and, rather be careful especially when you're merging on and off. So we're headed towards the monument around near downtown, so we'll keep you updated on what we see there. But for now, we are reporting live from southeast, heading toward northwest. Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
Hey, Felicia, we thank you so much for that update. And wherever you are enjoying the snow today, we want you to send us your photos. Just take out your phone right now, scan that QR code that's on your screen, and that is going to take you to the Chime In page of our website, WJLA.com. And we will be sharing your photos as well as your videos all morning long on our website and possibly on air. Also, stay connected during the snowstorm by downloading the free 7 News app. That is where you can find current temperatures, a live interactive radar, as well as the latest forecast.
So we're just getting started. Our special live coverage continues after the break with another check of your forecast.
Stay with us. 7 News this morning is back in just a few minutes.
Metrobus says it is keeping 33 of its routes open today to help people get in and around in emergency. They are listed here on your screen. Metro says its drivers will do the best they can to get around without disruption, but it's always a good idea to check the Metro app for updates before you head out. And we just checked. So far, no issues on Metro trains. WMATA officials say they canceled all track repairs for this weekend and they're ready to use their de-icer trains. You can see in this video the wheels spraying anti-icing fluid on those tracks. Metro Rail says it can operate a normal schedule in 4 to 6 inches of snow, but the key here is when that snowfall approaches 8 inches, that causes a mess. The electrified third rail can be impacted. Above ground tracks may ice over and rail yards can become impassable.
From trains to planes, officials at all 3 major airports in our area have been preparing for this winter storm. We want you to check out some video right now of specialized machinery that's used to clear runways at Reagan National Airport. And if you did have plans to fly anywhere this weekend, several airlines are allowing passengers to rebook or to cancel their flights. Now, American, Delta, Southwest, and United have all released travel advisories. They are offering options for customers to change their plans if they were scheduled to travel over the next few days. The airlines are also waiving rebooking fees as long as the rescheduled travel takes place within a specific amount of days.
Well, let's check in now on the flight-aware Missouri map. You can see the massive storm blanketing much of the East Coast, and all those flight delays and cancellations are because of it. Now, D.C. airports, they're already reporting nearly 150 flight cancellations. New York and Atlanta both reporting about 100 cancellations each, but you can also see as far west as Dallas, they're having some issues.
And right now we want to check back in to get the very latest on your forecast. We've got meteorologist Eileen Whalen as well as Jordan Evans. And we also have our first alert weather storm tracker outside surveying the conditions in Maryland. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, I mean, good snow total so far. I think this so far, Eileen, is panning out with what we expected the last couple of days, and that changeover is starting to occur.
Yeah, exactly. No, we definitely throughout the week had been lowering our snowfall totals with the increasing, wintry mix chance and coming in pretty early. But yeah, these are some new numbers that just updated. 6 inches Damascus and Lovettsville, 5.5 inches in Alexandria, Hyattsville, Maryland, 4.3, and already 4 inches at DCA. And we're not done yet.
Yeah, I mean, we've got plenty of time, so I'll step out of the way in case you want to scan that QR code. Track temperatures right at your neighborhood at your fingertips. You can track the radar, read our latest weather blog. As you see here, we're in the 20s. So Eileen, snow is here to stay. But also, this plays into the wintry mix later tonight.
Exactly. So sleet, those little ice pellets, and then also freezing rain that creates that glaze. And that's the most dangerous precipitation type. And, it doesn't matter what kind of vehicle you have, walking, you want to walk, like a penguin, like use shoes that have, some good tread. But really, with ice, you can't even get that traction.
Right. So fortunately, precipitation's done at 7 o'clock, but it is in the form of sleet, maybe freezing rain. Farther north, your chances for wintry mix are lower, but as we go into southern Maryland, northern neck, that's where we could have potentially 1/4 inch of ice. I mean, a lot of moisture. This is a weather maker, 2,000 miles worth of alerts. I mean, we had closures from Texas starting yesterday, Oklahoma as well. So definitely an impactful system.
Yeah, and I think, our team all week was really trying to emphasize, not to focus necessarily on specific snowfall totals, but kind of the bigger impact because, we'll have a lot of the precipitation. But look at, just all of the snowfall reports. I mean, coming in, you can see this big kind of concentric area right over the
And this is just the last 6 or 12 hours. So the reports from yesterday, not on this map, but I mean, it was started all the way New Mexico. So again, now we're going to talk about what's coming up next because we do have still the wintry mix potential, but that cutoff starts at 7 o'clock, so precipitation's done once we get to late tonight. As you can see, the next 12 hours, here we go with those graphics, or I mean the wintry mix, excuse me. The wind chill's still in the 20s, Eileen.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I know the wind definitely kind of picking up as well. So, if you're going to be getting the kids ready to maybe head out, maybe put a little bit of a limit on, how much time they want to be out there because kids, I mean, I feel like they just don't have the threshold for cold like maybe the rest of us adults do. At least my son doesn't.
So we're staying below freezing. That's the big story after today. Winter alert goes away tonight, but we'll probably have some cold alerts to talk about, especially at night. Some wind chill data is already back below 0 by Monday night to Tuesday. So, fortunately, schools are probably closed. So, yes, it's snowy, but also just so cold. We don't want the kiddos out there in the cold either.
Yeah, exactly. So make sure you're taking good care of yourself. We'll go look over some more data and see you guys with more in a little bit.
Well, before you head out this morning and start digging out, it's important to remember that it can be shoveling snow, that it can be dangerous if you have underlying health conditions. 7 News is on your side this morning with tips to make sure you're staying safe. So first, stretch before you begin. Only shovel fresh powdery snow since it's a lot lighter, and push that snow rather than lifting it. But if you have to lift it, lift with your legs and not your back. And of course, know the signs of a heart attack.
And 7 News caught up with a volunteer group in D.C. calling themselves Snow Team Heroes. That group travels to different homes all across the city and shovels snow for seniors who need assistance. Also, seniors, all they have to do if they're interested in their help is to call 311.
We're trying to avoid them having the opportunity to slip and fall on ice. They're not strong enough maybe to be shoveling snow.
I'm young, able-bodied. Why not go out and shovel some snow?
So sweet. One of D.C.'s biggest nonprofits, D.C. Central Kitchen, also helping out by handing out 1,400 extra meals across all 8 wards yesterday, in addition to their daily 17,000.
And a heads up for pet owners, outdoor animals should have a place where they can get out of the snow or at least be shielded from it. Reduce walks, and if you do let them outside to use a bathroom, keep an eye out for signs of discomfort, stress, or frostbite, like walking with a limp or trying not to put their paws on the ground. A jacket and booties are recommended based on breed, and be sure to wipe their paws once they get back inside, as that ice and salt and chemicals can irritate their paws.
And when it comes to your house during the winter storm, DC Water suggests that you let those faucets trickle to prevent freezing. Open the cabinets under the sink to let in some warmth. Wrap any exposed pipes. And if you are not at home, set the thermostat to at least 55 degrees. Also know where that shutoff valve is in case of a break.
So a lot more to come with our special live coverage of this winter weather storm.
Our First Alert weather team is working hard, tracking the conditions to help keep you safe. Eileen?
Well, the snow transitioning to sleet, and we are in for a day of just a wintry mix. You'll see our futurecast here at 3 o'clock. Still icy, and then by about 7, 8 o'clock, the precipitation starts moving out. Coming up, we'll let you know what you can expect for the rest of the week, but if you're just about to head out, it feels like 2 whole degrees right now. Alrighty, everybody, 9:26, and we're seeing a lot of white, everything snow covered on this snowy Sunday morning. But I say snow, we're starting to see and hear a lot of sleet, and sometimes that kind of hurts like on your face as it's coming down, especially with a bit of a breeze. But right now near Dulles, also if you're driving, maybe limited visibility, everything looking snow covered there in Waldorf. And unfortunately, as we've been talking about, this isn't, great snowball or snowman making conditions. Earlier we had that really fine powdery snow, but now kind of turning a little bit icy. So I was really bummed to hear that the snowball fight was canceled downtown. Take a look here at our hour by hour forecast. Temperatures remaining here in the lower 20s with those wind chills in the single digits. So definitely make sure that you're bundled. A lot of you I know going out, on the hour or so just to kind of shovel and salt. We've been talking about the different types of precipitation, and that's what's made this forecast so tricky. If you didn't know, even rain in the summertime, it starts off as snow, but when the temperature is well above freezing, it all melts. Freezing rain is when you have a really, really long column of warm air, and then at the surface, it's below freezing. So it kind of creates that glaze of ice on everything, and that's when you can see power outages and a lot of treacherous travel. As for sleet, sleet has a beat, the little ice pellets ping, ping, ping. You have a shallower area of warm air, so the snow melts and then it refreezes. And then of course, snow is just when you have that whole column of air below 32 degrees. But look at how much precipitation we're talking about here for a winter storm. So we would have definitely be talking about a lot more snowfall totals if this had, stayed snow for the duration of the event. But of course, talking about temperatures much higher as you get higher up into the sky. But so many of your snowfall reports, I'll continue going over with Jordan the list so we can continue updating it for you. But air temperatures remain extremely low in the lower teens right now. And the deep freeze is the big weather story that we're going to have for the rest of the week. These are high temperatures. Guys, we should be around 45 here in late January. Doesn't look like we'll see high temperatures get above freezing until next week. So we're going to be experiencing this snow for a long time. And it's, I think as Felicia was even mentioning, you're kind of hearing the crunchiness almost of it as we're getting that layer of sleet on top. And heads up, we'll probably get more alerts from the National Weather Service, especially maybe Monday night for some sub-zero wind chill readings. In fact, even by Friday morning, we could have some single-digit low temperatures, but at least we'll get a break from the precipitation so we can clean up slowly but surely. 9:29, and we'll continue to keep you updated around the clock. You're watching 7 News on your side.
What do you say?
My camera's frozen on the
Oh!
was.
From 7 News on your side, this is a First Alert Weather Winter Alert.
And right now on 7 News, we are starting the day under heavy snowfall. Slick conditions all across the DMV. Take a live look right now from our 7 News First Alert Storm Tracker, which is driving around Route 1 on Baltimore Avenue in Laurel, Maryland. As you can see, the roads are still very much covered in snow. We are asking everyone to stay at home. Good morning. I'm Kelly Lynn.
And I'm Adriana Hopkins. So the message this morning from local leaders and officials: stay home, stay off the roads. It's dicey out there after all that snow fell all night long.
And 7 News is on your side this morning with special team coverage. We've got reporters Christian Flores outside. Felicia Ashley is out there as well, checking on the conditions for you in Virginia as well as in D.C. But we begin this morning with our First Alert Weather Team, meteorologist Eileen Whalen and Jordan Evans, leading us off with a look right now at the current conditions.
And it's snowing.
It still is snowing.
Well, it's actually sleeting.
Beginning to,
yeah.
yes. I mean, we've seen snowflakes. I mean, earlier, before we were coming in this morning, the snowflakes were thick. That ratio was high, but now the atmosphere is starting to warm up. So here we go with that wintry mix moving in.
Yeah, but I think we really want to emphasize road conditions. You know, the crews are doing, such a great job. Yeah. Shout out, because I know there's been so much pre-treatment. Shout out also to our incredible photographers and reporters braving the elements to give us kind of a view of what's going on. But, as for the radar right now, we are still seeing what looks like snow still falling across the entire area. But you have to remember where that radar beam is, and sometimes it can have a hard time, determining the precipitation type. But a lot of us are now getting some of that sleet. But look at these temperatures: 16 downtown, as well as in Laurel, 14 in Gaithersburg. And I know a lot of you going out, you want to make sure you brush off the car as well, because it's one of those, as the day progresses, especially when we get that sleet and then possibly that freezing rain over it, it's just going to be encased in ice, and it's going to get increasingly more difficult to clear your car. These are wind chills, though. We'll see wind chills top out in the lower 20s later today. But Jordan, one thing with temperatures being so low, we've been talking about it all week, that sometimes the road treatment solutions aren't quite as effective. So make sure that if you do have to be out on the roads, because I know there are a lot of essential personnel that have to be out, have an ice scraper, the shovel. Make sure also that you have plenty of blankets, food, water, warm clothes. I don't know about you, Jordan, but I continue to think about all of those folks from a few years ago that were just stuck on 95, one of my worst nightmares. Mm-hmm. And again, as long as you're prepared for that possibility, that's the best bet.
Yeah, we both drive electric vehicles, Eileen.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, when it's cold, the range really drops. So if you have to get out in an EV, make sure you have at least 80% charge, because with this cold air, that range decreases very fast with the lithium batteries. Over 300 snow reports so far. Keep them coming in. We want to see your reports, and a good way to do that outside safely would be to find a flat surface. If you have a yardstick or even a ruler, because we're not really expecting more than 12 inches here in the Beltway, take 3 measurements in the same area, and then you can average that out. That is a good way to get a good snowfall total for your neighborhood. And let us know at WJLA.com or send us an email. We'll pass that on to the National Weather Service. Here's the timeline. We've got sleet through 3 o'clock, then some freezing rain on the back side of the system. That's because the atmosphere warm layer is going to do this throughout the afternoon. It's going to expand, so that's going to be the recipe for that glaze of ice potential late tonight. The precipitation eventually ends, and then it just turns cold. Not tomorrow, but the rest of the week. And again, you can see that warm layer expand here. 10,000 feet above freezing by noon. Here's 5,000 feet at 4 o'clock. So that's the warm air again, with the sleet and some freezing rain starting. Even a cold rain may be possible south and east of D.C. as the temperature may get above freezing for a couple of hours. Southern Prince George's County into southern Maryland. So we're likely done with snow totals there. Still to come, 1 to 2 inches for the Beltway, slightly higher farther north. Then it's the Pennsylvania state line, mainly all snow event. And that's where we'll likely see 12-inch plus snow totals once this is all set and done. We'll have the full forecast coming up in just minutes.
All right, Jordan, thanks a lot for that. As the snow continues to fall, we are already seeing a lot of closures across the DMV. The very latest one is happening at the Smithsonian. It tells us that all of its museums, research centers, and the National Zoo will be closed today and on Monday because of the weather. And some local school districts have already canceled their classes for tomorrow as well. Some of the biggest ones include Alexandria City Public Schools, Fauquier County Schools in Virginia, D.C. Public Schools, and Montgomery County Public Schools had already planned closures for students on Monday, and now D.C.'s Teacher Development Day is going to be held virtually. There are sure to be a whole lot more closures as the day progresses, and 7 News will keep you covered. Just head over to our homepage, click on the weather tab at the top of your screen.
We're also keeping an eye on power outages across the area. In Maryland, the Department of Emergency Management says the majority of people are in the green right now. So far, less than 200 customers are affected across the state. In D.C., these are the latest numbers from Pepco. There's some minor damage there, just a few people experiencing outages. Now, Virginia was hit first by this storm. They're experiencing more issues than anybody right now. Dominion's reporting around 410 or so customers are without power.
And we want to go live right now outside to reporter Christian Flores, who is in Fairfax County this morning. Christian, I know you're in Lorton. What are you seeing now?
Well, you heard earlier our meteorologist talking about the need to scrape off your car, brush off your car because of ice buildup. Well, we're starting to see that here in Lorton. Take a look. We're starting to see some icicles form on our SUV. And I want to bring your attention to our windshield. I mean, it looks like Michelle Kwan could probably land a triple axel on here. That's a figure skating reference for some of our younger viewers. I just want to scrape some of this ice off. Able to get it off pretty easily, but also just keep in mind, our car has been running with the heat on for the last 2 hours. So that was a little bit easy to get off, but this ice is starting to accumulate, going to make it a little difficult if you do need to go out and drive. Now, that's another thing we want to pay attention to. Some of the road conditions out here. So we have seen snowplows come through, be able to plow these roads. This is a service road, and we're just right by I-95 right now. And you can take a look at, you can see the white from the snow. That all is starting to still accumulate because we have seen the snow and ice just nonstop all morning long. And if you saw the ice on our windshield, you can imagine what that will be on top of all of this snow. So with that snow is already going to be some dangerous conditions to drive. And when you add that element of ice, that's going to make it really, really impassable at times. Now, we are seeing some cars right now drive on the service road. They're taking it very slowly, luckily, but like we've been saying all morning and really all week leading up to this storm, if you don't have to be out, please stay inside. For now, reporting live in Lorton, Christian Flores, 7 News.
All right, Christian, thanks so much for that update. Christian Flores live in Fairfax County.
All right, the last time we got really significant snow like this was 4 years ago. Take a look at this scene from January 2022. This was along I-95 in Virginia. Hundreds of drivers were stranded there, some for roughly 24 hours after the interstate was buried in snow and ice, and those semi-trucks were jackknifing, blocking all of the lanes. Now, 7 News is on your side. We're getting answers from Governor Abigail Spanberger on what she's doing to make sure that we don't see a repeat of that. Her office sent us this statement. It reads in part, the Virginia Department of Transportation is pre-treating roads across Virginia, including I-95, and pre-positioning resources across Virginia to clear snow, ice, and roadways as soon as possible. Spanberger, along with other local officials, have been urging people to just stay off the roads for several days now.
Our plea to the people of the state is, if you can, stay off the roads.
And every Virginian should stay off the road as of this evening, all day Sunday, and at least into the morning on Monday.
Don't crowd the plows. In fact, stay out of their way, stay off the roads, and only use the roads if you need to.
All right, so Virginia State Police have actually reported as of 6 o'clock this morning, there have been more than 170 accidents on the roads. So really, just stay off the roads. Because remember, if you get in an accident, the first responders still have to get to you, and it's a mess outside. Now, if you do absolutely have to be on the roads during the storm, 7 News is on your side. Chief Meteorologist Veronica Johnson now with the crucial survival kit items you need to have in your car before you head out.
Let's talk about the must-haves, the items that could save your life in freezing conditions. Have water and non-perishable snacks because hydration and energy matter. Listen, you never know how long you're going to be stuck. And you'll want to have some warm clothes, boots, socks, blanket, and gloves if your car runs out of heat. This will keep you warm and keep you from getting hypothermia. And of course, you'll want to have a phone charger. This is your lifeline for calling for help. A dead phone in a snowstorm is dangerous. And it's also good to have a first aid kit for minor injuries. And you'll want to have a flashlight and or flares. Visibility is critical. This will help rescuers find you in low light or heavy snow. Most of us have one of these, the ice scraper and the brush for getting the snow, but also helpful to have de-icer for those bad ice storms that we can get, and have some washer fluid ready to go to fill up your car's reservoir throughout the winter. And of course, jumper cables. Cold kills batteries fast. This will get you moving again.
These basics fit easily in your trunk and can make the difference between discomfort and danger. Reporting for 7 News, I'm Chief Meteorologist Veronica Johnson.
And our team coverage continues right now with a look at conditions in D.C. We are going to head there now, where reporter Felicia Ashley is standing outside. A lot of snow in your background.
That's right by the monument. And take a look at this. I found these two gentlemen out here taking advantage of the snow and the conditions. So first, name and what brought you out here? I see you're on some skis. What inspired this?
Name's John, and you know, it's like we didn't have much snow out west, so we decided to come skiing here.
And how are you enjoying it?
It's great.
It's great. And what about you? What made you? I looked back, I'm like, are they on skis? And you guys were. What brought you out?
Well, I work right over there, and I thought I'd go to work and do a couple of things, and this is the way.
Yeah.
And just happy to be out in the snow. We're both from central Idaho, where there's lots of snow, so we've been missing it.
So this is kind of like nothing for you guys. You're used to this, right?
Well, we're used to it, but it's still really cool.
Yeah. So you got a 2-for-1. You got to work and play today, so that's a win.
That's right.
That's a win. Well, there you have it. We're going to talk to you about the conditions on the roads not being so great, but the conditions for skiing and snow sports out here. Definitely the time to take advantage of that. So for now, reporting live from Northwest DC, or rather Southwest DC, Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
All right, Felicia, we appreciate you. Good to see them out there with all their gear, handling the snow really well. Jordan?
Yeah, we continue to track the snowy roads and also the snow that's falling from the sky. Live look at 395. We've seen some cars, some snow plows, and that's Wisconsin Avenue. That is Northwest D.C. Here's a live look at the Potomac, already starting to freeze over, so that's going to continue throughout the week. And the snow continues. We're seeing sleet mixing in now, and even some freezing rain starting to show up farther to the south. We'll have a look at the full forecast and this cold air in just minutes.
You're watching WJLA 24/7 News. On your side at 7 a.m.
Back at 9:46 with a live look outside as the DMV is waking up to its first major snowfall in years. If you don't have to be out today, just stay at home and admire the beauty from inside the warmth of your house. Local leaders and officials are urging everyone to stay off the road so those plow trucks can clear off the snow.
And so we are going to check back in with our first alert weather team. Jordan, tell us the latest on the forecast.
Well, we are still tracking the system, and it's not just dust, Eileen. I mean, this is headlines everywhere.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, stretching over 2,000 miles, you know, from New Mexico through Texas, through the Tennessee, Ohio River valleys, mid-Atlantic, New England. And of course, we've got the wintry weather, we've got the extreme cold, and also severe weather risk.
Yeah, we've got the severe weather risk that's staying farther to the south, that slight risk there. That goes all the way into parts of the Florida Panhandle, and that's where we have a risk for some isolated tornadoes.
Yeah, and it just really emphasizes, you know, how dynamic this storm system is, you know, with so much precipitation and then obviously, you know, different temperatures, but a lot of energy to work with it.
Exactly. Yeah, so we've got the snow still, the radar having a hard time picking up on the sleet, some of that freezing rain, but the wintry mix that's happening now, as we reported, the snowball fight has been called off because of the sleet falling.
Womp, womp.
So, but anyway, the snowball fight still would have been very successful because it's that powdery, fluffy snow.
Yes.
Which is what the ski resort's like, but not for the snowball fight.
Exactly.
All right, let's go through time. Eileen, take us through this. Here's 3 o'clock.
Yeah, and so you're seeing the purple, and again, the purple is going to be sleet, which again, probably isn't going to be adding too much accumulation. If anything, maybe like compacting it a little bit. But we're going to be dealing with the, you know, sleet and maybe freezing rain here, not only through the afternoon, but through the evening. And then we'll start to taper off by about 8 o'clock tonight.
So there's that back edge, 7 to 8 o'clock. This is the cold front itself, so a quick drop off in the precipitation. Temperatures, they go down once again after getting up to around 30, 5 or 6 o'clock, but then it's cold again tonight.
Yeah, and it's going to be windy as well, especially as we head into the day tomorrow. These are air temperatures, so these aren't the wind chills, but I think it's important that we really emphasize we're going to be experiencing days upon days of sub-freezing temperatures.
Yeah, we'll have to go back in the history books. I know it's been a while since we've had 9-10 days in a row below freezing. I mean, consecutively. I mean, we've had it before, but it's been a while.
Since the 1900s.
Oh, yeah,
I think
easily.
It was like the 1980s or something, but we'll find
So
that.
deep freeze is here, at least through January into early February. Maybe by Groundhog Day, maybe the groundhog can finally make a decision about early spring. That would be nice after getting through all this.
Right. I will say, though, as you know, we're getting later into January. You can definitely tell things are changing. We're getting a little bit more daylight, especially in, you know, the evenings, which is nice. But, you know, we're going to see, you know, very slow snow melt, but kind of just more during the day, some of that solar radiation. But the refreeze every single night is not going to be too fun.
So that's the focus this week. It's cold, but it's at night. We get down to 5-10 degrees. Any treatment's going to have a hard time keeping up. So, I mean, they'll put it down each day. But again, we're going to be looking at that black ice potential each morning and then the slick spots. So I would not be surprised if the schools are called off most of the week.
Yeah, so definitely take it easy, walk slowly so we can all stay upright and safe. But we'll continue to update you on air and online.
All right, so as Jordan and Eileen mentioned, that beloved D.C. tradition will not happen this morning after all. The big snowball fight that was set to take place on the north lawn of the Washington Monument, that was canceled. It was supposed to start at 9 o'clock. It's already almost 10 o'clock, so if you're out there on your own. This is video of last year's giant snowball fight. This morning's snowball fight was supposed to start again at 9 o'clock, but the Snowball Fight Association called it off because of that sleet, which does not make for a good snowball mix.
Yeah, one of the highlights of our snow coverage every year. Too bad we won't see it this time around, but we want to check back in right now with reporter Felicia Ashley. She is live in D.C. for us this morning. So Felicia, what's going on behind you there?
Right, we have a lot of action out here near the monument. Of course, we see some more snow plows behind us. So you mentioned, you know, if you're out there for the snowball fight, you're out there alone, but I don't think people really mind that today. We just interviewed some people who came out here to ski. We see some others with snowshoes, some kids making snow angels. So the roads, they're starting to get a little bit better in this area at least. This street was not plowed when we first got here. It is now. We saw 2 trucks come through here. But outside of that, people are taking advantage of the weather and the snow conditions and making the best of it. So for now, reporting live near the monument, Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
All right, thanks so much for that. Felicia Ashley live for us in D.C.
Our special live coverage continues after the break with a final check of your forecast.
We want you to stay with us. 7 News is coming back in less than 3 minutes.
Back at 9:54 with a final check of your forecast.
Meteorologist Eileen Whalen and Jordan Evans standing by with everything you need to know.
Yeah, winter alert continues through tonight, but once that back edge pushes through, Eileen, 8 to 9 o'clock, we'll drop that. Big focus will be road conditions overnight, and then it's just cold air for the rest of the week.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and the big thing is, you know, we've got the wintry mix continuing, but it's really that ice that's coming on top of all of the snow. You know, Christian Flores was doing a great job, you know, reminding folks, if you can, get out and start, you know, shoveling, scraping off the car now, because, you know, if you have to go anywhere, maybe tomorrow or something, it's just going to be encased in ice.
A little more difficult.
That's not fun, especially when the temperature is 12 degrees right now in Winchester, Virginia. But doesn't it look very picturesque?
Yeah. Winter all across the region and even out to the west too. So Tyson's Corner, Department of Transportation working their magic today. So the less cars we have on the road, the better for road crews, the better the roads will be as we go throughout the week. So if you have to get out, of course, extra time, take it slow. We talked about the things to have in your vehicle if you have to be out as well.
Yeah, exactly, because the temperatures are so low. I know you just gave us a quick update on some of our...
So Clarksburg, the winner at 6.5 inches. I do think that'll be the trend north of 66. We'll see the 5 to 6, 7 inch totals, and then 4 to 5, maybe up to 6 in parts of D.C. once this is all done.
Yeah, so for those of us that were maybe hoping for higher snowfall totals, you can blame it on the wintry mix, the sleet and the ice, kind of, you know, keeping us on the lower end of those totals. But as we've been talking about all week, still a very impactful system.
Also a reason to not trust your weather app, because it said 18 inches plus. And I said, well, we'll wait and see, but I wasn't buying that.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you should always trust your First Alert weather team. You know, we went to school to study this, and, you know, some of us have been forecasting in this area for about 15 years, which is hard to believe, but
So cold's on repeat. We'll have refreeze each night. So stay with us. Of course, we'll be tracking this Arctic blast. I think by early February, we'll start to get some relief.
We can think about that. Wherever you are enjoying the snow today, we want to remind you to please send us your photos. You can take out your phone right now and you can scan a QR code that we're going to have on the screen for you. It's going to take you to the chime-in page of our website, WJLA.com. We're actually looking at some images that have been sent to us of the snowy conditions. What does it look like outside your home? We want to see it. So send those to WJLA.com/chime-in.
Thanks so much for joining us on this snowy Sunday morning. We hope that you're still in bed or at home, just relaxing and not planning to get out on the roads.
Our special live coverage continues in just a few minutes.
WJLA 24/7 News, on your side at 10 a.m.
And good morning to you. We thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Kelly Lynn.
Stepping on my IFB. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. I just lost the broadcast on my 10 on the IFB. Oh, okay. I thought I heard Kelly Lynn start. Okay, sorry. Whew, okay. Got it, okay.
WJLA 24/7 News, on your side at 10 a.m.
Good morning, and thank you so much for sticking with us today. I'm Kelly Lynn. Right now, 7 News is on your side with team coverage of the winter storm. We've got Felicia Ashley and Kristen Flores outside checking on the road conditions for you as the emergency crews continue to try to clean the roads up. But we're going to start with the First Alert weather teams, Jordan Evans as well as Eileen Whalen, both of them standing by tracking the storm for us.
Yeah, winter alert continues for today. Eileen, impressive snow totals already. But now it's the wintry mix that moves in.
Exactly. So just giving you a quick update. If you're maybe just getting up or tuning in, over 6 inches in Laytonsville and Clarksburg. So kind of, up through Montgomery and Frederick counties, kind of where we're seeing some of those higher totals, but still over 5 inches in Tacoma Park and Centerville and DCA right now 4 inches.
Now I think we'll add another 1 to 2 with that snow sleet mix. And then on top of that, by this evening, a little glaze of ice
Yeah.
may start to return. So
A lot of snow on
reports.
this.
Keep them coming. We'll pass them on to the National Weather Service. Take a ruler or a meter stick, 3 measurements and a flat surface out in your yard, and that's how you can get an average snow total.
Yeah, and we so appreciate your snowfall totals. And, you know, we've been talking about it all morning as well. If you're looking at your radar, you know, either here or on your First Alert weather app, it's showing all blue, which looks like it's all snow, but radar's having a little bit of a hard time picking up on some of that sleet. But it looks like our futurecasts doing a better job picking that up.
Yeah, so the pink, that's sleet, some freezing rain. I think the better chance for the ice glaze or quarter-inch of ice will be south.
Yep.
And even a cold rain still for maybe St. Mary's County. So no more snow there likely. Now back edge at 7 o'clock. We'll be done with things completely by this evening.
Yeah, and then it's just super cold. That's going to be the big weather story going forward. So if you are going to be going out, make sure that you're properly bundled. I mean, but we stay below freezing not only today and tomorrow, but for the extended forecast. So I don't
rest of the month.
think that the precipitation is going to be going anywhere anytime soon. So what you're seeing right now is going to be here for a while. And we might see just a little bit more accumulation, but nothing. Nothing
not too much
serious.
more. Cold will be the focus, especially at night over the next several days. I mean, the wind chill factor will be at 0 or below. And of course, that's going to allow everything to refreeze. We'll get some melting in the day from solar radiation, but refreeze each night this week.
All right, we'll see you with more coming up in just a little bit, Kelly.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Eileen and Jordan. And we continue our team coverage right now in Fairfax County, where we find our Christian Flores. How's it looking out there for you, Christian?
It's been nonstop snow and ice, and I want to give you a pretty good example of what we've been seeing even over just the last few hours since we've been here. If you remember, at the top of the 7, we came right over here and made a snow angel. You can still see a little bit of a trace here. This is where the wing was. Those were my legs. And now, after the last 3 hours of snow and ice just falling, it's pretty much completely filled in the divot that I left behind when I plopped down here. Now, I also don't just want to show you where we made a snow angel, but I also want to show you right this service road right here that's right next to us. I mean, we've been showing you this pretty much all morning long. Earlier, you saw a car doing donuts out here, but luckily we haven't seen a repeat of that. We have seen a couple cars move slowly here. Now, this is downhill, so people are having to drive really carefully, really slowly. But more importantly for a lot of drivers, I-95 is out there right behind me, and we have seen a lot of VDOT crews coming through, plowing it, but it's still pretty covered. I mean, like I showed you with the example of the snow angel, they'll plow this street, they'll plow the service streets, they'll plow the highway, and then just in a matter of minutes, you'll start seeing a lot more snow and ice just cover it. But we'll keep our eye on these conditions. But for now, reporting live out in Lorton, Christian Flores, 7 News.
Okay, thank you, Christian. And our Felicia Ashley is in the district right now where crews have been working to clear the roads there. But as you can see, it's a very snowy scene behind her. Felicia?
Yes, good morning, everyone. So we are still here near the monument. We have seen skiers. We have seen joggers. We have now met a sightseer who decided this was the perfect time to walk around these freezing temperatures to go visit all the monuments. So first, what's your name?
My name is Dr. Bethany Grace Howe.
Okay, and you are out here taking in the sights because...
Well, I was here for the Creating Change conference, and I don't know that this was on my bucket list, but I wasn't going to miss this.
Yeah. And you said you're headed towards the Capitol.
I'm headed towards the Capitol, which apparently is somewhere in the clouds.
It is that way.
Yeah.
I'll guide you part of the way, not all the way. I'm going to get back in the car after this with some heat.
You're wise.
But you mentioned, okay, so I'm looking at you. You have some, are these warm enough?
Yeah.
Okay, because I have mine decked out and I'm still cold. But as you can see, we have people, because you mentioned your flight was canceled.
Yeah.
And they're just taking advantage of this weather, still taking in all that DC has to offer with the monuments and the museums. So a lot of people are actually enjoying the weather. We see a lot of people still can't drive right now, so they're doing it on foot, like
They
you
are.
are.
Although I will admit, I cheated. I took an Uber here from the
Oh,
Hilton.
well, you don't count then.
It's
okay. But for now, reporting live near the monument, Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
All right, Felicia, thank you so much. And we are already seeing a wide range of closures across the DMV. Right now, the Smithsonian says that all of the museums, the research centers, the National Zoo even, they are closed today and on Monday because of the weather. Now, daycares, churches, schools, courts, and so many other places are also closed this weekend as well. 7 News has you covered with the very latest closures as they're coming in. You can find them on our website right now. Just go to WJLA.com and hit that weather tab. Coming up next, we are continuing our winter alert coverage. We'll be checking in with residents who are going the extra mile to help their neighbors. We will tell you about that when we return.
You're watching WJLA 24/7 News, on your side at 10 a.m.
People all across the DMV have spent days preparing for the storm, but some people who waited until the last minute found sold-out signs at stores around the region. At an Ace hardware shop in Arlington, empty shelves and crowded aisles were the norm all week long, where staff members say that it's been nonstop no matter how much they restocked.
We got shovels and stuff earlier in the week. That all sold out by about Wednesday. We got more on Thursday. Everything sold out Thursday. And we made a special trip Friday, and everything then proceeded to sell out.
Yeah, I guess we grabbed the last few things off the shelves at the grocery
Flores, who is live for us right now in Fairfax County to tell us more about how things are looking there.
Yeah, well, earlier we were seeing a lot of snow, but then we started hearing some of these ice pellets hitting us. So we wanted to show you what this looks like, because we've been hearing our meteorologists talk about, hey, get ahead of this, try scraping your car. And we've been here, our heater's been on this entire time, and we're still getting some ice accumulation, even though this car has been pretty well heated over the last few hours. So, and a reminder, about an hour ago, we were scraping the other side of this windshield, and more ice is just glazed on top of it. You could really drop the puck here, because this looks like an ice rink more so than a windshield. But then if that's happening on our car, you can imagine what's happening out there on the roads. Right now, we are right by I-95. Luckily, we haven't seen too many cars. A lot of people are heeding our warning, staying home. We have seen snowplows, trucks plowing the roads, but it's still something that you want to stay off of if at all possible. Reporting live in Lorton, Christian Flores, 7 News.
All right, thanks so much, Christian. And we want to take a look right now at some video from Dulles Airport. This is of crews plowing the runways overnight following the cancellation of thousands of flights nationwide. We are told that the snow began to fall around midnight, but they did manage to keep at least one runway open with alternate plowing. They do remind you to check with your airline if you have travel plans to confirm your flight or to rebook. But right now we want to go back to Jordan as well as to Eileen to find out the latest on the forecast.
Yeah, a lot of red on the board all across the airports.
Exactly.
So.
I mean, not surprised. This is something that we figured was going to happen with this really, widespread, impactful system across the country. Winter storm warnings remain in effect for our area until 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, but you can really see just how
So
wide.
where you see the winter storm warning, there's probably not a flight going in or out of the airport at this time, especially across the deep south. I mean, they can't handle the snow like the northern half of the country, so they're really going to have to take some extra time to get the airports back open. That's where we have the extreme cold warning. So Eileen, I lived in Texas during the deep freeze of 2021, and I mean, that meant business. And I've seen reports that this could even rival that, with temperatures dropping. We saw the videos of the pipes bursting. Different apartment buildings in Texas, so we'll watch it closely. And then we have a severe weather side. Tornado risk, a level 2 out of 5 for the Florida Panhandle, southern Alabama. So very dynamic weather maker.
Exactly. But for us, we're on the wintry side of this system, definitely looking very snowy through all of our cameras, but we're not really seeing the big fat flakes falling anymore. So we are seeing actually that right now in Germantown as it kind of oscillates between, the snow and the sleet.
Yeah, on Dulles Toll Road, you can see some improvements there from the plows, but this is what they're going to be doing all day. So the less cars we have on the road, the better for road crews to work their magic, and that'll be better for the rest of the week. So
yeah. But very icy. I mean, this is, I think, what's just kind of wild. We don't get, snow and temperatures this low that often. So again, that's making it, don't focus on, oh, wow, we didn't get as much snow as, maybe some of the totals that I thought. So it's not that bad. Again, with the ice. Ice is not nice.
Yeah, no, the ice is going to be the big issue for tonight with the wintry mix and that warm air that expands up aloft. We're seeing that now. You see the purples, the light pinks. We're going to start to see that start to move in, even though we're already seeing some sleet out there, Eileen. The radar is starting to pick up on that.
Yeah, and the sleet is not fun, especially when you're outside and it's just like pelting you in the face when it's that cold.
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I mean, it almost feels, well, it's not as painful as hail, but
yes.
It almost kind of just gives you that feeling. You're like, I don't like this. It's uncomfortable. So, reminder, I mean, of course, we're tracking all the precipitation types, how it forms. It's a column of air in the atmosphere. So the atmosphere today is going to do this. The warm air is going to expand, but it's never going to get above 32 here at the surface. We're going to stay in this category here by this evening.
Yeah, and that's when, plain old rain just falls and kind of creates that glaze of ice. I really like this graphic because this really explains not only temperatures at the surface, but what you were talking about, that column
goes on upstairs.
Of air.
Yeah, 10,000 feet, it's above freezing, and then by later in the afternoon, even 5,000 feet. So the warm air column is very wide up aloft, and that's going to allow the freezing rain to develop later today. So additional snow, I think what we have on the ground, that's going to be it for the fluffy, powdery snow. We'll add an inch or two with sleet, because sleet technically is a form of snow.
Exactly.
Form of snow, so we might add another inch or two, but then on top of all that comes the 1 to 2/10 of an inch of ice.
Yeah, and that's the stuff that can definitely, add some extra weight to power lines.
Yes.
That's when we see a lot of, the power outages or some, tree limbs, breaking or coming down. Hopefully it isn't that bad, but this is bad.
This is the big story. After today, well, even right now it's 3, but I'd say 36 hours from now, this might be sub-zero as the winds start to pick up. So boundary comes in tonight. It's going to clear out the moisture. By tomorrow, wind chill values, they'll moderate upper 20s to low 20s, but then Tuesday, that's when we get that push of cold air again.
Oh.
So wake up time Tuesday, I'm sure the kiddos will still be at home for the day.
Yes,
but
for
if
sure.
you are going back to the office, 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning, that's what it's going to feel like by
Yeah.
Tuesday.
Yeah, this is what it's going to feel like, and obviously it's going to be so cold. At least we'll see a little bit of some sunshine Monday, so that'll give us some solar radiation to help kind of melt everything.
So that's the theme this week. We dry out, but the cold air, it is here to stay. Kelly?
All right, thank you so much. And if you haven't done so already, go ahead and charge up your phone and download the free 7 News app. We are on your side with complete storm coverage here on air, as well as on WJLA.com and our social media pages. We will continue to bring you special live coverage today right here on 7 News and on WJLA 24/7 News. We also want to see how you're spending your snow day. You can scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen right now. It's going to take you to the chime-in page on our website. That's WJLA.com. And we will be sharing the photos and the videos that you send us from all of our viewers on air and online throughout the weekend. Now, straight ahead, we're going to continue our team coverage about today's winter alert as 7 News keeps you on top of the forecast and those road conditions. We'll be right back. Well, as we get through this winter alert together, we want to get a final check with the forecast right now with our meteorologists who have been working hard today to keep us on top of the storm.
9-10 hours left with precipitation.
Yeah.
So we're almost there, halfway through.
Yes.
But then after that, Arctic cold, it's here.
I know, I know. So what you see outside right now is not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. Try to get out, you know, and clear off the car, clear off the sidewalk. And again, we've been talking about it. If you can just stay home, enjoy, cozy up, fire in front of the fireplace.
It's a good excuse
cup
to
of tea.
stay inside. I mean, if your boss wants you to get out today, have them call us and we'll say, no, they should stay home. It's safe.
Exactly. But anyways, we'll continue to update you online. So follow us on social media and enjoy the rest of your snowy Sunday.
All right, good Saturday, Sunday.
Sunday morning.
It's been a long morning, Eileen.
It really has. I'm meteorologist Eileen Whalen. This is
Yes.
First Alert weather meteorologist Jordan Evans. We've been on all morning covering, this big winter storm, not only affecting us, here in the DC area, but across so much of the country. And it's been such a big story leading up to this event. It's kind of nice that it's finally here.
Yes, it's here. Big snow this season so far. May not be the last one. We still have February. Early March, a March surprise is possible.
Yeah.
Groundhog has to make a decision by the week after next, so.
Gosh, I cannot believe we're already heading into February, the last, official month of meteorological winter.
And I think once we get into mid-February, climatology-wise, that's when temperatures start to climb, the days get longer, we get more sunlight, winter starts to sort of take a break once we get to late February.
Yeah, and the other thing is when you do get those snows later into the season, they don't stick around as long. This snow, as we're going to kind of show you, is going to be sticking around for a long time since we're going to be so cold. But we are going to remain under a winter alert here through late tonight, even though we've seen, the precipitation change from snow to sleet, which we saw pretty early, and that's why we were kind of on the lower end of some of our projected snowfall totals. But this wintry mix is going to continue on for the rest of the day. It won't end until after sunset.
Yeah, I mean, there was good indication in the model data. There's been a little bit of interesting data with looking at the atmospheric profile. I mean, we're going to talk about some different terms during this update, but basically the complicated part of the forecast was not just the surface, but what goes on 5,000 feet up. And the models were having a hard time saying when that was going to occur. I think maybe it started earlier than some projected, but then some models had it starting at 7 o'clock this morning. So, and we did see that in a few spots,
yeah. I mean, I always try to remind people, I mean, weather is fluid. It's so dynamic. There are so many
the atmosphere is a fluid.
Yeah,
the planet rotates, and that's what drives our weather.
Exactly, and it's always changing, and we work best with the data that we have, and hopefully convey that with you. But yeah, wintry mix is going to taper off after 8 p.m. But sub-freezing conditions are going to be with us for the extended period, and we remain under these winter storm warnings here from the National Weather Service locally until 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. But I think you and I both agree that the Weather Service may actually end that a little bit early.
Yeah, especially west to east, because the precipitation line will be moving from west to east, so we will likely see that drop early. Yeah, this is what we've been waiting on earlier this morning in terms of the radar. Now, if we want to get into the science of the radar, it's a giant dish that scans the sky, and of course a dish doesn't look straight up, it's angled. So when you're closer to the radar site, I mean, the dish can only look at certain levels, right, of the atmosphere, so that's why we were not really seeing that wintry mix show up in time. Yeah.
So we're now actually starting to see the radar pick up on the different types of precipitation, because while it had looked like it had been snowing all morning long, we were even just commenting, we had gone to a meeting downstairs in our building and hearing even the sleet from inside of our building. But again, sleet are those little ice pellets, and it's also, I mean, you can feel how drafty it is in this building as well. It's so incredibly cold. I mean, we're sitting at what's the temperature outside? 24. So we've actually climbed a good bit.
Yes, and I think that might be the trend now is, can we get to freezing today? There's some data saying we might get up to 33 or 34, so maybe we won't have the 10 days in a row below freezing temperatures, but 34 is still cold. We'll still have snow falling with the wet bulb temperature so low. I mean, we're going to have wintry mix throughout the day.
Yeah.
So that is showing up there for parts of the region. So mainly snow to sleet, and now we'll eventually see some freezing rain in the next few hours.
Yeah, and as we've talked about, different types of precipitation. Sleet, is the ice pellets. Freezing rain, though, is most dangerous because, it's just plain rain that freezes on any surface that's 32 degrees or lower. I know we'll get to that. Did you want to do some of the snowfall totals so far?
Yeah, we can go to that.
Okay.
I was also going to show the donut graphic that you had, because that's a good way to explain the freezing rain, but of course I'm not seeing that right now. So we can always come back to that next time.
Yeah, exactly. But think about the sprinkles.
Yes.
On a sprinkled donut, those are the ice pellets, and then a glazed donut. You kind of get that glaze over trees. A lot of icicles out there. That's another thing we're going to have to watch out for. If you're just kind of walking around, you have to watch for icicles. As they start melting and falling. That's another thing. But a lot of snowfall reports.
Yeah. So I mean, we can just kind of give you an estimate based on the totals seen. I mean, we've seen some totals, Eileen, anywhere from 5 to 6. I've seen some up to 7, 8, farther north especially.
So definitely some good snowfall totals, certainly on maybe the lower end of our predictions. Although all week we've really been lowering the snowfall totals. Again, that's the hardest thing. You have all this liquid precipitation.
So there it is, 400 reports. I mean, we love it. The National Weather Service loves it. The more reports, the more verification in the forecast, and that can be good for looking back in time. Of course, how the models performed, and the Weather Service and all the coders can make improvements to the model data as we go forward. So anyway, the more reports we get, the better. You can send those to us. We'll pass them on to the National Weather Service. And a good way to do that, Eileen, is to find a flat surface, right?
Put in, a ruler and take the measurement and try to take it, in 3 separate spots. And, if you can, I always go out onto usually my deck, and we'll either do it right there on the ground or on the patio table and get 3 measurements and then kind of find the average. But as always, don't do it, in an area maybe where you would shoveled and it kind of looks a little higher.
Or the wind was blowing at the snowdrift, that kind of thing. So that'll be good. In fact, we can actually zoom in here and just give a few, point out a few of the totals. I mean, if we want to go into D.C. first, looks like just outside of the White House, Adams Morgan, 5 inches as of 10:15, so that's verifying so far. We've got up to 4.7 at the Arboretum, far northwest D.C., around Bethesda, Somerset. 4.5 inches, and that was as of 7 o'clock. So I'm sure we've added, a couple. So you can see some of the times here. These are outdated, and add a couple inches depending on the time that it comes in.
Yeah,
so.
And we should mention, as far as additional accumulations here in D.C. Maybe another inch, possibly 2 inches, but more in the way of some sleet. We have seen higher snowfall totals farther north. It looks like these still haven't been maybe
Not
updated.
as much.
I'm trying to think of some of the highest totals I've seen so far, and it's kind of around 6.5.
Yeah, so that's the
inches.
Clarksburg one from 9:15, 6.5. I mean, we'll get an official total area-wide once it's all set and done. And so by tonight, I think Chief Meteorologist Veronica Johnson, Mark Pena, they'll be able to give you some official numbers, but some areas will have to wait until tomorrow. So I think when we're back tomorrow morning, we'll have the grand total list once it's all done.
And I've had a lot of people ask, okay, are there any other big snows on the way? Right now, the big story after this winter weather event is the deep freeze that we are going to be entrenched in for days.
In fact, we go throughout the week with sunshine. Let's go through Futurecast, if that's okay.
Good idea.
And then we'll end things on our extended outlook. We'll talk about the temperature profile too, because that's a really good way to kind of give the why. It's 20 degrees out, but it's sleet. It's freezing rain. Well, the column of air, that's the important part here. So Already at 11 o'clock here, we're at 32 or higher above.
Exactly, 32 degrees aloft. So I always, tell people, imagine yourself like you're going in an airplane, and as you get higher up into the sky, the temperature typically drops, but this is a little bit different when you have some of that warmer air aloft overrunning the cold surface. And so this is at 3 o'clock this afternoon, still below freezing at the surface and even around 5,000 feet, but look at that 35 degrees at 10,000 feet.
So I think this is going to be the big thing after 3 or 4 o'clock. We'll have a couple hours before everything ends, but 3 to 4 all the way up till 7.
Once we get here,
if we're above 32 at 5, starts to develop.
Yeah, and I think that there's a lot of people that, maybe saying, oh, well, I had originally thought, we were going to see, over a foot of snow. We didn't get that. It's not that bad. And I want to caution people not to maybe have that mentality because the super low temperatures, the ice, that's what's making it difficult. And, it's Sunday, so if you don't have to be out on the roads, let the crews, do their thing. And we've seen, on our broadcast this morning, a lot of people, spinning out or, getting stuck on the roads, and we certainly don't want that to happen to you.
Now, I will say what could be helpful as we go throughout today is if we do get up to 32 or at least close to that, that's harder for the snow to stick.
Yes,
so
that's a good point.
We might actually see some road improvements with treatment down as we go throughout today, as that temperature does get closer to 32. And some areas may get above that. So those that are above 32, it's a cold rain, especially south of DC for the last few hours. So that's not going to help out with snow totals at all.
But even if nothing else, I'm also thinking you just have that rain, you have all that extra moisture, and with temperatures overnight, falling back into the 20s, that's all just going to freeze right over again.
Right. So it's only a temporary help, but again, the treatment goes down tonight. We'll see if it can keep up with temperatures well down to 15 or 20 degrees. So 8 o'clock, everything's out of here. We're in the clear. And since there's a front coming in and we have winds picking up, we won't have to worry about freezing fog.
Yes,
I don't think in the
agreed.
morning.
Another good point.
Because if we didn't have the winds, we'd have freezing fog everywhere by the morning. But I think we'll have winds that'll pick up. That's going to put the wind chill down. But at least that'll help us out for any visibility issues. All right, so let's get to the extended outlook, Eileen. Let's look ahead and see the rest of January. I wish I had better news, but it's the bulk of winter right now. So Arctic air, and it's not just us, Northeast, New York City, Chicago. Have you seen the videos lately out of Chicago?
Oh my gosh.
The lake is frozen and looks like Antarctica in Chicago there.
It really does. But for us, we're going to be unseasonably cold. This is not something that we get, for such an extended period of time, but very cold weather. And we should mention also Monday night, National Weather Service. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a cold weather advisory.
Yeah, in fact, actually, we can pull that up real quick here and just take a look at the future wind chill value. What is it going to feel like as we get into Tuesday morning wake up time? Just like we saw yesterday, we had wind chills below 0. This is going to be anywhere from -5 to -10. So that's the threshold for a cold weather advisory. We'll get the alert on our weather app, even extreme cold warnings maybe for the far mountains out west.
Yeah, and a great reminder, the First Alert weather app, make sure that you download it because you'll be able to see, all of the information that we give you. Also at the very bottom, if you scroll down, there's a big thing that says chime in, and we would love you to chime in with your photos of what snowfall conditions look like in your neighborhood. We love seeing pets. We love seeing, children, whatever you feel comfortable with uploading. We certainly appreciate it.
Yeah, so QR code there if you don't have it already. Good tool to have. Our blogs update, videos update, radar at your fingertips, temperatures in your neighborhood too. So you can get that exact forecast for your area. And of course it has our touch on it, which I think we like to call ourselves more accurate than what you typically would see on that default weather app. And just talking about that real quick, Eileen, all week long it was saying 18 inches plus of snow. I had over 100 text messages. Is it coming? Is it coming? And of course, everyone's relying on that weather app.
Right.
It comes with the phone. It's most easy to get to, I understand. But overall, we look at everything. The weather app's just an algorithm, so it's nice to see that at least we got some improvement in the data.
Yeah, exactly. So. Well, we're on your side for the duration of this event, so we appreciate you checking in with us. I believe we're going to be checking in coming up at noon. We'll be streaming our noon
back with
newscast.
Kelly Lynn, so we'll have a look outside as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, Felicia, how you doing? You staying warm out there? How are you feeling?
They're talking to you.
Felicia?
No.
So Felicia can't hear you, but I can hear you.
WJLA 24/7 News, on your side at noon.
And we start with breaking news out of the district. 7 News has learned that D.C. Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton is not running for re-election. There have been mounting calls for the 88-year-old to resign and concerns about her cognitive state. The termination report for her campaign was filed today with the Federal Election Commission. And we thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. I'm Kelly Lynn. Right now, the
scheduled to even be lower than they are now. So we are definitely at that critical, dangerous temperature. That's why we continue to go out, getting people in, checking on people, bringing resources. But the message is come out now to ensure that we can get to you.
All shelters are open. The district connected. There is more than enough space for everyone who needs it to go inside. If someone is driving around, we're driving around all day today and we see someone in need, are you recommend that someone bring them to these shelters or call you right away first? What is the first step to get someone help?
It's better to call us right away because we know where we have beds available. So 311 is the easiest number. We want people to come into shelter out of the cold, or the direct line to the shelter hotline again is 202-399-7093. It's important that people can come in, but our neighbors can call on behalf of somebody else, so anybody can call, even if you don't need shelter hotline.
And my last question, how are the shelters doing right now? I know you mentioned there's food, there's warm.
We are not worried about capacity. We have capacity, so please come in.
You heard that. Please get inside right now. That window of waiting is over. We're inching to those very dangerous temperatures. Of course, we're going to keep you updated. Thank you so much for speaking with us. We're now reporting live from Southeast DC. Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
All right, Felicia, thank you so much for that report. And we're already seeing a wide range of closures across the DMV. Right now, the Smithsonian says that all museums, research centers, and the National Zoo will be closed today, as well as on Monday due to the weather. And daycare centers, churches, schools, courts, and so many other facilities are also closing this weekend as well. 7 News has you covered with the very latest closures as they come in. You can find them right now on our website. Just go to WJLA.com and hit the weather tab. Coming up next, though, we are going to continue our winter alert coverage. We'll be checking in with residents who are going the extra mile to help their neighbors.
We got shovels and stuff earlier in the week. That all sold out by about Wednesday. We got more on Thursday. Everything sold out Thursday. And we made a special trip Friday, and everything then proceeded to sell out.
Yeah, I guess we grabbed the last few things off the shelves at the grocery store last night. And yeah, we have chili in the crock pot. So we're all set. We should have some leftovers for tomorrow, and we'll probably make some stew.
Very nice. So, of course, the main message here is to stay off of the roads. If you're going to be treating your own sidewalks and driveway, then you need to go with some other items that could be helpful, something like kitty litter if you can't find the appropriate salts. And if you do have to go outside on the roads, make sure that you grab a blanket, some gloves, and of course some water as well. And it won't just be the plows working to clear the roads. A volunteer group known as the Snow Team Heroes will also be putting in some time to help get the city open again. They are neighbors helping other neighbors in need. Seniors or those who have mobility challenges can simply call 311 and they will be connected with a volunteer who can come out and shovel them out of a single family home.
We're looking for DC residents across all 8 wards who want to help out their neighbors. We're trying to avoid them having the opportunity to slip and fall on ice. They're not strong enough maybe to be shoveling snow.
And you can find more information about the program on our website. Just go to WJLA.com.
And our wintry mix continues for the afternoon into the evening. We'll get a thin glaze of ice on top of the snowfall and then very slick roads overnight as temperatures drop into the teens and 20s once again. We'll time out the back edge when it's out of here and a look at the rest of the cold week ahead.
earlier when the truck was still here lodged into the home. Now, according to Arlington fire officials, nobody was hurt, but this truck had slid off the road. This is on South Glebe in Arlington, and then collided with the home. Fortunately, nobody was hurt. And if you look at these images, it's pretty clear that the truck had maybe skidded out and was spinning out because the trunk was lodged into this house. So obviously some dangerous conditions out here. Be sure to keep a close eye on these as the snow continues to fall. Reporting live in Arlington, Christian Flores, 7 News.
All right, Christian, thanks a lot. And we want to take a look right now at some video for you as we are about to go to first alert weather. This is video from Dulles Airport. It's of crews plowing the runways overnight following the cancellation of thousands of flights across the country. Snow started falling around midnight. Workers managed, though, to keep at least one runway open with alternate plowing. They remind you to check with your airline to confirm or to rebook a flight. But right now, let's go to our meteorologist to get the latest on the forecast.
All right, it's the afternoon, finally.
Yes.
And we are definitely looking at some good snow totals so far.
Yeah, so let's start Virginia first, although I did want to include D.C.
Right.
We have seen 5.1 inches, Adams Morgan. Ashburn, Virginia, right now, Loudoun County, 7 inches, 6 inches in Herndon and Winchester, 5 inches Alexandria, Dale City, about 4.3.
Yeah, Maryland, Pasadena, the winner, 7.3 inches. So this is very close to our forecast. Nice to see it's verifying. We could add easily another 1, maybe 2 inches by tonight.
Yeah, exactly. The only thing is we're going to be adding, additional sleet, which, as you mentioned, it is encompassed in a snowfall total, but it can be a lot harder to measure because, it can compact the snow depth that we already have.
Exactly. So live views, that was Germantown. Here's Leesburg, the main road that goes through downtown. At least the snowplows are out. They're working their magic there, but still snow covered. And when we put that glaze of ice on top of it, that's where we could have some problems later today.
Yeah, I always love seeing the little, pinging of the sleet pellets here on the roof.
Look closely there, you can see that is classic sleet that is falling. So we're seeing that transition line take over. We've seen the sleet now for about 3 or 4 hours. And once we go through this afternoon, Eileen, excuse me, we do have the freezing rain potential for later today. That's going to mean business.
Yeah, exactly. And freezing rain, and it's just that kind of glaze of ice. And as we've been talking about all morning, the radar itself, the colors have been a little deceiving because it hasn't been necessarily picking up that sleet.
Yeah, it is doing a better job now. More purples, that'd be the sleet, and the brighter pinks, that's going to be the freezing rain. You can actually see the classic changeover line from Delaware. So snow in Wilmington, but it's a cold rain out of Rehoboth right now. All right, temperature in the teens. We may get into the low 20s soon, maybe close to 30 in a few spots. But it looks like the winter storm warnings are updating now. Still going to go until 4 o'clock. But at least we may see some come down early as well.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, taking a look at our futurecast, we're going to continue seeing precipitation for the remainder of the daylight hours, and it's going to be continuing this, sleet, and potentially, especially over southern Maryland, maybe seeing a little bit of that rain, but that continues through the afternoon. And as we get closer to the evening hours, we see that progression from west to east, probably moving out of northern Virginia by about 7 o'clock, and by midnight, everybody's done with the precip.
And that's it. So additional snow to sleet. I think what's on the ground now, that's going to be the bulk of it. We may get another inch around D.C. Now, snow totals higher, farther north. We don't have that changeover occurring until late into the event. We may get a couple hours of sleet in Hagerstown, Cumberland, mostly still snow, 2 to 3 inches. Now, the ice potential for freezing rain, that's where we could see 1/10 to 2/10, maybe 1/4 of an inch in some spots. You put that on top of the snow, your car, the power lines, the trees. I mean, we're not talking about widespread ice storm, but still enough to cause some issues.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll be monitoring because, freezing rain is really the most...
the worst out of all of them.
Severe. So, yes, that would be that glaze of ice. But, if you're about to go outside, bundle up. 2 degrees is what it feels like, as you're getting out there and doing your shoveling and doing your salting. Make sure that your car, if you're in an emergency snow route, it's off of the road just so that, the crews can do, and it's better as well because then you're just snowed in.
And what's interesting is the current observation is 2, but our forecast data is still saying maybe the 20s. So these are temperatures, of course, but when you put that wind on top of it, The winds aren't even that strong, but it's still enough to drop those quite a bit.
It makes it feel a lot colder, and it also hurts, especially when those
does.
sleet pellets are hitting your face. This is going to be real bad,
If
though.
you have to get out, of course, if there's a restaurant, a bar, or a store that's open later today, just bundle up, cover up as much as exposed skin, and then yes, by Tuesday morning, that's back to below zero. So cold weather advisories, think cold alerts are coming back, Eileen, by Monday night to Tuesday night, but at least temperatures the rest of January. Arctic freeze is here to stay.
Stay warm.
All right, we are going to try. Thank you, guys. Make sure that you charge up your phone as well, and also download that free 7 News app. We are on your side with complete storm coverage right here on air, as well as on our website, WJLA.com, and on our social media pages. We will continue bringing you special live coverage throughout the day on 7 News and on WJLA 24/7. And we also want to know there they
Bottom
are,
right.
enjoying the elements. This is their kind of weather.
Yeah, I mean, we saw these pictures last year, remember, when they were there, but this is the first big snow for the pandas to enjoy. Eileen, this is always so cool to watch. Now, sometimes they hide from the camera. Kelly and I show this often on the weekends, and sometimes we get them, sometimes we don't. There they are.
Lunchtime.
Oh, hi, cutie.
Is that Bao Li or Qing Bao? I can't tell from this angle.
I'll let you decide.
I cannot tell from this angle.
Maybe Eileen knows.
I was going to say, just grazing, you know, in the snow, having a little picnic.
All right. Well, it's been so great having both of you here today.
Thank you.
And we thank you so much for joining us as well. That is going to do it for us today at noon, but we do hope you'll come back later this evening for the news at 5 and stay on top of all of the weather developments on WJLA.com.
Veronica, because it's just me now in the mornings.
Hey, sorry, check. You were visiting with Veronica. All right, good afternoon. Once again, meteorologist Jordan Evans along with meteorologist Eileen Whalen. What a day it has been, and we still have several hours to go with wintry mix.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is cold. We've been tracking the precipitation. Started off as a heavy snow late last night. The changeover happened this morning between about 7 and 10 a.m. And we're now, still seeing some of that sleet mixing in with some snow, but a lot of sleet.
Yeah, so that warm air we've been tracking, the warm layer, really, it's not warm here.
Yeah, exactly.
Go a few thousand feet upstairs, the warm layer is starting to expand, and that's what we're seeing right now. Radar's finally picking up on that after having a hard time, but we've heard the sleet pellets outside as early as 9 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, exactly. And I just keep thinking of everybody that's, going out, doing the shoveling, doing the salt, and getting pelted by these ice pellets.
And we know it's sleet because Bay Bridge camera verifies that. That is sleet pellets hitting the rooftop there. It bounces off if you look closely. You can hear it on the car windshield, even out here at the windows at our station, we can hear that as well.
Yeah, so the little ping, 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 that is sleet. But I love our network of cameras because it really gives us a good view of what conditions look like. And, we'll show some of the other cameras, some of the main roads, but I mean, you can see the roads are still snow covered, even the ones that have been, plowed and treated.
Yeah, I mean, Leesburg, they've been out, it seems like already. Roads look pretty nice. I've seen the snow blowers out there on the sidewalks already. So. Yeah. They're ready to go there in Leesburg for snow removal.
Exactly.
Let's take you out to Germantown. This is this is a different view
now.
So
I
that's
changed
270.
this.
Good.
I hope that was okay.
Yeah, it looks good.
Thought that was. This is 270, a major interstate.
Major interstate.
In
in
our
fact,
area.
where are the cars at? Oh, there's one right there. Okay.
Yeah.
So that means everyone's definitely taking the precautions, the recommendations seriously. If you don't have to get out, don't, because this is what you'll run into.
Yeah.
And less cars we have, better for road crews to work their magic, remove snow, and better it is for you to stay safe. And of course, first responders, they wouldn't have to come out and help you out if you were to get in a situation there. So, but if you do have to be out, just take it slow, reduce your speed, double your time that it would take to get somewhere.
Yeah,
easily.
And make sure you have that emergency car kit. A shovel, maybe some salt, that you have a warm blanket. I just think, it's seared into my memory when we had that, shutdown on I-95 and just all of those cars were there for a day or two. You hope that it never happens, but when temperatures are as low as they are with this system, I took my watch off to charge, but we've pretty much been in, the teens and 20s, so it's been exceptionally cold. And if you, are stuck and waiting for someone to come and get you, you run out of gas, your EV runs out of charge, whatever the case may be, not a fun sight.
Yeah, so King George, Virginia, that's one of the main roads. The fire station out here, there's the Food Lion as well. And just plows are keeping up, but this is in the northern neck. So this is where they're starting to see that freezing rain, and maybe even raindrops, depending on if the temperature can get to 32 or not. So freezing rain potential is going to start to increase this afternoon.
Yeah, and freezing rain, you know, I know so many people are like, oh, I've got a four-wheel drive, I'm fine. That helps you on snow. However, on ice, you don't have anything to give you that traction.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to slip and slide everywhere on the ice, and especially not just tonight, but it's each morning, because we're going to have melting during the day with the sunshine, and then everything's going to refreeze when it gets down to 10 degrees.
I know. I'm
overnight.
just thinking about everybody, you know, once we kind of start seeing things clean up and we get back to more, you know, normalcy of our day-to-day life, it's like I just think about everybody, you know, walking in so many, you know, icy spots. We don't want to have any falls.
So winter storm warning still through tonight, but our snowfall winners so far, we've been in that ballpark with our forecast. That means we verified, I think, pretty nicely with that 6 to 9 inch range. We're still waiting to see a few 8 or 9 inch totals, but hey, 6 or 8 inches, it's all the same, especially with sleet on top. It's going to compact it, and then freezing rain. But still, good snowfall, our largest so far this season.
Yeah, exactly. You know, 7 inches there in Ashburn, 6 inches in Herndon, Winchester, Dale City, Virginia, 4.3. And if you're living in these areas and saying, well, no, that's not accurate, send us more updates, because we're constantly coordinating with the National Weather Service with all of these preliminary reports. But it's interesting, as we've been talking about, especially in Maryland, where we had the changeover happen a little bit later than in portions of Virginia. We're seeing some of those higher snowfall totals.
Yeah, in fact, Montgomery County, we've been watching the Germantown camera there, and we've actually still seen the snowflakes falling. So we might get 8 or 9 inches for Montgomery County. You know, this interesting setup. We've got cold air coming off New England. It's called a wedge pattern. It's going all the way down to the Carolinas. That's why they've got the ice storm. But still, there could be pockets where the warm layer is not really able to punch through necessarily. So we could have some isolated higher spots.
Yeah, but this is, you know, another reminder of why, you know, your local forecasters are the most trusted folks for when you're knowing that, you know, wintry weather's on the way. I just know so many people, you know, we're looking at the weather apps earlier in the week, and, you know, myself included, and, you know, it was forecasting, you know, 12 to 20 inches.
Oh, yeah.
But had it all been snow with the amount of precipitation, we could have easily gotten that. But the models, or at least, you know, some of those algorithms on those weather apps, can't pick up the changing preset
Yeah, I've been calling out the weather app all week. I'm sure the developers aren't happy with me, but reality is, I mean, you know, this is not against them, but the weather app, it is an algorithm, and it's looking at all parts of the country. So when the data is the data, that's what the algorithm takes. It doesn't have that human aspect to say, well, give it a few days. We need the high resolution trends to catch up, and that's what your First Alert Weather team's good at doing. So, all right, changeover line is happening right now. So we're seeing actually the brighter pinks. That's the freezing rain now going to southern Maryland.
Yeah,
so,
look at all that just
and
plain
that's
rain
cold
at the
rain.
beaches.
Ocean City to Rehoboth. We saw snow earlier, so now that's just going to melt away and be slushy and
yeah, and then it's like you have
good.
this slushiness, and then that all just refreezes overnight. So then you wake up, you know, each morning, and we have to kind of start the process over again. But I mean, the expansiveness of this storm, I think, is so impressive. You know, so much of the country has been impacted.
I mean, even behind me still in Tennessee to Louisiana still have moisture moving through. And we've got the cold rain through Charleston, freezing rain. And then, you know, New York City, finally more snow showers. I mean, they've had a winter so far, New York City. Philadelphia up to Boston, too. Boston could be the one that sees 18-inch plus snow totals.
My sister-in-law is going to be very excited for that one.
All right, so what about going forward as we take you through the last few minutes here, Eileen?
Yeah.
Overall, data has been very good with moving this all out of here later this evening.
But it's pretty crazy. I mean, we're joining you here at 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, our Futurecast going through 4 o'clock, and you still see this like shield of pink over our area, which is an indication that we'll continue to see more of the sleet mixing with a little snow, maybe mixing with a little freezing rain, and we probably won't see conditions, you know, start to improve west of our area until well after sunset, but like 7 o'clock.
So it'll be a sharp cutoff with everything by 7 o'clock. Cold front's coming through, dry air, some winds behind it, but out ahead of it still that warm layer expanding, so there may be an opportunity for some cold rain. Southern Prince George's County, maybe southeast DC. We'll have to see if that can happen, but after that temperatures drop, so anything that is at 32, it's going downhill from there tonight.
I'm just thinking of like all of the blocks of ice that are going to be out there.
No, it's not going to be good, especially tonight with that freezing rain potential. So I think we're done with the snow and sleet. Sleet technically is a form of snow, so maybe we get another ½ inch to an inch of that on top already.
Correct.
It's still snow, mainly Cumberland, Maryland, Pennsylvania state line. That's where we're still seeing some snow showers. So I think that's where we'll have the 10 to 12 inch grand totals once it's all done.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the maps, and we've been, monitoring the ice potential, how much ice we could see. Fortunately, lower end, maybe a tenth, maybe a quarter of an inch. Really once you get to like ½ inch ice totals, that's when you can really see some, major issues.
And if you have friends or family, central Southwest Virginia, parts of the Carolinas, that's where they have ice storm warnings, and parts of Tennessee as well. So parts of the South are likely to see that. So we could be talking about parts of the country without power for days if that ice really does accumulate, and power lines will not be able to take that very well. But for us, at least a glazing to a tenth of an inch. If we do see any downed trees, best chances would be southern Maryland. This is not a widespread ice event for us.
No, fortunately, because ice is, of course, freezing rain, the absolute worst precipitation type. But at least we've gone up 2 degrees for our wind chill, Jordan.
Well, this is where we've been locked in pretty much all day, and I really want to say almost winter. Because remember how cold December was?
Yes.
And then that went through the new year, and then by early to mid-January, we had about a week with some mild temperatures.
I think it was an 8 or 9 day stretch.
8 or 9 day stretch with above average highs. Then after that, Mother Nature said, here's more winter, here's more cold. So, and cold air is step one for snow. A lot of the time here in the Mid-Atlantic, we have the cold air and we don't have snow, or we have the moisture, but we don't have the cold air.
Yeah.
But this winter, we're really getting the cold air.
Yeah, we really are. So. And I mean, speaking of the cold, I think we could, mention the prolonged period of Arctic air that we are going to experience. As you mentioned, temperatures are starting to climb now. Tomorrow we're going to be in the 20s, but look at these numbers loosely because we're going to have that wind tomorrow. Northwest winds are going to be gusting upwards of about 30 miles per hour.
So the rest of January, I mean, it looks more like northern New England.
Right?
Around here with highs in the 20s. So the Arctic deep freeze, it is here. We might get some relief early next week. We'll see if that continues.
But even still, I mean, we should mention
right.
That's still 10 degrees lower than where we should be for this time of year. So just make sure, you're checking on yourself, checking on your neighbors, elderly neighbors as well, especially with the ice, and, making sure that everybody, is staying safe, staying warm. And
normally at 45, not close to that. I mean, if we were in a perfect state of, we call it equilibrium, where, the atmosphere just is one continuous flow, then that's probably where we would be. But, the planet rotates, we've got the Coriolis effect. And all of that contributes to the ups and downs in temperatures. That's what drives the weather. So,
exactly.
All right.
I've always thought that the weather has some great correlations to, our lives. It's always changing, right?
Always changing.
Oh my gosh. Do we have to look at this, Jordan?
I think, well, as first alert, we need to make sure we're on top of what's next. Right. And what's next after this is, unfortunately, we mentioned the cold, but it's the wind chill. So yesterday morning, you probably saw on your smartphone, cold weather advisory. Yep. Those are put out when wind chills get down to 0 or below for DC Metro. So I think by Tuesday morning, Monday night, tomorrow night, we will probably see that reissued. They'll drop it for the daytime, and then they may put it out again Tuesday night to Wednesday. And thanks to all the snow on the ground, that's going to keep the temperature down at night. And then if the winds start to back off later in the week, some moisture left over, then we may have freezing fog potential.
Oh my gosh, there's a lot.
I mean, a lot can happen after the storm.
Yeah, and as far as schools, I know a lot of people wondering, how long do you think we're going to be, out of school? Even with just the low temperatures, I know schools would, maybe do delays or something, but I think this is, going to take several days for us to really start, especially since we're not going to see much warm air.
Yeah, I mean, we won't really thaw out till early February. Temperature then in the 30s, but we'll get some melting in the afternoon. We got the solar radiation, so the rooftops, those will melt. Maybe some of the roadways, I think.
Yeah.
We'll see melting there. If they can get the snow off, we get the sunshine to help out with the ice, freezing rain or ice patches on the roadways, we'll see those clear out.
Yeah.
But it's the side streets that are going to be frozen for a while, the sidewalks. So If you're watching us now, of course, you've got a sidewalk in front of your house. I mean, you need to shovel that. I mean, some cities will fine you if you don't.
Exactly.
So, you know, everyone's got to get somewhere as we go throughout the week. We can't be stuck inside all week long, so.
We need to get out, especially this time of year. The other thing, you know, we're seeing a little bit more daylight in the evenings, but I do also sometimes like a fresh snowpack because everything is a little bit brighter. You get that, you know, high albedo,
Yes.
so you'll definitely want
Lots
the
of sunshine.
sunglasses.
Sunglasses.
Because everything is
Bright.
exceptionally bright, but sometimes I think this time of year that's actually a really good thing. So.
All right. You know, this might be it for us here on our streaming because Chief Meteorologist Veronica Johnson has arrived and Meteorologist Mark Pena will be in shortly, so they might be taking over at 2 o'clock, but we will be handing things over to them and they will take you through the rest of tonight.
Yeah, we so appreciate you tuning in to the First Alert Weather Team. Make sure that you connect with us on all of our social media channels. And if you can, hopefully you can just kind of sit back, relax, and enjoy a snowy, wintry Sunday.
expand. The more it expands, then we get that freezing rain. And the radar is picking up on that finally, where the lighter pinks, that is the freezing rain that's inching towards southern Maryland.
Yeah, and there may even be a few spotty areas of freezing rain within the purple that you're seeing here. But what will happen tonight is this all comes to an end, easing and ending this evening, is it's going to refreeze and turn to what we refer to as snowcrete. That is going to be hard to get out of the way to shovel up once it freezes, and it will, without a doubt. Temperatures right now, in fact, are at 20 degrees in D.C., 19 Warrenton, 19.
We haven't really warmed a lot. I mean, wind chills too are well into the single digits. We may get close to 30 southern Maryland, so that's where we have the best chance for more freezing rain. Even a cold rain could be possible on the last few hours.
Exactly, yeah. Now let's talk about what is next, because this really is not going to go anywhere, what's on the ground. We'll get a little bit of melting on days when we have sunshine and get a little bit of what we call sublimation, where snow really starts to shrink in pack, but really, again, this will be more of a block of ice. So this is a look at 4 p.m. here, Sunday, 32 degrees, D.C. 36, Manassas 30, Warrenton, and then our temperatures will continue to fall, and on top of that, the winds are going to be picking up. So in terms of additional moisture, Jordan, I know you've looked at that, maybe what, another inch of a little bit of snow, sleet, freezing rain mix?
Yeah, on top of everything, about an inch snow to sleet, but then on top of that could be the glaze to 1/10 of an inch of some of that ice. And it doesn't take much, like you said, for ice to cause issues.
That's right, yeah. So here's a look at the back end, of course,
7
at
o'clock,
7 p.m.
so 5 hours left, 5 hours to go on precipitation. I think the winter storm warning may come down early for western counties, eventually west to east tonight. But there's that cold rain potential there, so maybe Leonardtown turning slushy late tonight, you know, St. Mary's County.
Right, but this is a reason, folks, the low temperatures, why we're seeing so many early cancellations for Monday, and I even think we're going to see cancellations on Tuesday, maybe delays that would follow then for the remainder of the week. But that's tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, temperatures at about 20 degrees, and Monday is a day where we could too have just a little bit of wind around the area. Can you put on some of the winds for Monday,
Yeah, we
Jordan?
can look at those. The wind gusts, they will pick up behind this second boundary that comes in, and that's going to drop those wind chills for
I mean, in some ways, you could say we've been at least a bit more fortunate that we've had more of the sleet versus the freezing rain, that crunchy surface. But again, it's just going to continue to melt and get icy. So this is a look at some of the wind gusts for Monday, picking up to about 20 to 25 miles per hour.
Northwest, blustery. You know, it's going to hurt when it hits your face.
Right.
Yeah.
But I wanted to look at this because for any locations that do take on a little more of the freezing rain around the branches, that's what could lead to maybe a few isolated power outages and more branches coming down. Let's take a look at a map, if you brought that one up, that shows some of the amounts from today of snow and of ice, what's occurred already, because that's some of those spots that we'll be focusing in on then, where there may be some power outages.
Yeah, so at least from totals of the National Weather Service, Virginia, they're putting these out every hour, and I mean, easily 6 to 7. DC, we're in that 5 to 6 inch range, but again, still another 1 or 2 potentially to go on top of this. Maryland is where we've seen some of the larger numbers.
Exactly.
Montgomery County in particular, Clarksburg North, I think that's where the warm layer is having a more difficult time to expand. So good news for you, it's mostly snow so far. 7.3.
This is the list from the National Weather Service. So I've got to make a point here that I know you guys were on, Eileen Whalen, you, Jordan, this morning, telling folks how to do that measurement. 3 different spots, take the average. You folks have, I'm sure, been measuring around your house. My son in Columbia, Maryland, said he had 8 inches. So even though you don't see maybe a high number that you have at your house on this list, yeah, we know it's possible with some of the micro locations around the area.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite impressive. We love the snow reports. I mean, Veronica, any of these from the National Weather Service, but you send us your reports, we'll forward those on. And I mean, seriously, they are all stacking up. So this is helping to verify the forecast.
Right. And it was a forecast, as you know, folks, that was very challenging with the fact that we were forecasting not just amounts of snow, but so many varieties of precip that change over time and what that does to some of the snowpack. But the message moving forward really is that you still need to be extremely cautious. Don't know of too many folks maybe that have to get on the road, but if it is necessary that you do get on the road this evening or tonight, please use extreme caution and make sure that your vehicle is ready to go.
And that's 395.
Should you get stuck.
395 interstate, it is snow packed. We've seen the plows go through, but you know, snow's still falling, some sleet too, and then as you mentioned, you put that glaze of ice on top. I mean, anything's going to just kind of have that glazing on top, and it's going to be a sheet of ice.
That's right. So some vehicles managing, looks like there's probably a little bit of maybe sand that's gotten laid out here. Cars are moving, but I've been through so many storms in this area. Once we get to sunset, right, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock tonight, those vehicles are not going to be moving the same way on any roads that have not been covered. There's King George, Virginia, even south of the area.
Yeah, so everyone's got the snowpack, when we'll see the higher totals, I think, come in closer to Pennsylvania state line, and then eventually some freezing rain later today.
Right. Let's take a look, because I wanted to show the national scene. This is what's happening locally, but the reason that we've had, of course, the snow is what's come down the pipe, what's followed in the jet stream, the storm system. We'll widen out a little bit here, and we'll take a look at some of the cold air, the Arctic air, and how long this is going to be sticking around, because you're probably going, sure, it's supposed to be cold. It's winter. It's always cold. The kind of cold that we're going to have that started on Saturday, we look back at some of the stats, Jordan and I, and this could be the kind of cold that we have not seen in this area in nearly 4 decades, not since 1989, folks. And part of it has to do with what's happening way up there, up in Canada.
Yeah, I mean, cold air has been filtering in, Arctic blast, Arctic front, and some of this cold air comes all the way from Siberia. It travels over the pole, crosses through Canada, and eventually down to the lower 48. So, and also into Texas, and I just want to highlight that in particular because, Veronica, I was in Texas 5 years ago during that historic deep freeze. And I've seen reports from some of the people that still live there and colleagues that still work there saying this Arctic blast could rival that.
Yeah.
In terms of the impacts where they had all the
18 in Dallas now, 18
they
degrees.
had all the pipes burst, you know, apartments, buildings. The power grid, of course, had issues.
Absolutely.
I think they've been able to, though, make improvements since. But I mean, these are just cold weather alerts. So the blue is the warning, the advisories, the light blue.
Yeah, so that's your watch that's up
like
still for West Virginia. The warnings continue for spots like Dallas, Texas, Oklahoma, Ohio. So airport's still going to be a mess for a while as well with the runways. I mean, there was a AMS conference that was supposed to be at a meteorology conference in Texas, and just so many folks having to cancel and change their plans with this system that has such a large footprint across the nation. What's next for us? Well, more cold.
At least no more snow, right?
Well, maybe.
We get
maybe
through
some
today.
Flurries.
Right, maybe some flurries. I mean, we're going to get these passing boundaries with very little moisture, so maybe flurries throughout the week, but this is the big story. So Eileen and I have been highlighting this each day.
Yeah.
We will have the sun. We're going to get some solar radiation melting on the rooftops. You know, maybe some of the roads will help dry out with the sunshine, but then each night, it is a hard refreeze.
Right, and let's just say that, what is it, Monday night going into Tuesday, that may be a cold alert there as well. I know you're seeing temperatures really low, but rather than the cold alert on each day, we'll do it when the advisories may be up for cold, and focus in on here these single-digit readings as we get toward the end of the week, first part of the weekend, overnight. So keep those layers out. Keep the heat in your house adjusted where it is. And please, whatever you do, stay safe out there, folks. And keep it tuned right here to WJLA.com for all the latest updates. Hey, and thanks for coming back for an update here. Chief Meteorologist Veronica Johnson with meteorologist Mark Pena. And we are updating you on the very latest, what's happening around the area right now with this big storm. And today, boy.
Yeah, you know, forecast has checked out. We had snow starting late last night, between around 10 and midnight, and it snowed for a good 8 to almost 10 hours. Now we're starting to see that transition from snow to a little bit of sleet.
Right, and that there was just a time lapse of some of the activity today. Cars right along Wilson Boulevard around areas of Roslyn, Virginia. Yes, there has been some movement around the area today, but if it's not necessary to go out, please stay at home, stay put where it's safe, because we're talking about sunset.
Yeah.
That's coming up, and by 7 p.m. this evening, all of this slush, which is, you know, a little bit of sand and treatment from some of the road crews, it is going to turn icy, folks. Hopefully you two have gotten it off of your driveway.
Yeah, no kidding. Live look, this is from the, this is Dulles right now, looking like a winter wonderland out there. Snow has been falling. It looks mostly sleet now too, but no matter where you are, this stuff is accumulating and continuing to cause a lot of problems out there. So hopefully you're just watching us from the comfort of your home this afternoon.
Yeah, maybe an additional inch of snow sleet mix, because that's most of what we're getting throughout the area, with the exception, of course, Mark, of right there, that area, hot pink, just south and east of D.C. So D.C. areas, Fairfax, Reston, Bowie too. It's a mixture of sleet and a little bit of light snow, and then
Right. It's been a wintry mess. And you might be wondering, you know, temperatures are sitting in the 20s right now. So how are we getting a little bit of some wintry mix? Well, the air above us where the precipitation is coming from, it's actually a little bit above freezing. So as that comes down, it melts a little bit. But as temperatures at the surface are below freezing, it melts into little ice pellets.
Right. Yeah. And then, of course, a little different, more warmer air off the surface. That's what gives us the freezing rain.
Right.
So it's the atmosphere profile, if you will, how things change as we go up into the atmosphere. And the one spot that's holding on to the colder air all the way up is right here, Frederick, Maryland, Gaithersburg, around Leesburg, Martinsburg, Winchester, this whole area in blue. And this is where I've seen some of the higher snowfall totals too coming out of now. We're going to check on what some of those numbers are, because what's so interesting is that, like we said, this was going to be a challenging forecast with so many different precipitation types moving through it, and how when you get the sleet, it starts compacting the snow. So the original forecast that we wound up with late yesterday before the snow started was, I know you were in a couple of days working, what, 6 to 9?
Yeah, 6 to 9 was the forecast for snow and sleet accumulations, with the anticipation for a little bit of ice to be on top of that. And if you've been watching us over this past week, we initially had some big time snowfall totals. And the reason why those have come down is because the ice accumulations have come up a little bit. And so we've been tracking this wintry mess for this entire week, knowing that there were going to be some alternating and edits to those snowfall totals. But so far, I mean, as long as you've been keeping up with us, it's playing out kind of how we thought it would.
Yeah, what I am so happy for is that if we were going to get one of the two, the sleet or the freezing rain, I'm happy it's been more of the sleet. That precip that has a beat, you've been hearing it maybe pinging against your windows, and now of course mixing in with a little bit of snow, because the freezing rain is what can be so bad on the power lines when you add the wind to it. And we are expecting some wind tomorrow, gusts at around 20 to 25 miles per hour. And when you put maybe that kind of ice at 1/10 of an inch, which we're expecting on top of the sleet and snow, that is enough to cause some issues around the area. Could have been a lot worse if this whole area in pink were right over us, but that's not the case. So some of the amounts on snowfall that we've seen, well, the reports continue to go up, which is great for verification purposes. A lot of them. And in terms of how much more we could see, again, that is it taking us through the evening. So, Mark.
Right. You know, but we have precip in the forecast through about 6, 7 o'clock this evening. So whether it's snow or ice, expect the precipitation to continue for the next 4 or 5 hours before everything wraps up.
Yeah, and a lot of folks have been saying, okay, so what's the best time to go out then and clear the driveway or maybe your sidewalk or any place around your home? It really is, I know it's cold out there right now, but try and do it in stages. Maybe there's someone young in your house that can help you out. And please check on the elderly and your neighbors maybe that aren't as mobile as you are, because this is all going to turn to what I call snowcrete, which is like a block of concrete, heavy, icy, all of it. When it's compacted and when it goes through the refreeze just night after night, it's just going to be that much harder to get up. So before sunset, maybe try to get as much of it off of the walkway as possible in your driveway.
Right, yeah, because by tomorrow, I think a lot of people are still off tomorrow, maybe even into Tuesday, but now is the time, as VJ just said, you want to start chipping away at it so that it's not one big task by the time everybody goes back to work by around Wednesday or so. So do it in stages, give yourself a break as well. That ice and snow weighs a lot. So you might not think so, but as you're shoveling and you're using a lot of energy, just keep all that in mind as you're cleaning up.
Yeah, and that's what's so interesting too when you look at the wind coming our way tomorrow. The wind gusts around 20-25 miles per hour. That it covers all around the branches. So Southern Maryland really has to watch it. It's not just one area of a branch or a limb. It's all the way around it. And as soon as it starts icing up, it gets so heavy. And it really is almost exponential in terms of the kind of weight that it adds to the branch. That's per square foot, a tenth of an inch of ice, and what it can do to the weight and make it that much heavier.
Yeah, you don't think about it, but all those little twigs and branches, it's a pretty big surface area, and it all gets covered in ice. And so that's what VJ is saying. It weighs all that down, even the little twigs and tiny little branches at the top of your trees. It exponentially gets heavier the farther down towards those trunks that you get, and it just can cause a significant amount of weight on those trees and branches.
Right, and of course the power lines too.
Yeah.
And then you start getting them to sway back and forth with the wind again. Could be still looking at some power outages. Please still prepare for that. Make sure you've got everything nearby in your home that you need. So, Mark, you cover the Maryland snow.
Yeah.
I'll take a look at the Virginia.
Yeah, as we expected, the colder air was going to always be locked up towards the north and west. So we are getting some of the higher snowfall totals where we have some of the coldest air right now. So Pasadena, Maryland, down towards Wheaton, Clarksburg coming in at just over a half a foot. Even College Park, Maryland coming in on approaching 5 inches. So this is the snowfall that we've been talking about, the stuff that you can still shovel, the stuff that makes for some powdery snowmen, maybe some angels, maybe some good sledding snow as well. This is what's falling for our friends, family, neighbors up in Maryland at this time, where it's still snowing. There's not too much of a sleet falling over portions of Maryland right now, so this is going to be some pretty good snowfall amounts. Not record-breaking, but certainly enough to shut things down for the next day or so, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah, but these are the areas, too, that have had more of the pure snow and just snow. Yeah, I had to chuckle. My oldest, my son in Columbia, Maryland, said that he did the official measurement and got 8 inches of snow. Okay. Well, you too. You're looking at this list going, wait a minute, I've had more than that.
Yeah.
Okay. It's possible with the little micro, climates and areas that we have around this area. Elevation is key to getting a little more too around the area. So mainly pure snow in this area, but even here, we're going to go through the refreeze, of course.
Oh, so of course, yeah.
Get it up and off your driveway, get it up and off of your sidewalks and steps, of course, too, as soon as you can before we get to sunset. So, again, a lot of the snowfall totals there. And it's been kind of, what's interesting is that initially when we looked at the temperatures coming in with this system, 20 degrees, okay. So, yeah, it's going to be a powdery snow. Because, again, it has so much to do with the temperature profile and how much warm air was getting sucked into the system. There even were some areas that had some dry air along the coast getting sucked in. Southeast Virginia, down toward Raleigh, North Carolina, South Carolina. I was watching one of the stations down there visiting my folks in North Carolina. They were looking at a significant icing event, not as bad with the drier nose that's come into the system. But look at the Virginia snowfall amounts. Adams, Morgan, that's 5 inches there. Ashburn, 7. Herndon, Virginia at 6. That's pretty good. Winchester 2 and Alexandria 5 now, but again, getting the sleet mixing on top of that, so that'll be compact. In Dale City, 4.3. Now, we want to hear from you too. We want to see your photos. We want to get your snow measurements. Make sure that when you're measuring snow, it's not just about taking one measurement and then racing inside because it's so cold. You really want to take 3 off of a flat surface and take the average.
Yeah, if you have maybe like a picnic table in your backyard or maybe a patio, somewhere that's flat and away from your home or any kind of roof that could have maybe hindered some of those snowfall totals, somewhere out in the open, that's where you want to take some of those measurements.
Exactly. So really getting compact here with some of the snowfall totals that we're seeing across the area. Now, where do we go from here? Well, what's happening now, as Mark just mentioned, this is going to be ending around 9, 10 o'clock or so from northwest to southeast. So there's the pink. That's your mix, 7, 7:30, and then it's out of here. Tomorrow morning, maybe some scattered clouds around the area with maybe some breaks in the cloud cover through Loudoun County, northern Fauquier County, and Frederick County too in the morning. But look at the temperatures where the temps are going to be running. 18 to maybe 30 degrees, 30 maybe in southern Maryland, still below freezing. That's icy.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll talk about this shortly, but after the precip ends today, it's a prolonged marathon stretch of cold weather. We're going to see refreezing every night for 7 to potentially even 10 days. That could be rivaling some of the records of temperatures below average and below freezing. So whatever falls today, that's what we're talking about. Start chipping away and clearing out in stages, because every single night we're going to talk about refreezing. And so anything, even though temperatures will be below freezing and the sunshine, that will melt some of the snow, and then it refreezes pretty much right away once the sun sets.
Yeah, it's going to be really nasty. 23 in D.C. This is at noon tomorrow. 21, Lovettsville, Waterford, my friends there. Get into Clinton, spots like Hyattsville. 22 at noon tomorrow, below freezing. And then maybe some sunshine right before sunset tomorrow. So going to be a pretty day as we look over the landscape of all the white, which, by the way, if you want to look at some of those cameras, you can do it anytime. This is a great way to look at what's happening around our area from Maryland to D.C. and Virginia. All you got to do is go online to WJLA.com, where we post the forecast every day, and keep scrolling until you get down to the camera views.
Yeah.
And also some of the maps that we post too.
Absolutely, yeah, all for free right there on your phone.
So you just came in.
Yeah.
Did you have earmuffs on?
I had a hood on. Yeah. But yeah, this you want to make sure that you're bundling up. My commute outside wasn't too bad, but if you have any prolonged stretch, anything over about 15 minutes where you're outside, you have to cover up every piece of exposed skin, because this is what your body feels like. 10 degrees, not the air temperature. Wind chills matter to your exposed skin, and so that's why it's highly important that you're staying warm and covered up.
Not much better tomorrow.
No, even with sunshine, and that's what we're talking about. That sun will absolutely melt some of those the snowy spots and the grassy areas, and then it'll refreeze as soon as the sun sets.
Right. Yeah, we start at 10, we end at 10 for a wind chill temperature tomorrow with, again, a sunny day. So you're probably asking, well, what's our next weather maker? Really, it's going to still be the focus on the cold. There's a minor little system that comes through Tuesday that may Tuesday night give us a few flurries, but the big story coming our way is the cold. Just put this together, preparing for the cold. So at a temperature of 30 degrees with winds 20 to maybe 25 miles per hour, your frostbite time is 30 minutes. And we typically in this area don't talk about that because we know, folks aren't out there generally trying to clear snow, and we're not dealing with temperatures as low as this. But you talk about the pattern, and I'll talk about the stretch here.
Yeah. So we're getting just wave after wave of cold air from the Arctic, and as you see, this is going to take us to the end of the month, all the way through the beginning of February. We get reinforcing shot after reinforcing shot of Arctic air, and so some of these might, as VJ said, bring a few flurries to the areas. Some of these quick hitters, we call them clipper systems. Sometimes they have a lot of moisture, sometimes they don't, but one thing they always have is the cold air, and so that's what we're going to get every 2 to 3 days for the upcoming week. And so we're going to stay cold, and I saw this last weekend where we had the Climate Prediction Center showing us below average temperatures for the foreseeable future. I'm like, this is not what you want to see during the coldest part of the year, but it's shaping up to be quite the stretch of below average and below freezing temperatures.
Yeah, and we have family in other parts of the country. You probably do too. Maybe in the deep south, they're talking about the cold. This time you can believe them. I know sometimes we chuckle when they say, oh, it's cold down there. No, this time you can believe them. It definitely is. So here's what we're talking about. We started below freezing with our high temperature on Saturday. So now we could go a total of 10 days with our temps below freezing. We've got the cold alert for tomorrow, but again, pretty much it's going to be that way each day with those single-digit overnight temperatures and below freezing by day with mainly sunshine. Looking at the records, this could rival the kind of cold stretch that we have not seen in nearly 4 decades, going back to December.
So that we also know that, you're taking
Let's go back to the pets. Your Calvin.
Yeah.
Wipe those paws off.
Right, wipe the paws off, make sure that they've got access to adequate heating. Sometimes maybe if they're outdoors more than they are inside, you can forget about them. Don't do that. This is going to be some dangerous cold that could really cause some harm.
This is true. We're going to be on top of each hour for you, and of course on at 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. right here, giving you updates. Chief Meteorologist Veronica Johnson here with meteorologist Mark Pena. Good afternoon to you. We are about ready to move into what could be an icy evening.
Yeah. Whether it's the sleet or the freezing rain, it's all falling across the area right now. And so we've been talking about this for days now. So hopefully you're watching us now from the comfort of your home.
Yeah. This is a look at the time lapse from today. Look at this. This is a little bit of traffic here in areas of Virginia, some of the sand on top of the road, but traffic was moving nicely. However, we've got sunset coming up very shortly, and I think by 7 p.m. we'll have a couple of issues. Things are going to get icy in a hurry. Temperatures are in the 20s, and now we're seeing this, and that is some low visibility out there because of the contrast of what we're seeing with the air mass and the colder ground.
Yeah, and so this is going to be only just making the driving situation worse, because this is going to be reduced visibility as well as some treacherous driving conditions. We've been talking about this for days now as well, staying off the roads, letting our road crews do their job. It'll make it easier for cleanup on them and safer for you as long as you're off the road.
Right, you just looked at the visibility for DC.
Well, 1.25 miles, so it's low out there. So it's just an all-encompassing winter storm that not only is impacting us here, but I just checked, the winter weather alerts extend from New England all the way through Texas. So
crazy.
Yeah.
This is a big footprint across the United States, impacting millions and millions of people. Okay, so why are we getting the fog right now? Well, the winds are really light, and again, it's contrast that create the fog. So between the ground and the atmosphere, we're seeing a difference in temperature, and the air temp right now is just at 23 degrees with a very light wind at just 8 miles per hour right now. So we are expecting some higher winds, but that's not going to be until tomorrow when the wind starts to really increase. What a radar. Lots of colors. So what's going on here, Mark? All the different colors, of course, the snow, the blue, and
the purple is the sleet. And so that's the stuff that if you step outside and if you're hearing maybe like a little low static, that's the little sleet pellets bouncing off the ground there, and that's still manageable. Sleet is probably the better of the two when it comes to icing events, because it's a lot like snow. You can shovel it, you can treat it a lot better. It's the pink closer to VJ. That's the freezing rain, which causes a lot more issues.
Right, and in some ways we were kind of fortunate because we had more of the sleet than the freezing rain, more of the freezing rain extending down into the Carolinas. But around here, you can see it's a mixture of snow and that sleet, and at some pockets coming down at a pretty good rate, like at around Ruston and Fairfax, as well as maybe around Friendly. Then you swipe down to the south and east into areas of southern Maryland, and that is the freezing rain. They haven't had a lot of snow here, but this is the one area that we're going to be monitoring very carefully tonight and through the day tomorrow, because if we get those winds picking up 20-25 miles per hour with this freezing rain that really starts coating everything, the branches, every side of it, really weighting it down, the branches as well as the power lines with wind, this will be an area, again, Montrose, St. Mary's County, Calvert County, maybe even to southern portions of Anne Arundel County or Prince George's County, where we could see some iciness that may lead to some issues.
Yeah, and we monitor this very carefully, because even though maybe the rates are a little bit lower down here, whenever you get freezing rain, it coats every surface. And so you think about trees, even the tiny little twigs and branches are going to get covered in ice, and trees have a big surface area, power lines have a big surface area, so when you coat that with even 1/10 of an inch of ice, it weighs it down significantly and can cause not only power outages, but staying off the road, trees can fall on driving cars. You know, we have a lot of roads that go through really forested areas, and that can easily happen if you're on the roads.
Yeah, that's so true. Well, the area right now that is getting some of the pure snow and has had mostly just snow falling today is the northernmost counties of Maryland, and then extending back into areas of northern West Virginia. So you look at some of the snowfall records for Martinsburg, around Winchester, even Frederick, Maryland, up toward Reisterstown, and north of Baltimore. It's been mostly snow. Look at all the reports that continue to come in that help National Weather Service verify the forecast from earlier. Now that's 186 reports.
Just 186.
Right, yeah. And what is so cool that we're going to be showing you at 5 p.m. and on our 6 p.m. newscast is in our WJLA Chime-In Gallery. Lots of photos, and of course the ones that I always like are the ones with your pets,
Yes.
your dogs out there.
Yes, yes.
Which Calvin, did Calvin go out with his little booties on today, his little shoes?
He does his little business and comes right back in. He does not like to get wet or get cold.
Oh, right, yeah. We want to make sure that we're taking care of them too. So how much more are we going to see? Not much more, maybe another inch by the time this system really starts winding down and ending 9, 10 p.m. or so. So that's an additional inch of snow and maybe an additional 1/10 of an inch of iciness atop of that. So.
Yeah, and so far some of the latest snowfall totals that we've been getting, which has been a little delayed. It's been several hours now since we've seen official reports coming in, but they're coming in at about 5 to 6 inches. So you throw on another inch or two on top of that, and we're falling in that forecast of about 6 to 10 inches across the area.
Which pretty much is where we were forecasting.
Exactly.
A system that we started talking about last weekend, or if not before that.
Yeah.
So. Again, we've been hopefully helping you to plan, prepare, and hopefully you're doing everything to stay safe, you and your family. Mark, why don't you take it away with Maryland? I'll cover Virginia snowfall amounts because this is where some of the higher amounts were.
Right, yeah, you know, where we typically get our higher snowfall totals, areas north and west of DC, because you're a little bit colder than areas along and southeast of I-95. Pasadena, Maryland coming in on 7.5 inches almost. Clarksburg a little over 6.5. Laurel, Maryland at just over 5 inches. And so this is the powdery stuff. Since there hasn't been too much ice in areas like Maryland, this is the powdery stuff that you can throw some snowballs, do some good skiing, or not skiing, sledding, and not too concerned with power outages whenever you got fluffy snow on some of those trees and power lines. But still some pretty significant snows. This is likely going to continue to keep things shut down for the next day or so. So make sure that, you know, hopefully you got all of your preparations done the last couple of days so that you can just ride this out from home.
Yeah, for sure. These are the areas where we're probably going to see cancellations on Monday, maybe even Tuesday, and delays to follow for each morning the rest of the week as we go through the refreeze in the icy neighborhoods. But it's so interesting to see the consistency of the snow change in a short distance from say northern Maryland down into areas like Fredericksburg, central Virginia. We go from the powdery kind of stuff to more of the wet slushiness with, again, the sleet, and then of course southern Maryland with the freezing rain. But look at Virginia, Adams, Morgan, 5 inches. I think they're probably done with their sledding for today.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Ashburn, Virginia at 7. You've got 6 for Herndon, Virginia. That's pretty good. 6.2 in Winchester. It's still coming down there. Alexandria at 5. Now more of the sleet on top of it. Dale City 2, more of the sleet, compacting that 4.3 inches of mainly snowfall for today. So it's been really a mixture. This is a look at future radar.
Yeah, so everything wraps up. It's it's about 4 o'clock. So by 7, 8 o'clock, things are winding down from west to east. And for sure by around 10 o'clock tonight, everything is wrapped up. Precipitation will have come to an end, but temperatures will become the main weather story for the foreseeable future, as we're going to get wave upon wave of reinforcing shots of Arctic air, keeping everything frozen and on the ground and refreezing anything that melts during the day from the sunshine. So that'll be something that we turn our attention to after everything comes to an end today. Yeah. But yeah, 7 o'clock forecast models have been pretty consistent, showing that, yeah, that'll be around the time everything's over with here.
And then 7 o'clock in the morning.
7 o'clock, yeah, this is, again, hopefully, I know for sure a lot of the DC public schools were already off for, I think, some kind of staff development day. But everywhere else that you're not going to work, prepare for some cold temperatures and some scattered clouds.
I feel like the kids are kind of robbed on this one in terms of, wait a minute, I can't go and play in this. It's like I said, snowcrete, where it's just so hard and compact. It's like it's a sheet of ice, and you know, maybe you didn't do it when you were a kid, but stories of kids trying to sled on this stuff that's so icy, it really is dangerous. And by far, stay off the ice too. Any bodies of water that are frozen over, please stay off. Make sure the kids are staying off. I know they're going to be a little anxious and wanting to get out and just do something. But okay, so in the morning, temperature is sitting around 20 to maybe 27 degrees. It is going to be cold throughout the next couple of days, as Mark said. Look at this, cloud cover in the morning, but then some breaks in the cloud cover, and partly sunny by noon. Our temperature is not much higher though.
Yeah, and we are going to be tracking temperatures staying below freezing, but also wind chills are going to be a factor as well, and that's going to be impacting anybody that has any work to do outside. You need to make sure that you're covering up all exposed skin, because those are the temperatures your body feels. So current wind chill in DC, 14 degrees, even though temperatures are about 10 degrees warmer. This is what your body feels like if it's not covered and layered up with some warm weather clothing.
Yeah, that short walk that I had, you had too. Maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes out there walking. I mean, you really got to have your ears covered.
Right.
Of course, you know, the gloves too and the hat, but wow, 14 degrees, and doesn't get much higher over the next 24 hours. Of course, we're talking about the gusty winds tomorrow, northwesterly 20-25 miles per hour, and even sustained around 15 to 20. The big number on the bottom, that's what it's going to feel like, and boy, a cold one. So Mark and I were talking, okay, so when's the best time to shovel and get this up?
It really kind of just, you have to pick your poison, right? You can either do it more throughout the day and shovel less amounts, or you hold off and do some big time lifting, but at least you kind of just do it once or twice throughout the day. So really just kind of depends on what you prefer at this point, because there's not really going to be an easy way.
We're like, what, 2 hours away here, less than that from sunset. So once the sun goes down, it is going to get pretty solid out there. Now, cold air, Siberian kind of cold, that's what's created this weather pattern, not just here locally, but in even some of the southern states, way down into the deep south, Dallas, Texas with the ice, St. Louis, Chicago, of course, Minneapolis, even Atlanta. Waves of cold that will continue coming through for the rest of the month and going into early February.
Correct. Yeah, we get these systems. They're called clipper systems. They come through with pretty fast momentum, but they bring, sometimes they bring precip, sometimes they don't. We're watching Tuesday night into Wednesday where we can see a few flurries, but that's going to come along with our reinforcing shot of Arctic air, dropping temperatures, keeping us below freezing, and it also kicks up the wind. So temperatures, again, whether or not we get additional snowfall through the end of the month, not really as big of an event as we're seeing today, but it's the prolonged colds that will be around, keeping everything on the ground and keeping temperatures well below freezing. And this is going to take us through January 31st, but even all of our climate models showing well into February, the first few days of February at least, staying below average.
Right, yeah. At least the next 10 will be below freezing.
Right.
And so unusual, right?
Yeah.
A lot of folks say, oh, it's winter, it's supposed to be. Yes, yes, but this is, again, unseasonably unprecedented and dangerous cold for our area and all the way down into the deep south. And when you look at that stretch of weather with our 10-day forecast, I think we've got that with a 10-day forecast. So we started with high temperature on Saturday that was below freezing. Sunday too, right?
Yep.
Look at this.
Yep.
Mark, you've got 30 over there.
Right.
And I got 30 over here.
Yep.
So that's the warmest here in the 7-day forecast.
Yep.
But a stretch of 10 days with high temperatures below 32 degrees. The last time we went that long was a stretch that ended December 25th, 1989. So that's nearly 4 decades ago. And then the stretch before that was 12 days.
Right.
That was in the 1930s, the mid-1930s.
So would you say this is about a once in a generation? Right. So
exactly.
And so prepare for that. Yeah, it is winter. It's January, February. Of course it gets cold, but this is something prolonged. This is something where we don't typically see for this stretch of below freezing temperatures, not only just below average, but below freezing temperatures. Even though we've got sunshine, this sunshine might do us more harm than good. What it's going to do is melt a lot of the snow because of the radiational, the sun rays. Are going to melt it during the day and then refreeze it quickly overnight. And so we're talking about this for a week, if not 10 days of refreezing, melting, refreezing. And so
and that means, you know, we've seen some water main breaks, even one right out here at our station. So that's going to make the roads icy.
Right.
Sometimes, you know, some of the school systems, folks, again, losing power. That means more delays. So this is really going to be a challenging week in terms of juggling schedules, family schedules, work schedules. Folks going to be, we know, teleworking.
Teleworking.
Yeah. So, but again, it's all about being safe, keeping warm.
I think.
Checking on your family.
I was about to say, I think it's important now that the precip is wrapping up in the next several hours, start thinking of people to check on, your neighbors, the elderly, your pets, make sure everybody has access to adequate heating. We have warming centers all throughout the region, so, you know, make sure that if, you know, somebody doesn't have access, you know, that they have places to go.
Yeah, and I can't emphasize enough. Look, you know, I know emergencies come up. I've got some elderly parents that, you know, sometimes it's that emergency, you got to take them somewhere. I get it. But if you must be on the road, if it is a necessity, make sure you've got everything in your car that will help. If you get stuck, I posted a great video on my Facebook page of some of the things that you can have prepared in your car ready to go. Mark and I will be on doing the 5 p.m., the 6 p.m. newscast together, the 10, the 11, and of course we'll continue to do updates right here for you at WJLA.com. We want to see more of your photos too. Send them in.
WJLA 24/7 News. On your side at 5 starts now.
And as we come on the air tonight, our entire DMV region buried under snow and sleet. Everyone has been impacted by this widespread winter storm. All day it's been causing chaos on the roads. Take a look at this, just 4 instances of what we are seeing all over. Cars stuck in the snow, and you can see there on your screen, one truck even ended up in a house. We do have a crew at that scene. That is coming up in just a few moments. But good evening. Thank you so much for joining us here at 5 o'clock. I'm Megan Clark, and of course we're tracking the latest on this storm as it moves out of our area tonight. We want to start with the First Alert Weather Team. Veronica Johnson and Mark Pena. Guys, even when the storm is gone, all these dangers, they're going to stick around for days.
Yeah, this is so true. Of course, Mark and I, we've been looking at the radar, and we're going to get to Mark in just a moment. He's got to look at where we're getting not just sleet, but freezing rain. What I want to show you is some of the visibilities and how we're getting some fog that's starting to form out there right now. So this is a look at Dulles Airport, but as I go into areas around DC here, in just a moment, you can see, well, actually, I guess we don't have that camera. We'll get to that in a moment. Snowfall totals today, somewhere around 5 to upwards now 9 inches. Look at Bloomfield, Maryland. Maryland, the big winner on snowfall amounts right across those northernmost counties. Germantown over 7, close to that in Rockville, and over 5 in Bethesda, Maryland. So the higher snowfall totals, where it's been mainly just snow, has been in Maryland, in Virginia, and around DC. We're getting sleet and even some freezing rain on top of that. It's starting to cut down more and more on some of these snowfall amounts. Vienna reporting 8. You've got close to 8 in Ashburn, as well as Herndon, 7 in Anacostia. And look at Dumfries, 7.3 inches of snowfall reported there. Now, throughout the area, I mentioned that we are starting to see the change, and that is with road conditions, temperatures in the lower 20s, I-66, 24 degrees, 25 I-70, and 295 too, at 25 degrees, that road temp. And with the snow pack and the reduced visibility now throughout the area, the visibility has really dropped under a mile for DC, Leesburg, Lovettsville, areas like Woodstock, and out toward Winchester. So not great driving out there right now, Mark.
Yeah, you know, and we're only going to continue to track this for the next couple of hours. This is your future cast when it comes to what we're expecting through the next couple of hours. This is all going to wrap up by about 7, 8 o'clock, and you'll see temperatures on the map here continuing to drop. We're going to be hovering near 30 by 8 o'clock, but we'll be waking up tomorrow into the upper teens and lower 20s across the area. And that's also going to come with additional ice accumulation. So that's what VJ was just talking about, making for some very treacherous travel conditions. It's a very narrow window, but between now and about 8 o'clock, we could see an additional 1/10 of an inch to maybe even a little bit more than that. We're tracking the latest updates on the cold weather coming behind all this in just a few more minutes. Megan.
Mark, thank you so much. And take a look at this. Here is a perfect example of why experts say even if a road is plowed, be extra careful. This is in Fairfax Mosaic District. And as you can see here, even after the plows and the salt trucks have gone through, it is still completely covered. And that is going to get more dangerous tonight. 7 News' Leanna Golden picking up our team coverage now. She is live in D.C. from the city's Salt Dome, where Leanna crews, they're rushing in and out to fill up and get back out on those roadways. Walk us through what you're seeing out there.
Yeah, Megan, it's real busy here at the Salt Dome in Southeast DC. You can see right over my shoulder here, we've got trucks completely lined up, dozens of them here to fill up on salt, get back out onto the roads so they can clear it for drivers. It's really treacherous conditions out here, very, very cold, very, very icy. So we're actually talking with one of those drivers who's been across Southeast today. Come join me here. Sean, tell me, you work with the city's Department of Public Works. You've been plowing all day. Tell me, where have you been mostly across Ward 8 today?
I've been in Ward 8 South Capitol and a lot of the little side streets right there to hit because they really packed and a lot of snow on them. So I've been on mostly the side streets, not the main streets, because the bigger trucks do the main street.
Gotcha. And so what is it like when you're on those side streets? Are you seeing a lot of people out there, people stuck? What are you doing to help them out?
Yeah, I see a lot of people stuck. I mean, for the most part, I try to plow them out or whatever. I know one lady I did help try to give her a push out of there and to get her out of there. But besides that, a lot of times I just plow right next to them, try to cut as close as I can to them to get them out so they don't get stuck. Awesome. Or like I said, sometimes hands on.
Right. No, I'm sure people are appreciative of your efforts so they can get out. We're actually going to hop in the truck with Sean here in a couple of minutes so we can see what it's like out there. He's been here at the Salt Dome himself about 3 times today, filling up on the job since noon. So we're going to hop in the truck, see what it's like for ourselves. We'll have an update over on Channel 7 at 6:30. For now, reporting live in Southeast DC, I'm Liana Golden. 7 News.
Liana, thank you so much. Of course, stay safe, you and Sean there. And back here in studio, we spoke with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser earlier today on the emergency response. And she said crews are going to be out in the city working over the next several days to try and get everything back to normal as soon as possible.
We're doing everything we can to get the snow clear, remind our residents and business owners to clear their sidewalks so we can get the city open. We want people to be able to go to work, go to our hotels, go to their conferences, go back to school. And so, that's our focus.
And we want to know that D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, this is for you watching now, they all have features on their website that lets you track the plows. So this is a look at the districts. You can see where plows currently are, where they've been hovering over those, they have been by hovering over those highlighted roads. And for D.C., now let's get to Virginia. Check this out. You can see a car flipped on its roof on the side of the road. This is worst case scenario here. State police shared this photo but did not include a location. They are warning, please stay home and avoid ending up in a similar situation as these roads turn icy. Well, a scary scene unfolding in Arlington as a truck slid off the road and crashed into a home. And this was at the intersection of South Glebe Road and Walter Reed Drive. Our Christian Flores has more from the scene.
We're in Arlington, just off South Glebe, where a truck earlier crashed into this home. You can see it's all boarded up, but I want to show you images from earlier when the truck was still here. Take a look at these images. You can see the trunk of the truck just lodged into this home. You can see all of the debris as well as the shattered glass. According to Arlington fire officials, this truck had slid off of the road. Now, fortunately, nobody was hurt, but we've been warning you pretty much all day about how dangerous these road conditions are. Take a look earlier during our live coverage where we were in Fairfax, and you could see one car spinning out on a road that had just been freshly plowed not too long after. And all day, we haven't just been seeing and feeling snow. We're also getting an accumulation of ice on windshields and, of course, on the roads on top of fresh layers of snow. So obviously these are road conditions we're going to pay attention to moving forward, but we do advise everyone just to stay home if at all possible, because you saw not only with the damage here, but also that spin out in Fairfax that things can get really dangerous and really scary really quickly if you're not careful out here. In Arlington, Christian Flores, 7 News.
Christian, thank you so much. And this storm isn't just impacting roads, but air travel as well. Reagan National Airport says all flights have been canceled today. And you can see all the red on DCA's website. And you're also looking at a photo. This is from the tarmac of crews. They were working to clear the runways. It just looks completely white there. From cancellations to closures, there are plenty across the DMV right now. The Smithsonian says all museums, research centers, and the National Zoo will be closed today and Monday due to weather. So daycares, churches, schools, courts, many more, they are closing this weekend as well. If you need to check and see if your office maybe is closed tomorrow, 7 News has you covered with the latest closures as those come in. You can find them all on our website right now. Just go to the weather tab. And because Fairfax County government offices are closed tomorrow, that means Brendan Banfield will not appear in court. Banfield is accused of murdering his wife and another man, Joe Ryan, so he could run off with the family's au pair. You can follow along on air and online for our complete coverage. And we want to see how you are spending your snow day today. Hopefully you got a little bit of fun in there this weekend. Scan the QR code on your screen. It'll take you to our website where you can chime in. You can also go to WJLA.com/chime in to show us your photos. We'll be sharing your pics online and on air throughout the evening. There's a fun one. Looks pretty nice. Appreciate these pictures. Send those in for us. Well, hey, we got more on the weather menu tonight because next, Veronica and Mark are back. They're timing out your evening with a look ahead to conditions tomorrow. All right, welcome back. Our storm team continuing to track the latest on this system as it moves across the region. We want to start with the First Alert Weather Team's Veronica Johnson and Mark Pena, who've been oh so busy, you two.
Yeah, you know, Megan, it's important to know that while this precip is tapering off in the next couple of hours, we're going to have some prolonged effects from this as temperatures are going to stay below freezing, not only below average for the next 7 to even maybe 10 days. So sub-freezing temperatures, that's going to cause some refreezing of the roads every single night this week. So even though things might go back to normal by about Tuesday, Wednesday, temperatures are going to keep those the snow and ice on the ground. A really bad picture from our Rosslyn East weather camera. This is how low the visibility is out there. So along with the sleet and freezing rain out there, it's also just a little bit on the foggy side. 28 degrees the current temperature with a feels like temperature of 21. Some of the snowfall totals so far have been rather impressive, especially Bloomfield, Maryland, coming in at 9 inches, 8.5 in White Oak. Bethesda coming in on almost half a foot. And even for our friends and family in Virginia, still seeing some of those higher amounts as well. Anacostia here in D.C., 7 inches, almost 8 in Ashburn, coming up on 8 inches for areas like Vienna, Virginia. Dumfries, almost 7.5. Now, take a look at all the snowfall totals across the area. These are being reported into our National Weather Service, and this is some good news. This helps us verify some of the things that we've been tracking in terms of snowfall amounts. And as you can see from your live radar, it's a mixed bag of just about every kind of precip that you can imagine, from snow, some sleet in the purple, freezing rain over areas like southern Maryland, and even just plain old cold rain for areas south of the state of Delaware at this time. So this is going to continue through the next several hours as the leading edge of this system continues to push off towards the north and east. So we got a couple more hours of this as we head towards about 7, 8 o'clock. Notice your future cast as we head towards about 8 o'clock. There comes the end of the precip. Temperatures will stay rather cold through tonight. We're waking up to temperatures tomorrow in the upper teens and lower 20s as hopefully you're just staying home tomorrow as well. Hopefully there's no commutes in your forecast tomorrow, but if you do happen to be out, it's going to stay very cold. We're not done though. As I mentioned, the reinforcing shots of these cold Arctic plunges are going to continue for the foreseeable future. For sure, ending the month of January with temperatures below freezing, and even all indications show that as we head towards February, we're going to see those temperatures staying below freezing. So all the snow and ice that we're seeing falling today is going to stick around. So keep that in mind as we start getting back to normal Tuesday, Wednesday. Veronica, I know we've got a lot of eyes on how long this stretch of cold weather is going to last. How rare is this?
It's very rare. Let me walk you through it. So this is, again, Arctic air that's come south into our area and down into the deep south. So behind me, this is the next 10 days here. We started with below freezing temperatures on Saturday. Of course, we did it today. Look at Monday, your high temperature 30 degrees, and now we're as cold as 28 on Tuesday and only up to 25 degrees Wednesday with 24 your high temperature on Thursday. It stays very cold, of course, through the weekend. Now, Monday we could hit freezing at 32 degrees. We'll see. But again, that's a 10-day stretch right there of temperatures sub-freezing. So what I did is I took a look back for you to see, well, when is the last time we've had a stretch of at least 10 days with temperatures at or below freezing? Look at this. It was 1989, and it ranks 5th on the list of coldest stretches for here in D.C. December 15th we started. That was, again, 1989 with 10 days there below freezing. Then prior to that, this is how unusual it is. Prior to that, it was 1936. That ranks as number 1. We went 12 days with temperatures at or below freezing. So unusual. This is not just below average temperatures. It's much below. And we haven't even started talking about these weak systems that will come through. One on Tuesday with the cold, the brutal cold, that will make it feel that much worse outside. Ranking number 3rd was December 20th of 1935. So that was 2 cold back-to-back seasons right there, 1935 and 1936. But again, kind of stretch of cold that we're going to have, dangerous cold, dealing with iciness too, with the refreezing each day. Not going to be good, folks. So you're really going to need to take it safe and have a plan moving forward for the rest of the week and the upcoming weekend.
All right, great advice, VJ. Thank you. And while the snowstorm is our major headline today, we are staying on top of another big story. Longtime D.C. delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton is not running for re-election in Congress and has ended her campaign. And this comes as the Democrat faced mounting pressure to give up her seat and multiple opponents as well. We asked D.C.'s mayor about this big development today.
3.5 decades in office is no small feat. Getting elected in this town that many times is no small feat, and she has a record of accomplishment to be proud of.
88-year-old Eleanor Holmes Norton has been D.C.'s only representation in Congress since 1991. That's almost 35 years. You can read about candidates vying for her seat on WJLA.com.
Coming up in sports, it is Conference Championship Sunday in the NFL. We started the day with 4 teams, and just 2 will be heading to Super Bowl 60. Plus, Washington legend Mark Rippon weighs in on Commanders' new offensive coordinator, David Blau. Stay with us. That's just ahead.
attended so dangerous. So first alert weather, of course, always on your side. Mark's got another look at the radar and what we're watching.
Yeah, as VJ mentioned, the storm wrapping up, but not for a couple of hours. We still are tracking some sleet falling across the metro, some snow north and west, and freezing rain to the south and east. And this is all going to wrap up in the next couple of hours. By 8 o'clock, I think most of it is over with, but the temperatures will really begin to plummet back to the upper teens and lower 20s. We got some scattered clouds to get you out the door tomorrow, but hopefully you're staying in. As we just mentioned with Megan, that a lot of these schools and businesses are closed for at least tomorrow. And as everything kind of gets back to normal, your 7-day forecast shows the temperatures are cold and are going to stay cold. We're going to be on cold alert pretty much every single day, and we'll have several reinforcing shots of Arctic air that will keep temperatures not only below average but below freezing. Take a look. Thursday, Friday, we're talking about temperatures in the metro falling to the single digits to maybe even close to 0 degrees. Megan.
All right, 0, 0, 0. Mark and VJ, thank you both so much. We will leave you with this picture of the snow. Stay safe out there and stay warm. Take care.
And good cold Sunday evening to you. Chief Meteorologist Veronica Johnson here with meteorologist Mark Pena.
Yep.
Hopefully you've been more inside than out. I know it's a
Right.
big cleanup here that's going to be left for a lot of folks.
Yeah, we're in the final hours now of this winter storm that really started about 24 hours ago with some of the snow moving into central and southern Virginia that has been with us now ever since. And it's accumulated across the area. Now we're getting that mix of sleet, freezing rain, and some snow still falling across the area.
Thumbs down to that. I don't like that.
Yeah, me neither. It's getting slick out there.
It really is. I mean, I'm seeing images on Twitter of folks just trying to get up a small incline and then, well, you know what happens. So let's take you back because 2/3 of the system has been mainly snow, but a third of it has been the stuff we don't like. So here's a look at 10 o'clock this morning where the streets were fairly clear around Rosslyn, Virginia area. And then we had more snow, more sleet on top of it. And now, look, we're back to not so clear. Some traffic still moving, but again, a lot of reports as we gotten past sunset that this is getting really icy out there, and a lot of neighborhood roads look like this because trucks just can't keep up. So we're monitoring not just the air temps, but the road temps.
Yeah, and you know, temperatures have been below freezing since about Friday night when the Arctic air arrived first, and we were below freezing all day Saturday before the snow started. So the ground is plenty cold for all this to accumulate. Now what's getting a little tricky is the freezing rain falling on top of that.
Yeah, sometimes when we get these snowy events, maybe the day before temperatures are above freezing and the roads fare fairly well, but it's been so cold for so long that some of the road temperature, all the road temperatures really are below freezing. 30, I-495, look at I-70, 25 degrees the road temp. Slick there, I-66, 25 degrees. I-81, same deal in teens for out I-68 and getting close to that too for the western part of I-70. So pretty darn cold out there, and again with these road surfaces are light. The other thing that's troublesome is what you're seeing, or maybe not seeing. That is the Lincoln Memorial there in the center of your screen, and it's gotten foggy.
Yeah, typically from this spot, you can see the Washington Monument here as well, but as you can see, that's roughly about
it's going away.
It's just going away. Yeah, this is the live camera too. Visibility is being reduced out there, so on top of the bad driving conditions, it's hard to even see. So we've been, one of our main concerns since this winter storm was even in our forecast was to be very mindful of just staying off of the roads, and this is exactly why.
Exactly. So we've got winds that are fairly light right now at 8 miles per hour, but again, you can see with the lighter winds that fog is still an issue. At first it was really low in DC, under a mile. Now we're seeing some of the more pockets of fog, Leesburg, Lovettsville Way, Waterford, around Gaithersburg, even around Frederick, Maryland, under a half mile. Those spots around Hagerstown and Winchester, even Baltimore, everywhere where it's like yellow here. And that's because, again, the difference in temperature with the air, the ground, the light winds, all of it throughout the area. So fog an issue, and still getting all these precip types. The one thing that we don't like, so for a couple of hours we were just fine getting the sleet. That's the precip that has a beat. You hear it when it's binging against your windshield or against your windows at home, but I don't like that stuff down across southern Maryland.
Yeah, that's the freezing rain, and that's the precip type that will freeze on contact. That's where you see the icicles. That's where you see the weighed down trees and power lines. That has weight and has a lot more danger to it. And as you mentioned, VJ, it's starting to creep farther and farther north and west towards the I-95 corridor. So areas like Charles County, southern Prince George's County, you're probably going to get some of those ice accumulations on top of the snow and sleet already. We're watching it very carefully here across the metro, but no matter what, again, the roads are very slick out there. Areas like some of the far northern Virginia suburbs, Loudoun County, up towards northern Montgomery County, you're still just seeing snow out there. But this is all going to be tapering off in the next couple of hours, so we're not done just yet, but we do have a light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay, and I wanted to leave this up just for another minute or two because I posted on social media, Mark did too, the snowfall amounts around the area. Some folks on my social media were like, Oh, you guys, you blew this again. We didn't get the snow. Yes, we did. You got to follow the forecast along, folks. The forecast that we gave 3 or 4 days ago is not going to be the same forecast of what's going to happen. You've got to really stay with us throughout. Of course, I know some folks out there know that. They understand the way the science works of forecasting. If it was an exact science, we would be using this to kind of win the lottery or something. But it doesn't work that way. The atmosphere is very fluid. It's always changing, like you see here of what's happening from the freezing rain to the sleet in purple and the blue. That's the snow. So some of the higher snowfall amounts have been to the north. But Mark was watching you on Friday and your forecast on snowfall amounts.
Yeah, you know, we were calling for about 6 to 10 inches, and as ice probabilities came up, the snowfall totals came down a little bit, but only as ice accumulations came up. And so that was one of our main concerns heading into this weekend, was that we were going to continue to monitor it, but whether we got 6 inches or 10 inches, it's still an impactful winter storm that is going to have the pretty similar outcome no matter what you got. So things are shut down tonight, things are shut down tomorrow, things probably won't open back up until at least Tuesday or Wednesday, and that's what our job is, to relay the information of what to expect, whether again 6 inches, 10 inches, it's an impactful winter storm.
Yeah, and that was your forecast on Friday, 6 to 10 inches. And one of the big things that we said too is don't focus on the specific amounts of everything. Just focus on the fact that this was going to be a high impact storm. And it has been just that. Just ask your neighbor. Just ask maybe someone who's older trying to manage. High impact storm. So if you wanted pure snow, well, too much going on in the atmosphere, but some of the snowfall amounts have been for sure some of the higher amounts across the northernmost counties of Maryland. So Fairfax, Reston, that's sleet and snow, DC 2 right now looking live, Bowie and Laurel, but then you're seeing all the pink, the freezing rain wrapping around right now as we speak. Some of the branches and limbs of trees and power lines too. So we're expecting about 1/10 of an inch of ice from this freezing rain. Again, set to end about 9-10 p.m.-ish. It'll be last to end here, ending from northwest to southeast through the area. But Montrose, Colonial Beach, Drum Point, areas through that southern tip still getting the freezing rain. That's the worst of all of it, the worst between the snow and the sleet, and of course the freezing rain and snow still mainly up here. Areas like Leesburg and Gaithersburg, still maybe another inch of snowfall before it all comes to an end. So this shows how much more we could get. Not much.
Yeah, not much. Again, especially if you're along and east of I-95, this snow is pretty much over for you at this point. But areas north and west, an additional inch possible, but that could also be mixed in with a little bit of sleet. Sleet and snow pretty much act the same whenever it comes to accumulations. You can shovel it. It's got a little bit of some momentum behind it, but it's that freezing rain that we got to watch out for, because that's where you turn everything into an ice skating rink at that point. It just glazes everything and it hits every surface. So even the little twigs in the trees, even the power lines, everything gets coated in that, and it adds weight to it, and that's where we have that threat for power outages until this is all over. Once it's over, we're still not out of the woods yet. We got some wind in the forecast tomorrow that could cause some swaying of trees and power lines that could lead to additional power outages, but for the most part, the falling precip, it's over in about a couple of hours or so.
Yeah, I would say because of where the freezing rain is right now, it's this zone east of I-95 that probably stands the higher chance of getting maybe some isolated power outages out of this. So let's talk about snowfall amounts. Mark, you just made this graphic a few moments ago.
Yeah, this is the official snowfall total as of a last couple of hours or so. So precip is still falling, so this will likely increase a little bit, but 5.5 inches, that's approaching on that 6 to 10 range that we were forecasting. So checking out with that, and some additional snowfall totals. As always, areas north and west of DC typically get a little bit more because you're colder and away from the city. Areas like Germantown coming up over 9 inches at this point.
That'll be my drive back.
Oh gosh, yeah, right.
Dealing with the higher amounts.
Yes. So White Oak, 8.5, Germantown, 7.2, Bethesda, just outside there of DC, coming in at 5.5, so similar to what we got at Reagan National. Again, all this checking out, within the range, 6 to 10 from Friday. We went down a little bit yesterday to about 9 inches on some of the higher ends, and that's exactly what's coming out.
And we knew that some of the higher snowfall amounts were going to be up across the northernmost counties of Maryland. So what, of course, has been unfolding today with the sleet and now the freezing rain. If you notice on that loop, it was the freezing rain inching closer and closer and closer to D.C. This is all kind of a warm nose in the upper atmosphere just off the surface that is coming into the system, allowing the precip to kind of change in form from snow to the sleet, and freezing rain being one of the last ones. So as you climb north, more into Pennsylvania, more into New York, that's again mostly snow. But then as you go south, it's been mostly freezing rain down through the Carolinas. Big freezing rain event, Mississippi. Boy, geez, that'll be on nightly news.
Oh, yeah.
Texas, too. That'll be on nightly news down in the Gulf. It's been really nasty there.
Yeah.
So this storm system has, I've been saying, huge footprint from Maine going all the way down to Texas.
Yeah, and at the same time, there was snow falling in areas like New Mexico and Texas all the way up to New England. And so that's just how far-reaching this storm is. And so I know Reagan National had canceled all flights today. So you can imagine travel over the next day or two until we can get everything cleaned up is going to be at a minimum.
Right, yeah. So Virginia snowfall again. Some of the spots, if you were north, like Leesburg in Loudoun County, 9 inches, boy. And then you get down towards, say, Alexandria, 7.3 for Dumfries, 2. Vienna, 8, and Herndon, 7.6 inches of snowfall. That list, too, also posted on social media. So I've been saying, okay, storm pretty much done.
Yeah.
But the danger is not. This is going to last for days, the iciness and going through the refreeze.
Yeah. So we're in a very active winter weather pattern. So while this was the main weather maker, we're going to get reinforcing shots of Arctic, Siberian air, keeping us not only below average, but below freezing. And to put that in perspective, our average lows for this time of year are around freezing, and we're going to see temperatures barely make it out of the 20s most of the upcoming week. And so what's going to happen is a lot of what's falling today will melt a little bit during the daylight when we get the sunshine back for most of the week ahead, but then it'll refreeze every single night. So this is going to be a long-lasting mess until we can get it all completely melted, which at this point doesn't look like until at least February.
Right, yeah, early part of February. So
Right.
we know emergency vehicles will be on the road, but I'm saying avoid unnecessary driving. Please do not get on the road unless you must, absolutely must, you know. In terms of walking, assume that everything that you see really is icy. It's got that sheen. Stay clear. You know, we mentioned the ice down for southern Maryland.
Yeah.
So for some folks who have been through this drill in the past, they know, maybe I'm not going to park under that branch that looks really icy, or that limb of the tree that looks really icy. And heaters, that's a big deal.
Yeah, can't forget those. And it's easy to, right? It makes it comfortable with where you are, and you want to just maybe, you know, step away for a little bit. Hopefully you're not leaving, but if you step away, you got to make sure that you unplug those, turn them off, keep them away from walls, drapes, curtains, all that stuff, because those can absolutely lead to fires.
Right, yeah. And in terms of what's next for us? Again, this is going to be clearing out. Tomorrow going to be a windy day with partly sunny skies. Look at the temperatures at noon, 22, 19 degrees. So many locations. So 19, 20 degrees for the afternoon, and then back to the single digits and teens. All this with winds. It could be gusting to around 20 to 25 miles per hour. So that'll make it feel much colder.
Yeah, and we always talk about the wind chills and the feels like temperatures, because that's quite literally what your body feels if it's exposed to these elements. And so that's why it's very important to look at the air temperature, but also the wind chill, especially if you have to be outside. That's why we just stay inside, stay inside and away from the cold air, because if you stepped outside right now, your body feels 19 degrees, not the 20s that's actually it is. And at that point, we're splitting hairs. It's cold no matter what, but this could really cause some advancements with some frostbite if you're out too long.
Yeah, hypothermia, really kind of weather for us moving forward next couple of days. So 10, 12 degrees through the morning. The wind chill, that big number that's in purple on the bottom, maybe 15 at 1 p.m., but staying below freezing, and then back to 10 degrees with a wind chill 7 p.m. tomorrow. So we have a little bit of wind coming our way tomorrow, then another weather maker or cold front Monday night into Tuesday. That could, check that, Tuesday night into Wednesday, that could give us some flurries, but by far, if we were to say, what is the next big weather maker for us? it's the pattern in the stretch of cold air.
Yeah, we call these clipper systems, and sometimes they bring moisture, sometimes they don't, but what they typically almost always bring is reinforcing shots of Arctic air, and so we're going to get one after another this week, and it's going to keep those temperatures below freezing, and so we got to worry about this now because, as we mentioned, this is going to refreeze anything that melts during the daylight, and then we have the risk of the roads becoming ice rinks, especially the side streets, the residential areas that are less traveled during the day. Got to be very careful because we are not going above freezing until at least the first few days of February. Its potential will absolutely go through the first couple of days.
Right there.
Right.
Yeah, and just looking back, this could be our coldest stretch in nearly 4 decades. That ranks number 5. Prior to that, it was 1936 and 1935 with the first and the third ranking for the longest stretch of temperatures below freezing. So on that 7-day forecast, keep that in mind. It's all about keeping you, your family safe, making sure that before kids go out that they're prepared, dressed in layers, something warm, and make sure they stay off the ice, folks, for sure. So that's a look at the 7-day forecast. We're going to be on in just about 15 minutes with our 6:30 newscast. Remember, you can catch us right here at WJLA.com and also on YouTube for the latest updates throughout the evening. Hope to see you there again. Stay warm. Thanks, Mark.
7 News on your side at 6:30 starts now.
Dangerous conditions this evening all across the DMV. Cars sliding off the road, trucks stuck on the highway, and even drivers losing control and hitting a house in Arlington. And it is not just travel on the roads that has snarled. Flights across the country canceled tonight as well. DCA announcing no flights for the rest of the day as crews work to clear those runways. And the icy conditions causing some major issues. Thousands without power right now in our area. And more than 1 million people across the country are in the dark due to this storm. Thanks for being with us here at 6:30. I'm Scott Thuman. That winter storm we've been telling you about, dumping major snow overnight. Now we're looking at sleet and icy conditions as we head into the work week. We've got you covered on everything that you need to know. We'll continue our team coverage tonight, starting with the weather.
Yeah, I'm here with meteorologist Mark Pena. Of course, we've got our crew out there in the field. We'll get to them in just a moment. But now, with the storm that's almost done, another 3 hours, it's all about the surfaces that we travel and walk on. Take a look. This is the day where roads got out there. They cleared the roads, traffic moving nicely. Then we had more sleet and snow on top of that. Not much action out there right now. And road temperatures that we tapped into, 24 degrees out I-66. That's low. 25 even 295, and look at I-70 way, 23 degrees. That is pretty cold, and anything that's on it just going to turn to ice after 5 inches of snowfall in D.C. today. But as you know, we were forecasting somewhere between 5 and 9 inches of snow, verifying 9.2 Germantown, Maryland, the northernmost counties of Maryland, really with some of the higher snowfall amounts. Gaithersburg 7, look at the 5.5 for Bethesda, Virginia. That's where we've had more of the sleet, the precip with the beat and the freezing rain mixing in. Dumfries at 7, but close to 8 for Ashburn, coming in at 9. Again, more to the north in Leesburg, Virginia. Now, Mark is monitoring where the precip is right now and how much longer we've got to deal with some of the sleet and freezing rain.
You mentioned we are not done with it just yet. It is on the tail end, but it's all wrapping up in the next several hours, and you can take a live look from our radar right now. You got the snow and the whites and dark blues. Purple is the sleet, and then the pink is that notorious freezing rain, getting areas like southern Maryland, the Delmarva, and even down towards the northern neck at this time. Now, we're not done, but take a look at how much wide of a swath this storm is reaching, all up and down New England, down towards the deep south, where we've even had some severe weather down towards Florida. Over the next couple of hours, temperatures will remain in the upper to mid 20s as the precipitation tapers off by around 8 o'clock. And then the precip is over, at least for the next several days, but it's the temperatures that we'll start to talk about as we head towards the latter half of the month of January. Between now and by the time everything wraps up, an additional 1/10 to maybe even close to 1/4 of an inch of ice is expected across the area. That's going to cause some big time issues already on what's out there in terms of the snow, sleet, and freezing rain accumulations across the area. Through tonight, we are going to be on that winter alert, tracking everything as it wraps up. That wintry mix will continue until it stops in the next couple of hours. That ice on top of snow will cause some issues on the power lines and the trees, especially if it comes down as freezing rain. So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the slick roads, and if there's any chance, at least in your 7-day forecast, of any temperatures above freezing. But right now, not looking likely. Scott.
All right, thank you, Mark. Now take a look at this. We've seen so many cars getting stuck out on the roads today, and that's why we're keeping you up to date on road conditions all night long. Our Megan Clark is in the 7 News Storm Tracker right now. So, Megan, how does it look where you are?
Hey, Scott. Yeah, here with photographer Noel and we are going through just past Farragut Square. We're on K Street right now. I'm going to turn this camera around and give you a look at what we are seeing here in D.C. Wiping those windows. I know Noel was scraping off the ice here of the storm tracker before we got going. The roads, there's a thick layer of crunchy snow on these roads. We are seeing a lot of pedestrians out walking around. We've seen a couple cars doing things they shouldn't be doing donuts, but overall, It's a no man's land. This is Erie. No one is out here on the streets of D.C. 6:30 at night, usually a busy time. We know thousands of crews are out working across the DMV, plowing even more streets, thousands of miles of roadway to go. So just give them patience, give them space if you see those crews out on the roads. We've been in talks with all the local transportation authorities. We know they are tracking accidents numbering in the hundreds. So we are seeing some cars on the road here. If you are not an essential worker, stay off the road. If you don't have to be out on the roadways, that is the message from authorities this evening. You can see some crews to our right here. They are working. They're shoveling those sidewalks here in D.C. Again, cleaning everything, the plows. Now stay with us because this evening we're going to be heading into Maryland as well. We're going to give you a look in Maryland. We're going to be speaking with the Maryland Department of Transportation as well as an inside look with D.C. Fire with their operations center and what they are looking at this evening. And as we head into tomorrow, facing those icy conditions. But for now, we will send it back to you in studio, Scott.
Okay, Megan. Well, here is a perfect example of why experts say even if a road is plowed, be extra careful. This is in Fairfax's Mosaic District, and as you can see, even after the plows and the salt trucks have gone through, it is still covered, and that's going to get more dangerous tonight. 7 News' Liana Golden picks up our team coverage. She's in D.C., giving us a front row seat as she rides along with a plow driver for the city's Public Works Department. Liana, take us through what you're seeing.
Scott, I just got out of the car with a plow truck driver. He is working so hard. They all are. We're at the Salt Dome right now in Southeast D.C. Trucks coming and going. We've got a big one coming in right now from multiple different agencies, contractors, the Department of Public Works. They're going in, filling up on salt before coming back out onto the streets to keep it clear for all of us. Now, it is a complete mess out here, guys. We've been telling you about it all day long. Look at this. This is all slush right next to our vehicle here. And when it gets really cold, oh, God, it's disgusting. It's going to turn into ice, and that is just so scary, which is why they're trying to plow it and keep us safe. Now, one more thing I want to show you close up on our vehicle here on our unit. This, listen to that. That's all ice. If you've gone out to your car today, you've been dealing with this yourself, and it's only going to get worse. So if you can, continue to stay inside tonight, guys. If you've got no reason to go out onto the road, just stay inside. It's much, much safer out there. So a lot going on here at the Dome, the Salt Dome. We're going to take you inside that plow truck tonight over on 7 News at 11 o'clock. You're going to want to hear. This was an exclusive ride along, guys, so make sure to tune in. For now, reporting live in Southeast D.C., I'm Liana Golden. Back to you.
All right, great update there. Now, this storm isn't just impacting roads, but obviously air travel as well. Reagan National Airport says all flights have been canceled for the day. And you can see all the red on DCA's website. And you're also looking at a photo from the tarmac of crews that are out there working to clear the runways. We're also tracking power outages across our area. Right now, more than 2,000 people without electricity in Virginia, around 900 in Maryland, and somewhere around 300 in Washington, D.C. We'll continue tracking those numbers throughout the evening. We're also seeing widespread closures across the area when it comes to daycares, churches, schools, courts, so many more closing for tomorrow as well in many cases. 7 News has you covered with the very latest closures as they come in. You can find all of that on our website. Just go to the weather tab. And of course, we'd like to see how you're spending your snow day. Scan the QR code that's on your screen right now. That'll take you to our website where you can chime in. We'll be sharing your pictures online, videos as well, all throughout the evening. closures heading into Monday is the Fairfax County government offices, meaning Brendan Bamfield will not appear in court. We've been giving you extensive coverage on this trial. Bamfield is the local man accused of murdering his wife and another man, Joe Ryan, so that he could be with his family's au pair. We're also learning that longtime D.C. Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton is not running for re-election in Congress and has ended her campaign. 88-year-old Eleanor Holmes Norton has been D.C.'s only representative in the House since 1991. We're staying on top of a second deadly shooting in under a month now involving federal agents in Minneapolis. Video showing a protester, now identified as 37-year-old Alex Pretty, in a struggle with federal agents. President Trump posted on social media, quote, "The mayor and the governor are inciting insurrection." State officials are also launching their own investigation after calling the White House's account of what exactly happened into serious question. Stay with us here. Our snowstorm team coverage continues right after this. Picking up our team coverage.
We're in Arlington, just off South Glebe, where a truck earlier crashed into this home. You can see it's all boarded up, but I want to show you images from earlier when the truck was still here. Take a look at these images. You can see the trunk of the truck just lodged into this home. You can see all of the debris as well as the shattered glass. According to Arlington fire officials, this truck had slid off of the road. Now, fortunately, nobody was hurt, but we've been warning you pretty much all day about how dangerous these road conditions are. Take a look earlier during our live coverage where we were in Fairfax, and you could see one car spinning out on a road that had just been freshly plowed not too long after. And all day, we haven't just been seeing and feeling snow. We're also getting an accumulation of ice on windshields and, of course, on the roads on top of fresh layers of snow. So obviously these are road conditions we're going to pay attention to moving forward, but we do advise everyone just to stay home if at all possible, because you saw not only with the damage here, but also that spin out in Fairfax, that things can get really dangerous and really scary really quickly if you're not careful out here. In Arlington, Christian Flores, 7 News.
Yeah, certainly can be dangerous. Let's get over to meteorologist Mark Pena now. And Mark, some impressive snowfall totals in our area.
Right. You know, we've been tracking some snowfall totals that are still adding up, by the way, anywhere from about 6 to almost 9 inches in a lot of areas. What is the good news is that this is tapering off in the next couple of hours, but the sub-freezing temperatures are with us all week and beyond. We're going to go into the month of February with temperatures staying not only below freezing, but below average, and that's going to lead to some refreezing pretty much every single night this week and into next weekend. Reduced visibility across the metro right now. Temperatures holding steady in the mid-20s. So you might be wondering, why are we getting ice if temperatures are below freezing? Well, what's happening is we've got some warmer air above us. And so as the snow falls, it's melting and then refreezing as it comes down as either freezing rain or some sleet. But as we mentioned, yeah, these are some of the most updated snowfall totals from Maryland. Over 9 inches in Germantown, coming up on over half a foot in Rockville, 5.5 in Bethesda, Maryland at this time. In Virginia, you're getting in on some of this as well. Over 9 inches for some of the northern Virginia suburbs like Leesburg, Ashburn, 7.8, even in Alexandria coming in at over 7 inches. Lots of snowfall reports, and this helps us out, especially if you report them to the National Weather Service, of some of the verification of our forecasting. And there's your live radar. This has been a wintry mess over the last several hours when the snow transitioned to a wintry mix. The purple you see here, that's the sleet. The pink right there, that's the notorious freezing rain. So we'll have to really watch out for some of those downed trees and power lines for areas like southern Maryland and the northern neck. Through the rest of tonight, this is going to taper off by around 8 o'clock, and then the precip is over for at least the next several days as temperatures become the main weather story. We're going to stay below freezing for not only tonight, but for the entire week ahead and even leading into next weekend. And we're going to continue to see these reinforcing shots of Arctic air all the way through the end of the month, as we call these clipper systems. And I know, VJ, you were talking about this is some of the coldest air that we've seen for this long. How rare are we talking about this cold stretch?
Very rare. It's kind of a once in a generation kind of deal, but look at the 10-day trend. So starting on Saturday, our temperatures were below freezing. The average high temperature is 45 degrees. We are some 10 to 20 to 20 plus degrees below average over the next 10 days. These are high temperatures, not low temperatures. You're 30 for a high tomorrow, 28 on Tuesday. Look at Wednesday and Thursday, 24, 25 degrees during the afternoon. That is it. The reason for the drop off is a cold front that'll take us down, maybe even give us a few flurries. We can deal with that. Next time we're at freezing maybe is on Sunday. So let's look back at some of our longest cold stretches like this one. The last time we went 10 days, that was 1989, nearly 40 years ago. That started December 15th. That ranks as the 5th longest cold stretch for this area. Then you got January 22, the next long stretch, but that was 1936. Get the idea? Pretty rare. So we go back nearly 40 years, and then we get into the 30s. But the 1935 and 1936 season, that was back-to-back being very cold. We went 12 days here in 1936, mid part of January, where we went 12 days with sub-freezing temperatures. Then you can see December 20th, 1935, we went 11 days there. That ranks number 3 with these sub-freezing temperatures. Of course, we tell you this because we want you to know, sure, it's winter, but this is very unusual. Planning is everything. So that means staying out ahead of some of the cold that we're going to be dealing with. So again, this is a look at the 10-day stretch where we'll have meteorologist Mark Pena with another look at the 7-day forecast coming up, but really, really low numbers here. 24 degrees again for the high temperature on Thursday of next week, and maybe climbing a few degrees above freezing as we get into early February. We're back after this short break. not the fun kind of snow. Mark and I was talking about this. Not fluffy. Now it's kind of like the snowcrete I was saying. Kind of compact. Like concrete, it's
snowcrete. No, that's a great description because once it went from nice powder to that sleet, it changed pretty fast.
No fun with the sleet, a little bit of freezing rain. So the storm may be over soon, but the danger not avoided. Unnecessary driving. Don't get on the road unless you have to. Anything shiny, assume it's ice. Stay clear of some of the icy limbs. That means down in southern Maryland, you folks, and remember not to leave those heaters unattended.
Yeah, your 7-day forecast shows after tonight, everything that fell is going to stick around. We get reinforcing shots of colder air, keeping temperatures well below freezing. Overnight temperatures, those are single digits, so you can expect wind chills below 0 as everything sticks around through at least the beginning of February.
And we'll have more updates, of course, every hour, top of the hour, on streaming.
On streaming, online, on the app. Stay tuned for all of it. Thanks for joining us here. We'll see you back here at 11 o'clock. Have a great night, everyone.